The world was finally at peace. An era of dreams had just begun. But somewhere in the shadows, a new threat was rising, one powerful enough to shatter everything. And once again only Goku could stand in its way. This is what if Goku fought to protect the era of dreams. The battle for the era of dreams. Monkey D. Luffy, a man made of rubber, captain of the Straw Hat Pirate. And the man who took out the great government's maximum security prison, impelled down. His crew was of many skilled members, such as Zoro, the world-famous pirate hunter, Sanji, a very skilled Ed Cook and known for his powerful kicks, Nami, a skilled navigator that dreams of mapping the entire world's oceans, Chopper, the Dr. Reindeer who ate the Hito Hito fruit, Brook the undead musician. Brought back by his fruit the Yomi Yomi no Mi, Usopp, a marksman who can tell a very tall tale, Robin, a beautiful woman possessing the power of the Hana Hana fruit, and Frankie, a cyborg and shipwright that built Thousand Sunny. This infamous crew sailed out across the sea, searching for One Piece, a fabulous treasure obtained by the, now diseased, Gall D. Roger. He had gotten to the Grand Line, and left everything he owned there for the taking. Before they executed him, he told them if they wanted it, they could go get it. So, ever since Luffy was old enough, he has been traveling around the sea, gaining more people to his crew. Let me tell you, the most interesting story of his recruitment for members. This was on September 3rd. This is when the era of dreams met the warriors of the future. The golden-haired warrior meets the future pirate king. Luffy was sitting on the edge of his ship, watching the endless span of the sea stretch out for miles, before disappearing onto the horizon. It was a calm day. Very little wind, not a cloud in sight, and the sun was giving the crew a nice warm wave of heat. It was the perfect day for relaxing. In the kitchen, Sanji was whipping up a lunch for the crew. A green-tailed puffer fish with vegetable soup, roasted potatoes, and mulled wine. He was making sure the spices were just right. The meat was made to the point of perfection. And that Luffy was not snatching some of the food. Nami was laying on her chair, getting a tan next to Robin, who was reading one of her books. Usopp was below deck working on the engine, and Chopper was helping him, handing him tools and whatnot. The two worked silently, as not to disturb Frankie, who was taking a nap in his hammock. Zoro was sleeping as well, but in a much deeper one than Frankie. Everything was just fine. Oi, Sanji, yelled Luffy from his sitting spot, still watching the ocean. What? Said Sanji, poking his head out from the kitchen. Is lunch almost done? Luffy asked. About 10 more minutes, replied Sanji, looking at the meat, then hearing Luffy groaning. But I'm hungry, he said, massaging his stomach. You're always hungry, yelled Sanji. Robin giggled at the argument between Sanji and Luffy. When they argued on the ship, it was mainly about food. She had been with them since the defeat of Crocodile, president of Baroque Works. She had been working for Crocodile since she was a child and was given the name Ems all Sunday. He was a man who wanted to rule the island and had the power of the sand. He had hired many people with the powers of the devil's fruit, many of whom were either locked up and impelled down, or were still on the loose. She looked at the sun, smiled, then continued to read. Will you two keep it down? I am trying to get some rest, said a sleepy Frankie, rubbing his head. Yay, sorry, Sanji and Luffy both said, getting back to doing their things. Frankie went back down to continue sleeping. He soon fell asleep pretty quickly, listening to Brook play on the piano. Luffy closed his eyes and had a dream about his crew. Brook was one of the last people to join Luffy's crew. He was skeptical at first, then Luffy talked him into it. He was a skilled piano player, and, like anyone who ate the devil fruit, could not swim. He was the undead musician of the ship, after eating the Yomi Yomi fruit. He was the tallest member of the crew, and always wore a black top hat on his afro, black coat and pants, a blue ribbon tie, and a purple cane sword. Zoro was a lazy man, when there was nothing to do. What he mainly did on the ship was drink, sleep, and trained. He was quite scary and many feared him, because he was so good at what he did best, hunted pirates. Though he never called himself a bounty hunter, he was called it by a lot of people. He was the first to join Luffy's crew, and has been there the longest for him. They, some would say, had a special bond of friendship. Zoro never showed it, but then again, he was a man who rarely showed his emotions. His one dream was to be the best swordsman in the world. He had once faced the best swordsman ever, Hawkeye, and lost. He was laying on his chair in his usual get-up, a white shirt, dark green trousers, black shoes, and a green harumaki sash around his waist. His swords were lying next to him, beside an empty glass that once held grog. Sanji was the fourth to join the crew. He was tricked to join by his former chef, Red Leg, Zeph. Zeph was an ex-pirate that survived for a year on the Grand Line and kept a record of it. He took Sanji like a son, and taught him everything he could about cooking. Sanji rose to the high rank of co-head chef, and soon was tricked by his company workers and Zeph to join Luffy. He has always had a thing for beautiful women and usually lost his mind when he was around them. He was wearing his same black double-breasted suit with tie and long-sleeved, buttoned shirt. He had blonde hair that was brushed over his left eye, and his right eyebrow ended in a curl. Nami was the second to join Luffy's band of pirates. She met and joined Luffy when he saved her from Buggy the Clown. She was a thief and a navigator, who was connected to Arlong, the shark-fishman pirate of Arlong's gang. Luffy confronted Arlong and his crew in Nami's hometown and fought him. The building, where she was kept as a kid to chart maps and was cruelly mistreated, collapsed as the two fought in it and Luffy stood up from the rubble, many believing he had died. When he stood up, he screamed at Nami. "Nami, you are still one of my nakama?" She cried and nodded saying yes. They partied for the town was free of their imprisonment from Arlong. She was wearing a shirt with gold on it, shorts, and sandals. Her short, orange hair waved in the wind, and her weapon, perfect Kleem attacked, was right next to her. Usopp was the third to join. He was a marksman who could tell a very tall tale. He was famous for them, and once he joined said that he would be captain. But they hid him and said Luffy was the captain. He fought Luffy once, and left the crew. Not too long after that, he joined back. He was wearing his traditional sniper goggles, yellow bandana, brown overalls with a white sash. He had a long nose and black curly hair. Chopper was the fifth to join. He was a shy reindeer and could talk, walk, and do pretty much anything a human could do, after eating the devil fruit. He was a very skilled doctor, and was almost eaten by Luffy and Sanji when he took them into the castle where he stayed. He joined them and proved to be an excellent fighter, as well as a doctor. He is toddler-sized human-reindeer hybrid. He had brown fur and always wore a pink, fuzzy top hat with a sideways medical cross. He wore a pair of purple shorts and had a cute blue nose. Frankie was the sixth to join and he was one of the ones who fought Luffy before joining. Upon his joining, they got Frankie's ship, Thousand Sunny. It was machine-powered and built by Frankie and his family. It was called, by Frankie, the dream boat before Frankie joined Luffy. He was a shipwright in Water 7. Frankie usually wore a Speedo, a funky shirt, and sunglasses. He had bright blue hair and enormous forearms, and particularly small biceps. He stood about 7 feet tall, making him the second tallest member of the crew. Each one of the members was a unique addition to the crew and they had many adventures and many battles with the Marines. They had their own personal quest and all had dreams. "Oi, Luffy," came a voice, bringing Luffy back to earth. He looked back and the table was full of food. Sanji standing there. "Lunch, Luffy," said Robin softly, sitting in a chair. Luffy jumped excitedly to his feet and beat Brook, Chopper, and Usopp, by a fraction of a hair. They started to eat the food, the sun right above them, warming their bodies, as they ate. When they were finished, they sat there, drinking some grog, talking and laughing. Everything was fine. Until Luffy looked in the sky and tilted his head to the side. "What is that?" said Luffy, looking at the sun. Nami looked up and squinted, not seeing what he saw. "There is nothing there, stupid," said Nami. But Robin was looking at the sun as well. "No, not the sun, there is something up there, what could that be?" said Robin in curiosity. Soon, they all began to see what the others were looking at and Luffy took out a telescope, looked up, and dropped it, yelling. "What is it, Luffy?" asked Nami. "There are people up there, flying," he yelled, his jaw dropping comically. Sure enough, a man was flying towards the boat, with about 20 or so others. The crew watched as the figures approached the ship. They stood in both awe and horror, not knowing what to do. Goku flew down to the ocean, racing his son, Gohan, closely followed by Goten, Trunks, Krillin, 18, 16, 17, Pan, Master Roshi, Tien, Xiaosu, Yamcha, Vidal, and Piccolo. The group was flying about, dogging each other and laughing. Vegeta was flying solo, ignoring the fun that was going on below. He grunted and flew a little bit faster, trying to get as far away as possible. The group, not noticing the pirates below, began to practice fighting. Kamehameha, said Goku, a light blue ball appearing in his hands. Gohan placed his hands on his forehead, palms facing his father as a yellow ball formed. Masenko, the two floated there, the energy in their hands pulsing as they shook slightly, sweat running down their face. Ha! The two shouted and launched their attacks towards the other. The pirates below were watching in awe and horror as a bright flash of white light came from the colliding attacks. The Kamehameha wave and the Masenko blast exploded, small chunks of ki raining down into the ocean, exploding on impact and sending large waves towards the ship. What the? Shouted Sanji, his cigarette dropping to the ground, the embers tumbling on the ground. One of the attacks nicked the side of the ship and everyone on it screamed as they tipped to the side. We're going to sink if they don't stop, shouted Frankie, as he ran to the bottom of the ship. Luffy ran to the edge and placed his left hand on his right holder and his arm shot back and twisted it about 10 yards from the ship. Gomu Gomu no. He started and his arm spun rapidly and shot back to the ship and he directed it to the people in the air. Rifle. His arm hit Yamcha in the back and he arched it as he was launched into the water. What the? Shouted Tien and he looked down. There are people there, Gohan said, squinting. Usopp. He grabbed his slingshot and aimed it at Trunks and fired his flaming stars. They hit Trunks and exploded, setting him on fire. He quickly put himself out by dropping into the water. Who are these people? Shouted Trunks from the water. The group soared down and landed on the ship, facing the Straw Hat Pirates. Who are you people? Asked Luffy, stepping back. Goku stepped forward and spoke. We're the Earth's Special Forces. We fight to protect the Earth. Luffy tilted his head and looked confused. I am sorry, I had no idea that there were people down here. Chuckled Goku nervously, scratching his head. How were you flying? Do you guys have devil fruit users too? Luffy asked, tilting his head. Goku looked at him confused. No, we manipulate our ki and it allows us to fly, Goku said, Luffy getting interested. I smell something tasty, said Goku, smiling widely. You guys having some food? I'm starving. Dad, we ate before we left the house, Gohan said, shaking his head. Luffy laughed and grinned. Yay, we have lunch on the table, he said, pointing behind him. However, all they saw was Zoro was taking his swords out and putting his Harumaki on and placing one of his swords in his mouth. Nami was aiming her perfect clean attack at them. Sanji was lighting his cigarette. Beside them, Usopp was loading his slingshot. Robin had her arms in an X in front of her body, and Frankie had his right hand facing Goku. Brook took his sword out and placed his hands beside his head, his sword facing outwards, and he crouched down and leaned back. Chopper was in his man-beast form and he cracked his knuckles. Goku smiled at Luffy, and behind him, Trunks took his sword out. Gohan went into Super Saiyan forms and crouched down, ready to fight. I like you guys. Join us, Luffy yelled, throwing his arms in the air and everyone fell back in surprise, except Goku. Well, I am hungry, so sure, said Goku. Gohan got up and ran to his dad. But Dad, we are practicing fighting. We have to prepare for the tournament. Gohan protested and Luffy crouched. What if I beat you? Will you join me then? He asked and Goku thought for a bit. Well, it would help me get ready for the tournament. If you win, I will. But if not, you will get me lunch, he said, grinning. The group backed up a bit, and Frankie made the deck a little bigger, just so they could have enough room. Oi, Frankie, snarled Nami, looking back at Frankie. Why haven't we seen Sunny do this before? Shut up, Sunny has many SUUUPPPERR secrets. He shouted back at her. I'm Luffy, he said, stretching. Goku, he replied, also stretching. You can beat him, Dad, yelled Gohan, and Goku smiled, and looked back just in time to dodge a punch from Luffy. Gomu no. He brought his arm back as he said this and shot it forward yelling. Pisutaro, pistol. His arm stretching took Goku by surprise and hit him, sending him flying. His arm stretched, shouted the ESF, Earth's Special Forces, and the Straw Hats grinned. Luffy threw another punch at Goku, but his fist got deflected into the floor, sending splintering bits of wood in the air. Goku shot forward and uppercut Luffy before kicking him, sending him into the air. Goku flipped in the air and threw one arm back as a key ball formed in his hand. He hurled it at Luffy and it exploded, causing Luffy to skip across the water. Shit, thought Luffy, as Goku charged another one. Luffy skid on the sand of a small island that was nearby and shot his arms back as Goku threw another ball of ki at him. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka. Luffy roared and shot it right back at Goku, hitting him in the chest. Goku fell into the water and smiled, enjoying this. Kaioken, yelled Goku, and he began to glow red, the water exploding as he did so. He shot towards Luffy, the water tearing up as he flew across the surface of the water. Luffy shot his arm back again and shot it forward, clashing with Goku's fist. He is glowing red, shouted Nami, as she staggered back. What kind of power is this? Shouted Usopp and Sanji. I have never seen this kind of power. Is it just an illusion, or a devil fruit? Shouted Chopper, as Goku shot forward and punched Luffy in the stomach. Luffy's eyes got small and he skidded back and coughed up blood. Goku swung his foot up and kicked Luffy in the chin, lifting him off the ground before swinging his other foot at him, planting his heel in Luffy's side. Over and over Goku punched, kicked and blasted Luffy, blood staining the ground. When Luffy saw an open opportunity, he wrapped his legs around Goku's waist, and his arms around Goku's. Gomu Gomu no, Luffy shouted, shooting his head back. Kane, Bell, he roared and his head smashed into Goku's nose, both of their heads whipping back, their eyes white as they coughed up blood. Luffy let go of Goku and crashed into the sand, blood dripping out his mouth as Goku staggered back and panted. Goku looked at Luffy and hurled him into the air, right over the ship B4 vanishing and reappearing above him and driving his knee into Luffy's stomach, launching him into Thousand Sunny's floor. Go Dad, he won, shouted Gohan, as Luffy smashed to the floor. Goku turned to face his friends. When he heard steam coming from behind him, he looked back to see Luffy, his legs more than shoulder length apart, and his right fist on the ground, while his left fist was on his left leg. Gear, Secunda, said Luffy and he looked up and disappeared. Where did he go? Shouted Goku, and he tried to find him, going Kaioken. Impel down, Portgas D. Ace, your execution is set for 2 months and 3 weeks, said a prison guard to Ace. Ace looked up from his cell and grunted, signaling that he heard him. The guard walked away. His boots could be heard fading away until they faded away completely. The silence pressed down on Ace's ears like they normally did, when the guards walked away. He sighed and closed his eyes, wishing the pain of failure would leave him. Ace-kun, muttered Jim looking at him, and Ace looked up and sighed. A dark figure that was in the shadows made some movement, acknowledging him saying his name. I have a favor Jim. Thousand Summer. Gomu Gomu no. Started Luffy, appearing in front of Goku. He had his feet 2 feet apart, and he positioned his left hand in front of him, the palm facing Goku, and his right arm arched back. He squinted and shouted, Jet Pisuduru, and he shot his fist at Goku and hit him in the stomach. A burst of air shot out when he hit Goku, causing Goku to keep over. Goku shot across the water, crashing and rising off the surface of the water. Goku flipped up and skidded on the water and looked around and he got kicked into the water by Luffy's Jet Ono axe. He shot up and Luffy began to punch Goku, and Goku punched at Luffy, their fists meeting each other, and large amounts of energy were released into the air. Gomu Gomu no Jet Gatoringu, Gatling gun, screamed Luffy, and he began to hit Goku with hundreds of fists, punching every square inch of his body. Jet Pistoru, shouted Luffy. Goku threw his fist at Luffy's, meeting it, the steam billowing from Luffy's arm. The two vanished and bursts of air and energy shot around as they clashed around. Before Luffy appeared, arms shot back. Gomu Gomu no, he muttered, Goku appearing on Sunny. Luffy vanished and appeared on Sunny, his arms shooting forward, his palms smashing into Goku's chest. Jet Bazooka, Luffy shouted, Goku flying back into his friends, causing them all to fall over. Goku was panting and he got up, smiling. Well that was a surprise, Goku said and Luffy laughed, clapping. I never agreed to any of this nonsense. Besides, even if I did, this ship is way too small. I cannot accommodate such a scrawny thing, and I am not going to be subjected to stay on this thing, said Vegeta in rage. If you don't like it you are free to fly or do whatever you do. No one's making you say. Super Downer, said Frankie, spinning his arms. Vegeta clenched his fists and went over to Goku. Why did you say we would travel with these people if he would beat you? Not all of us want to be on this ship, you know. Yelled Vegeta. I thought it would be fun. And I really didn't think he was that strong, said Goku, innocently. The others didn't mind as much as Vegeta, enjoying such an interesting ship as this one, not knowing they were with pirates with very high bounties on their heads. They sailed off into the sunset. The newly joined Z fighters sitting on the deck, watching the sun slowly set behind the clouds on the horizon. Chopper was tending to both Luffy and Goku's wounds, bandaging them up and cleaning the cuts up. Goku thanked him and Sanji came out, handing people food and drinks that he made. This is amazing, exclaimed Goku, and everyone but Vegeta agreed. They ate it quickly and smiled. Luffy talked with them and they all explained their stories as they sailed across the sea. Soon they reached land, a few hours after dark, and they docked with the rest of the ships in the bay. Frankie jumped off the ship and looked at the place, everyone else of the Straw Hats following suit. It was a small city, with many shops and people, but seemed nice enough to get the supplies needed to work. Frankie walked to a supplies shop to purchase some supplies to repair any damage done to Sunny, as the others went to go buy other supplies such as food, medicine, clothes, tools and whatnot. Goku, Krillin, Gohan, Tien, and Piccolo went to get some supplies with Frankie, while Chopper, Bulma, Bola, Pan, and Vidal went to get medical supplies. The four girls were watching Chopper waddle around, looking for a medicine shop, and he began to grow worried. He didn't like how they looked at him like that, so he turned his head and yelled at them. Stop staring at me, we can't help ourselves, you're cute and fuzzy, Pan said, giggling. Shut up, screamed Chopper. When he reached a shop, he ran inside and began to browse through the selection. He was picking up bandage tape, remedies, and ingredients for medicines that the shop did not carry. His eyes scanned over some ingredients he had never heard of himself. Excuse me, sir, he started, and the man looked at him, wearing a green and white bucket hat. Ooh, a talking animal. What can I help you with, sir? He said, kneeling down to Chopper, and Chopper looked at him, pointing to some pills. What are these? See, Hopper asked, and the man smiled and was about to talk when a black cat walked up to him. We need to talk, there is a serious issue here, the cat said, and the man sighed. If you excuse me, I will be right back, the man in the green and white bucket hat said, and stood up and walked to the back of the little store with the cat. Zoro and Trunks got along fine, looking for swords and some grog. Being from the future planet Earth, Trunks has never tried grog, and Zoro laughed and said, well, you will like it, I hope. The main things we carry on the ship is wine, grog, some beer, and, of course, water. He laughed, and the two reached a sword shop. The two looked at the weapons on display and in the barrels. Trunks saw a sword in a barrel and picked it up. It had a silver blade, a handle with a dragon spiraling down it, and on the hilts were the four symbols: fire, water, wind, and earth. He smiled and turned to Zoro, who was picking out some katanas. You wield 3 swords? Asked Trunks, trying his new sword out. Yea, I do. 3-sword style is my specialty, said Zoro, and he spotted a clothing shop. I do need new clothes, he muttered and walked over. He found a white and orang pinstriped button-up shirt and green jeans. He bought them and changed into them. Trunks saw the large scar across his chest. Where did you get that? Asked Trunks, staring at his wound. Oh, I got this when I fought the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, responded Zoro, placing his swords back in their holsters. The two walked around looking for any interesting shops, when they both heard fighting in the distance. They walked to the source of the fighting to see 2 guys fighting, more importantly, sword fighting. What is going on? Said Zoro to the 2, but they ignored him. One of the guys was blonde and had a red cloak with black buttons and a black inside. He had a metal leg and a metal arm, and on his left hand, he wore a white glove. He placed his left hand on his right, and his right hand changed into a large sword. Electricity was licking the ground in his body, and he shot forward and slashed at the other man, who had white hair, white wolf ears, red shirt, and pants, purple beads around his neck, and a large sword that had fur below the blade. The wolf man growled and slashed at the kid and missed. The attack raged towards Zoro and Trunks, and Zoro whipped his swords out and slashed down the attack and shot forward. He met his 2 blades to theirs, and the sparks shot high. Why are you two fighting? Shouted Zoro, looking at the 2. Get out of my way. I have no business with you. I have a meeting with Pipsqueak over here, said the man white hair, and the kid's eyes went white and he brought his sword back and Zoro grunted. Onigiri, and he slashed his swords through the kid's chest and sent him flying. He sheathed the swords and looked at the kid. Why are you guys fighting? Zoro asked again, and the kid shot up and pointed to the wolfman. He keeps calling me Pipsqueak. He shouted. That is it, shouted Zoro. The kid's right arm changed back to normal and he glared at the wolfman. Who are you guys anyway? Asked Trunks, walking next to Zoro. I am Inuyasha, said the wolfman, putting his sword away. I am Edward Elric, the kid said, brushing the dirt from his cloak. The two glared at each other and Zoro sighed. So Inuyasha, what power do you hold? Asked Zoro, looking at the ears. It's just Inuyasha, idiot. You don't have to say it like that. Snapped Inuyasha. Whatever, have you eaten the kitsune fruit? Asked Zoro. The what? Asked Inuyasha. The fox fruit, you idiot, said Edward, walking to Zoro. I know what kitsune means, but I didn't know that there was a fruit called that, said Inuyasha. I am a wolf demon. He pointed to the ears. Haven't you seen a demon before? You more of an asshole than a demon, laughed Edward, and Inuyasha punched him in the head. Shut it, shouted Inuyasha. Sanji, Chaosu, and 17 went to get some food for the ships. They were looking for stuff to have, such as food, drinks, and clothes, for the time they would be docked in the town, until the repairs were finished on Sunny. Sanji stopped at a fish store and asked what kind of fish they had. Well, good sir, we have a good selection today. We got a shipment from East Blue just yesterday. Sanji got excited and followed the man to the freezer, where they kept all of the fish. While Sanji was getting some fish, 17 and Chaosu were out getting vegetables, fruits, and more meat for the dinners ahead. NJI gave them a list of the foods wanted, and they had to ask about them to the merchants, not knowing what most of them were. These foods don't even sound real, said 17 as he and Chaosu walked along, reading the list. Well, whatever they are, we have to ask every store we can find, Chaosu said, and they stopped at the first shop. Excuse me, sir, said 17, and the man turned around and smiled. How may I help you today? He asked, smiling at the two. We are new here and can't find some of these foods, said 17, showing the man the list. Golden lion shrimp, garlic bread balls, green lettuce, the man said aloud and smiled. You can find the foods you want in these stores around here. He shouted and handed them the golden lion shrimp. Thanks, 17 said, and took out the money. He stopped and though, crap, I don't know how much this is worth. Another thing, how many of these will I have to give you? Asked 17 and the man looked dumbfounded and confused. I just had a surgery, you see, said 17, making an excuse, and I forgot what everything is. Well, it is simple, my good friend. You just give me 4 of these, and 20 of those. There you go, sir, have a nice day, waved the man. When that man gets back, Chaosu, started 17 again. Remind me to ask him to tell us about the currency in this place. I don't know if I was ripped off or not. Shout. Zoo nodded and they walked around and 17 noticed some guys following them. Hey you, shorty, shouted one of the guys, and 17 and Chaosu turned around and the guys had their guns out on them. Give us your money if you want to live. 17 smiled and raised one of his hands, but the two guys got shot down by 2 shots. The two looked back and saw a tall, blonde-haired man that wore a long blood-red cloak and had a large cross on his back and a large pistol on his shoulder. What is it and these crazy people? 17 muttered as he leapt off the tree. The red-suited man somehow tripped in the air. He spiraled to the ground, shouting for help. Chaosu put his stuff down neatly and flew up to get the man who was crying like a baby as he fell. He caught him and slowly descended towards the ground, looking at the man who was crying like a baby. Vosh, shouted 2 women who were nearby, running to him. The orange-suited guy landed in front of 17 and smiled. Brook was out with Usopp and Nami getting some fabrics and weapons for themselves. Do you think we should get new outfits? Asked Nami, looking at her shorts. Brook looked at Nami, and opened his mouth, but Nami spoke first. If you ask me that question one more time, I will throw you into the ocean. Brook closed his mouth, and hung his head, and Nami found a clothes shop and ran to it, looking for new clothes. These guys are kind of weird. Why is that Afro guy wearing a skeleton costume? Asked Trunks to Godin. Godin shrugged, and they looked at Usopp, and he looked back at them. Why is that man with the afro wearing a skeleton costume? Asked Goten. Oh, he is not wearing a costume, he is dead, laughed Usopp, and they looked at each other in disbelief and shrugged, walking away. Haven't they ever seen a dead guy before? Said Brook, looking them. Well, maybe not everyone will react the same as we did, stated Usopp, sighing. Well, we should do something, Trunks said, looking around. Well guys, what do you think? Asked Nami, exiting the shop in a yellow shirt with an orange flower with a blue bud, blue shorts, and brown sandals. Usopp nodded and entered the same shop. Where are those two? Asked Nami, looking at the Brook. They left after Usopp told them I was dead and not wearing a costume. Said Brook, shrugging. The two continued to walk until Goten ran into something, falling over. Ow, my head, what did we hit? Moaned Goten, as he looked up to see the suit looking down at him. It brought its hand down to help him up and a voice echoed from inside. Are you guys okay? Trunks grabbed the Han D and threw the metal suit behind him and it soared into an abandoned building. The outer wall exploded, sending bricks clattering around, before the entire building itself collapsed. Edward, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Brook, Trunks, and Inuyasha looked in the direction of the explosion and ran to it. Trunks was firing high-powered energy volleys at the collapsed building and the surrounding people were watching in horror. Gohan stopped Trunks and they looked at the smoke and Trunks' eyes got wide. No way, he said, and staggered back, as Alphonse Elric walked out of the smoke, his suit completely unharmed. His eyes were glowing red as the smoke cleared and he walked over, the ground shaking with every step he took. Al, shouted Edward and he ran to his brother and then he walked beside him, and the two stopped and stomped their feet. Al stomped his right foot, and Ed stomped his left foot and the two stood diagonally, their shoulders touching, in a sense. Dust rose from their feet and Inuya's. Ha walked forward and stabbed his sword into the ground. A huge explosion came from behind him and Usopp and Nami flinched as Zoro squinted, as four figures walked out. The first one was a black-haired girl, carrying a bow and was in a schoolgirl's outfit. The skirt had a green lacing, and she had a red tie, which was tucked into her shirt. The second was a short, orange-haired kid with a big bushy tail. The third was a black-haired girl with a large boomerang on her back and what looked like a black skin-tight suit that had a decided mainland flavor, and apparent armor plates made of demon parts. The fourth was a black-haired man, who wore purple robes, and carried a golden staff and purple beads, much smaller than the ones around Inuyasha's neck. Sanji walked around, trying to find 17 and Chaozu, only to find Zoro, Nami, Brook, and Usopp watching something. What's going on? Started Sanji, walking over, but his question was answered almost immediately. His cigarette that he had in his mouth fell to the ground and the ashes were swept away by the wind. His eyes got wide as he saw what they were watching. Vegeta, Luffy, Roshi, Robin, and 16 had stayed on the ship. Luffy was below deck, showing Roshi and 16 around the ship. This is our aquarium. If we are at sea, and can't catch any fish, we just pick them out from here, said Luffy, waving his arms at the aquarium. 16 smiled and watched the fish. Luffy continued to show the two around the ship, and Vegeta was above deck, sulking. So, I take it you have a problem with our ship? Asked Robin, looking at Vegeta, and he turned around, and said, not only do I not like your ship, have a problem with all of you. I should not be expected to stay with you people. You're freaks, you're inferiors. I am supposed to be out there fighting, not stuck here on this piece of shit you call a ship. Robin frowned slightly and was going to speak, when she heard someone below. Oi, we got the stuff, where would you like us to put it? That other man, whatever his name is getting some fish, yelled 17, his clothes burnt and ripped, some blood on his lip. His name is Sanji, sir. Now load the food up, she said, and she put down the board that they used to exit and get on the ship with. Why can't we fly up and bring it? It would take less time, said 17, loading some apples and oranges. Well, you can, but some OFs can't fly, you see, she teased and giggled. Frankie walked out of the shop with an armful of metal parts, while Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien walked to the shore with loads of wood. They had all of the resources for a ship repair on the sand and went to get more, while Frankie began to feel around the ship, knocking on the wood. This is fun. I like being part of this. What did he call it, crew? Said Goku. carrying at least 15 long pieces of wood. Piccolo grunted and Krillin said, "Yay, I don't mind it. I mean they seem nice, they couldn't be bad guys, could they?" He looked around and the others shrugged and trudged on to place the wood on the sand. "Hey, thanks for helping you guys. By the way, I am Frankie, the mechanic of the ship," said Frankie, getting his hammer out. "So, where do we sleep on this ship?" asked 16, looking at the small sleeping quarters. "I am not sure yet, but we will find out a place for you guys, don't worry," answered Luffy, grinning. He was about to show them the kitchen, when an explosion from outside drew his attention. He, 16, and Master Roshi rushed upstairs and looked out on the island. The smoke was rising from the market district of the town. "What's going on?" shouted Luffy, and Frankie looked up. "I am not sure, the explosion just happened." "Where is Nami, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Brook?" he yelled, and Frankie shrugged. Luffy looked at Robin and she nodded. She created 2 poles of her hand on the side of the ship and Luffy attached his hands to them and he ran back. "Gomu Gomu no," he started. "Hana Hana," Robin started. "Rokuto, rocket," shouted Luffy and he whipped forward. "Misairu Hasha Sochi, missile launcher," shouted Robin, and she let go of Luffy's hand, as Luffy shot into the air towards the smoke. Navy headquarters. "Sir, we just got word of the Straw Hat Pirates. They on the northern part of Shuru Island," said a Navy officer, entering the quarters. "Then send out some ships. Don't just stand there, if we hurry, we may be able to catch him," roared the captain, and the officer saluted and ran out the door. Monkey D. "Luffy, at long last, I will put you in prison, along with your other meddlesome crew." He turned to another man in the room and nodded. "You know what to do," the captain said, crossing his arms, the other man looking up, his blue eyes in the light, half-lidded and blank. "Yes sir." Quote. Luffy soared in the air and approached the smoke. He looked down and shot his hands down and grabbed the sides of 2 buildings. Nami and Zoro jumped and looked up. "Luffy," the 2 shouted, and Luffy rocketed down and smashed into Ed and Owl. The 2 fell and Inuyasha, Kagome, Songo, Moroku, and Shippo leapt back. "What was that?" shouted Moroku, looking up. "Oh, that was a rough landing," came Luffy's voice, and the smoke cleared. He looked down and saw Owl and his eyes got wide. "Ehhh, it is a celestial night." He screamed and arched his arm and brought it down on, but Owl grabbed it and threw him off. "I am no celestial knight, whatever that is," shouted Owl, and Ed looked at Luffy, in his red vest and blue pants. "Who are you?" asked Ed, adjusting his glove. "I am Monkey D. Luffy," said Luffy, cracking his knuckles. Ed continued to look at him and then they looked up at the top of a building to see the same yellow-haired guy that saved 17, and beside him was a black-haired kid with a unibrow. He was wearing a green suit with a headband around his waist. He was also wearing black things on his ankles and wore palm gloves. There was a pink-haired girl, who had a red headband and a pink and red robe. Then, Vosh leapt out with Meryl Streep and Millie Thompson, and his glasses glistened in the sunlight. Not too long after Vosh came, Frankie, 17, Chaozu, Robin, Roshi, 16, 18, Chopper, Goku, Tien, Gohan, Vidal, Piccolo, and Krillin came and stood by the Straw Hats. Naruto, Rock Lee, and Sakura leapt from the building and ran towards Ed and Owl, while they ran towards Naruto. Inuyasha, Kagome, Songo, Moroku, and Shippo charged at Vosh and Vosh ran towards Luffy and the ESF followed Luffy. When the big fight was about to begin, a large explosion came from the center and threw everyone off their feet. "What the hell was that?" shouted Luffy, looking to where the explosion happened. His eyes got wide and he began to stutter. Nami looked at him and she, too, gone to stammer when she looked into the center. "It can't be," whispered Nami. Then the whole crew shouted, "Bartholomew Kuma." They all shouted as one of the pirate warlords, Bartholomew Kuma, stepped out from the smoke, Bible in his hand. "What is that?" shouted Ed, looking back at the smoke. Inuyasha covered his face as smoke and rubble shot past him as Kuma stood up. Al and Ed were hunched over, their hands over their heads. Ed peering out to gaze upon Bartholomew Kuma. He was an enormous man, standing 22 feet and 6 inches tall. The hat he wore featured a pair of rounded ears, and, along with the fabric of his pants, was covered in brown spots. His jacket contained a large white design reminiscent of a target crosshair. There were also several paw prints lining the bottom hem of his coat. Another feature was a long protruding chin, and his eyes, looking like shades. Ed transmutated his right arm into a sword and crouched down. "Who is this guy?" he shouted to Luffy, as Kuma looked his way. Kuma walked forward, each step shaking the ground, his glasses glinting in the sunlight. "He is a bad guy," Luffy shouted and shot his arm back. Kuma fixated upon Ed, getting closer and closer. "Gomu Gomu no," he started and squinted his eye. Everyone but his friends jumped in surprise. "Pistoro," he roared and thrust his fist at Kuma and hit the side of his head. The air pulsed and the ground shook as Kuma came to a standstill. He looked to his left, looking at Luffy, and targeted him. "Monkey D. Luffy," he stated, turning towards Luffy now, slowly removing his gloves. Zoro shot forward to attack Kuma, but he vanished and Zoro crashed into the ground. "Shit!" shouted Zoro, taking his swords out again. Kuma appeared behind Zoro and thrust his arm down, but Al kicked his hand away. Al's armor clashed with the hand, sparks flying around. Ed ran forward, before leaping in the air and slashing down at Kuma's arm, sparks raining down, before the two were shot away by Kuma's pad ho. The two crashed down, smoke rising from their bodies as they looked back where the paw prints hit. They slowly got up as another guy appeared on top of a building, a vice admiral cape on his back. Vass aimed his gun and blasted Kuma in the face, and the explosion engulfed Kuma's head but did nothing more but causing him to stagger back. Naruto, Luffy, Vash, Inuyasha, and Al all ran forward, with Goku in the air, and leapt at Kuma, each readying their attack. "Gomu Gomu no Gatoringu, /wave, Kamehameha." Ed turned his arm into a large drill and shot at Kuma, as Vash took his crossgun and loaded it. The attacks hit Kuma's stomach and they continuously attacked, sparks flying. Kuma skidding back, his face scrunching up in pain before the attacks threw him into the air. Rock Lee met him and axe kicked him into the ground, as the man leapt off the building and landed in front of Kuma. He shook his head and looked beside him as Zoro and Sanji shot towards him. Kuma smashed into the ground, dust shooting past the vice admiral and sent a tower of dust and smoke into the air. The vice admiral shot out, one leg crouched to his chest, the other one pointing towards Kuma as he spread his arms. He snarled and spun, his cape fluttering as formed a line with his legs, one opposite the other, and spun again. "Niru kick, kidney," shouted the vice admiral and kicked both Zoro and Sanji in the side, sending them crashing into buildings. Luffy placed his hands on his knees and pumped his legs, and steam began to gush from his veins. "Gear Secunda," he said, and looked around. Kuma appeared behind Luffy, and Vash fired his gun and it knocked Kuma back into a building. The building crumbled and the rubble rolled around and clattered as Kuma got up, brushing some dust off his shoulder before looking up. As Vash reloaded his gun, he was hit by a semi-transparent paw into a tree. It crashed down, wood splintering everywhere, and Inuyasha and Sango charged forward to attack. Zoro placed one of his swords in his mouth, and his other swords in his left and right hands. "Sanzen Sakai, Third Millennium World," he roared, and with sword in mouth, Zoro flipped his other two swords in front of him like a windmill. Then he charged at Kuma, trying to cut him. He finished with his left hand in front, and his right hand behind him, and the ground was torn up as a result, a light blue energy rising from the attack. "Damn it," he said, his sword still in his mouth. Kuma had moved out of the way, and turned to face Zoro. "What is that thing?" Inuyasha shouted, as it opened its mouth. A yellow ball started to form, yellow particles slowly shooting into the ball as it grew larger, his eye blinking red. "Frankie boxing," shouted Frankie, and he began to punch Kuma in the chest rapidly. And it caused Kuma to skid back with every 3 punches. Kuma was about to swipe at him with his hand, when Inuyasha leapt up and whipped his sword back and slashed it forward, then backwards again, screaming. /wave. The attack hit Kuma's back and sent High staggering forward. The ball in his mouth fired and hit a tree. As he staggered forward towards the tree the ball had hit, it exploded, throwing him back as the tree exploded. The explosion tore a good chunk of the area apart as the light shone. Frankie, who had positioned himself behind Kuma, drank 2 bottles of 1.5 liters of cola. He made a mmmmmmmmrrrrr sound as he put his forearms together. As he did, he grasped the long end of the pipe with his left thumb and pinky and aimed at Kuma. He began gathering air in his forearms. which expanded to an unnatural size, before unleashing a fantastic blast of air. Coup de vent, he shouted as the air lifted Kuma off his feet and spun him around. While spinning, Kuma brought one knee to his chest, and brought one arm back. He twisted his body slightly to the right, and raised his arm to make it parallel with his shoulder. Pad ho, he said, and, almost in slow motion, he brought his right arm down upon Al and Ed and shot a semi-transparent paw at the ground, and it threw Ed, Al, Vosh, and Kagome in the air and crashing down. "What kind of power is that?" shouted Vosh, as Kagome began to fire at Kuma. Kuma looked back, the arrows shattering on his back, purple shards and sparks flying around. She brought one arrow back as far as she could and let it go, the arrow spinning very fast as it shot through his arm, and he disappeared and reappeared behind her. "If you could go anywhere for vacation," said Kuma in his monotone voice. She looked back, his arm brought back. "Kagome," shouted Inuyasha, rushing forward. "Where would you go?" Kuma finished and threw his hand at her, as she fired another arrow and missed. Bloop, Kagome had vanished, and Inuyasha snarled and roared, shooting into the air, the ground breaking into large pieces. "You bastard," shouted Inuyasha, and he stabbed the sword in Kuma's open chest wound. Electricity shot from it, and Uma's head shot up and light blue electric smoke shot out. He balled his hand into a fist and threw it at Inuyasha and punched him off. Inuyasha rolled into a building, smashing through one wall. He staggered up and looked as the building collapsed on him. Kuma stepped forward, his armor torn in a few spots as he walked towards Ed. The Vice Admiral continued to clash with Zoro and Sanji, kicking and punching at them as they moved backwards. Al shot towards Kuma and spun a bit before arching his back, his hands in a conjoined fist. Kuma turned his head and swiped his hand at Al. Bloop, and Al had disappeared. Kuma hunched over, before looking up at Al, who was in shock. "Al," shouted Ed, and Kuma faced him as Edward charged forward. Kuma peered at him and brought his arm back to strike. "Everyone, run away," shouted Luffy, as he threw a punch at Kuma, missing as Kuma vanished, resulting in him punching a ruined building. He brought back his arm and Kuma appeared behind him. Luffy turned quickly as Kuma shot his arm at him, but Piccolo appeared and shot a key ball at Kuma. The ball hit Kuma's palm and shot away, hitting Goku. Piccolo snarled and he rose two fingers as they had a ball form around them. "Special beam," he muttered, aiming at Kuma as he shot at him. Kano, Bloop, Kuma got to him before he finished his attack. Krillin, who was throwing Ki and Destructo discs at Kuma, shot forward, still attacking. Kuma looked at him and swiped his hand around, deflecting all the Ki and Destructo discs into the ground and buildings. "Destructo," roared Krillin, appearing above Kuma, as Kuma slowly looked up. Raising his hand, "Disc," screamed Krillin and threw his arm down, the disc hitting Kuma's palm. With ease, Kuma deflected it back at Krillin and threw his arm at him, and with that, Krillin was gone. Kuma stood up straight and looked around, seeing everyone in horror, fear and anger. He walked forward towards Goten and Trunks, but Vegeta and Goku appeared in front of him. Both of them charged an attack. Goku charged his Kamehameha and Vegeta a final flash. The ground shook as they charged their attacks, rocks slowly floating as they growled. "Kame-hame," Goku growled, the light blue ball in his hands growing, and spinning rapidly as Kuma took another step forward. "Final," muttered Vegeta, his hands glowing bright yellow, electricity licking his body in the G-round as he slowly put his hands together, his palms facing Kuma. "Ha!" Flash, the two roared and their attacks shot at Kuma, and he vanished, the two attacks soaring through the air and hitting a large building, blowing it up. Large chunks of stone rained down as black smoke rose from the remains of the building. "Where did he?" Vegeta started and he saw Kuma and shot at him, spinning wildly before extending a leg. The Vice Admiral shot up and kicked Vegeta's leg, knocking him off course. The Vice Admiral winced, his leg making an awful sickening crack as he shattered the bone when he kicked Vegeta. He flew into the air and crashed down in a crater as Zoro shot at him. Persistent, he snarled and spun up, a sphere of dirt around him. He got himself upright and kicked Zoro, the sphere bursting, dirt shooting out. Sanji flipped in and kicked the Vice Admiral's back and sent him into a tree. Kuma turned around to get Vegeta, but Trunks was in his way, his blade in hand. "Trunks!" shouted Goten, running towards Kuma. "Stop!" "Run away, Goten," shouted Gohan, and he shot forward, his arm outstretched. "Goten," he shouted, but was too late. Goten vanished, Kuma looking at Gohan. "Gee, Goten," roared Gohan, and he punched Kuma in the face, sending him crashing into the ground and towards the Vice Admiral. The people watching began to run for cover as Kuma got closer to them as well, but he Vice Admiral punched Kuma in the back head and sent him into the air. "Damn it, Kuma, you are causing too much damage," he roared, and Kuma looked down, as Gohan shot up with Pan. Kuma shot down, throwing his left hand at Pan, his right at Gohan, making them disappear as he landed. His arms formed an X, and he uncrossed them as Vegeta dashed towards him. Kuma stood up again and slammed his hand down, hitting Vegeta. Meryl and Millie were shooting at him. Bloop! Luffy screamed at everyone to run as Kuma walked forward towards him. They all ran, with Luffy, Usopp, and Vash slowly retreating, still attacking him. The three ran away and Kuma vanished and Moroku leapt behind them. "Moroku!" screamed Sango, as he began to take off the cloth around his hand, and like that, he was gone with a bloop. Everyone ran to the ship. Kuma and the Vice Admiral hot on their trail. Zoro and Sanji sprinted as fast as they could, being the last two to get on, everyone shooting and throwing weapons at the advancing enemy. As soon as Zoro and Sanji got on, Frankie pulled the coup de burst lever and the ship shook. "Let's get out of here," shouted Frankie, and the ship rocketed into the air, the water crashing on the beach and smashing into the leftover supplies. Kuma and the Vice Admiral slowed to a stop and watched as the Thousand Sunny disappeared. The Vice Admiral sighed and crossed his arms, his black hair swaying in the wind. Looking back on the wreckage as people watched and gasped, the man peered around and sighed once more, Kuma putting his gloves back on. "See, can that really be? It is. Mission failed, we shall meet again. Monkey D. Luffy," Kuma said in his monotone voice and walked away, with the man limping a bit faster than him as they headed to the small ship that they traveled on. The Thousand Sunny crashed down in the ocean and the water sprayed everywhere. Sango was bawling with Shippo and Inuyasha over their lost friends. Goku and the remaining Z-Fighters too were in tears. Ed was crying, sitting in the shade of the tree, bawling as Chopper tended to his wounds. Vash was crying too, seeing everyone's friends and family vanished, and knowing no one had the power to stop it. Nami went to the crow's nest and buried her face into her arms, looking out on the sea, tears in her eyes. Sanji went to the kitchen and lit a cigarette, leaning against the cupboards. He puffed out some smoke and put his hands in his pockets before looking up at the ceiling. Robin went to the library and got a book, sat down in a chair, before burying her face in her hands. Chopper went around, taking care of everyone's wounds, wrapping them up, stitching them if needed. When he was done, he waddled to the sick bay and cried on the bed. Brooke walked down to the aquarium bar and sat on the bench as Frankie followed him. Frankie sat down and crossed his legs and arms, looking down. Luffy sat down on the front of the ship and covered his face with his hat. The ship glided on the ocean. As the disgruntled crew faced heavy losses, Sanji walked out, carrying a tray of coffee. The new friends were wrapped in blankets and Sanji went to them and gave them the coffee. They accepted it and drank it slowly. Luffy was standing at the front of the ship, his hat covering his face. Sanji walked over to him to offer him some grog, but Luffy declined it and balled his hands into a fist. Sanji looked at him, and Luffy's face was full of anger and sadness. He stepped back and walked to the kitchen, flicking some ashes to the ground. Storm clouds began to gather, and Nami brought everyone below the deck. She looked out and saw Luffy, still sitting in the same spot. "Luffy, come on inside, it is going." "Go away," he said, clenching his fists. Thunder clapped and shook the boat, as it sailed. She watched him as the rain began to pour. "Oi, Nami Swan, where are you?" shouted Sanji, and he saw her standing at the doorway. He walked beside her and looked out to see Luffy. "He has been in the same spot for 3 hours, she said. Sighing, the two nodded and walked in, as the rain began to come down harder. Luffy stood out in the rain, drenched to the bone, and shaking. He looked up, the rain hitting his face, at the sky. The moon peeking out slightly. He sighed and walked in, closing the door behind him. Marine Ford. Kuma and the Vice Admiral walked in, their boots clicking as they stepped onto the cement. The Vice Admiral continued to limp beside the towering behemoth of a man as he gritted his teeth. Knowing he was putting way too much pressure on a bone, he was sure was a fine powder by now. "Good evening, Vice Admiral," shouted some Marines, saluting him as he walked by. "Good evening," he replied and walked on by, passing Kobe, accidentally knocking into him. Kobe fell to the ground and the man stopped. He looked down and Kobe bowed to him. Kobe was a young Marine who was dressed in a white Marine jacket with a blue scarf. His pants were similar to his jacket. He had short pink hair, that was long enough to touch the back of his neck, but short enough to be considered short hair. He had goggles on his head with a yellow bandana with orange-brown cogs all over it. Sorry sir," he shouted, and the Vice Admiral put his hand out for Kobe to grab. "No son, it's me who should be sorry, I bumped into you." "I apologize," he said, smiling. Kobe stood up and walked with him, as the man talked and held his leg. "Vice Admiral Nori," came a male's voice and the man stopped. He turned his head, his black hair whipping behind him, his eyes half-lidded, as Son Goku appeared with Garp. "Yes, Fleet Commander," he replied dully, not turning his head more than it was. "You have an A.W. mission," the Vice Admiral sighed and looked at the sky. "It's always a mission against pirates, isn't it?" Thousand Sunny. Frankie stood on the beach, a few feet from Luffy. Luffy cracked his knuckles and Frankie cracked his. The two crouched down and Frankie leapt forward and threw his right arm back. "Strong right," he shouted and punched Luffy in the cheek, sending him across the sand. Frankie dashed after Luffy as he got up, both of them shooting their arms back. Luffy twisted his arm as he shot it back and growled, both their fists shooting towards the other. "Gomu Gomu no Reifuru," he screamed and smashed his fist in the square of Frankie's chest. His arm began to unwind itself and shot Frankie spiraling into a tree. Goku appeared in front of him and threw a punch at him. Luffy ducked and punched Goku in the stomach and sent him flying. The two began to fight, while Trunks and Zoro dueled, sparks flying as well as blood staining the sand. Ed placed his hand on his right arm and it transformed into a sword. He charged at Brook and slashed at him. Brook dodged it and whipped his sword out, clashing, sparks flying as well. Before Zoro and Brook swapped opponents, dueling with both of them at the same time. They were on a small remote island, hidden from most people. "Gomu Gomu no," Luffy said, and he shot his foot up as Goku shot towards him, a high-powered energy ball in his. "Oni," he shouted and brought it down upon Goku's back and sent him into the ground, sending sand everywhere. "Kamehameha," shouted Goku, and a Kamehameha wave shot out from the pit and threw Luffy into the air. "Luffy," shouted Nami and Chopper, but Luffy shot his hands back and slung them forward and knocked Goku off his feet. Even deeper into the hole came, Goku said, placing his hands behind him. "Gomu," Luffy started, throwing his hand behind his back. "Haim," Goku continued, a bright blue ball of light forming. "Gomu no," Luffy said, his arm reaching its fullest extent. "Ha," echoed Goku's voice as a super Kamehameha wave shot up at Luffy. "Bazooka," screamed Luffy and he shot his hands at the blasta. The two attacks collided and sent a wave of energy through the air. Luffy flew through the air and shot to the ground and crashed. He got back up and grinned at Goku. The two were about to congratulate each other, just as storm clouds began to form. Everyone who wasn't already on the ship got on it as the storm began to stir the ocean. The ship shook violently, due to the waves, but still they sailed on. "Luffy," shouted Nami over the speaker. Ya Nami?" he shouted looking at the crow's nest. "We are about to hit Arabasta," she shouted, and the original Straw Hats shouted in unison. "What? But how did we get back there?" shouted Chopper. "I am not sure," answered Nami, and the snail receiver began to ring. "Hello?" she asked, answering it. "This is Arabasta Sea Control," came a male's voice. "Since when did Arabasta take such precautions like this?" "A sea control?" she thought as the man talked. "What is your purpose of coming to Arabasta?" he asked, and Nami lied. "We came to restock on supplies," she said, and the man snorted and chuckled. "And who, may I ask, is here for supplies?" he asked, and Luffy shouted, before Nami had a chance to reply. "The Straw Hat Pirates." There was silence and then he hung up. The water began to calm down and the docks appeared. "That's what they mean by sea control," she shouted, and they docked. Everyone was still awed at the new technology that Arabasta had developed while they were away. Vivi was looking out on the desert, smiling. The day was not too hot, it was just right. The wind was blowing. The sun hid behind clouds to cool things down, and could it be? She stood up and looked at the dock. She saw a familiar flag and leapt off the balcony she was on. She landed softly on the building below her and then onto the ground. And to the docks and saw Luffy get off the ship, followed by Nami, Zoro, Chopper, Sanji, Usopp, Robin, and Frankie. She ran to them and they smiled at her. "What are you guys doing here?" Vivi asked, sniffing in happiness. "Well, we are looking for some supplies and a place to stay," said Nami, smiling at Vivi. "We have been ambushed by Bartholomew Kuma," Robin said quietly, and Vivi stepped back. "Don't worry, Vivi, she is one of us now," Nami said, walking beside her. Vivi smiled weakly and nodded. She led them to the castle. Luffy was looking around, smiling, when he saw a man standing on top of the castle. Luffy stopped walking and stared at the man, and the man stared back at him. The man had, what looked like, from a distance, a white assassin armor on, and it shone in the sun. The man crouched down and then disappeared when Luffy blinked. He looked around and Nami ran back to him. "What are you looking at, Luffy?" she asked, looking up too. "There was a man up there," he said, and the two shrugged and walked to the castle. "Straw Hats found," a male's voice said. "Peruse them and eliminate them," came another voice, and the man hesitated, then nodded. He vanished into the shadows of one of the towers, making his way down into the castle itself. Vivi's servants brought out the food and put it on the table. There was tons of beef, vegetables, fruit, grog, wine, fish, bread, mashed potatoes, pork chops, lamb chops, roast baked chicken, peas, carrots, mulled wine, and pig. A feast for old friends, and to the new ones. She shouted and everyone cheered, and then Vivi's eyes got small. Another man was cheering with them, but was unfamiliar to the Straw Hats or anyone else in the room. They all looked at him as he picked up a glass of grog, laughing. "Don't you all just love to party?" asked the man, wearing his vice admiral outfit. He had yellow shoulder pads on the cloak, and they had hundreds of yellow dangling laces that were about 1 inch long. He had a mask covering his mouth and nose, and a hood that formed a widow's peak and stopped at the center of his eyes. He had blue eyes and black hair that covered some of his face as he removed the mask and smirked at them. "Let us feast," he said, and Luffy jumped up and shot his arm back and then released it to punch the Mont's face. "What the?" everyone shouted, because Luffy's fist went through the Mont's face and sand shot out upon impact. The man snickering, "But that's the power of Crocodile," finished the man, and he placed his palm to his face and he changed into Crocodile. "No, Crocodile is down in level 6 of Impel Down, locked away forever." Smiling like a blubbering fool, the man laughed, and placed his palm to his face and returned to his original form, snickering and eating food. "I enjoy scaring people in that manner," he said, draining the glass of grog, placing it down, looking up, sneering with grog running down his chin, dripping on the floor as he bared his teeth. "WW, what are you doing here?" shouted Vivi, her eyes wide with fear, her hand shaking as she watched him. "I was sent to eliminate the Straw Hats," he said, and Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp, Frankie, Robin, Brook, and Nami all stood up. They were preparing for an attack, but the Vice Admiral continued to eat, ignoring their movements. The rest of them stood up too, watching him. "Then you will have to fight us all," everyone shouted, and the man waved his hand, dabbing his face with his napkin. "Oh, that is funny," he chuckled, looking up, sitting back in his chair. "If you didn't know, I am Morrisando the Marines. Experimental Vice Admiral. They have given me all the powers of every criminal that has gone to prison. Every Marine Devil Fruit user, every listed power we could get their hands on, Shichibukai ones too. But that was a bit of trouble to get." He frowned, and he sighed. "You don't know how boring this job is. I am sent to kill or capture pirates such as you guys." He drained another cup and the Straw Hats stood there. "Why are you here exactly?" Luffy asked, looking at him, and the man smirked. "Well, since you asked, the world government seems to think you are becoming a greater threat, not us. You're why. I mean, if someone waged war on the world, don't you think that you would be high on their list?" "So are you going to?" started Zoro, and the man cut in, looking at him. "Must you ask me such a question, Roronoa Zoro? You are all notorious pirates with bounties greater than many in the Grand Line. You took out the CP9, declared war on the world, have been causing trouble all over the world. LD, and you are asking me if I will kill you? Idiot, my mission is to kill you all, but my goal in life is different. Kuma didn't follow orders and sent some of your friends flying. So, I was sent here to eliminate you all, he said. Standing up, however, I will let you go for now. Besides, if I was going to kill you, all of you would be dead before you had time to even react or realize what just happened. But know this. The next time I will not hesitate to take you all down. So, I suggest that you leave here right away. And with that he disappeared. The Straw Hats stood there and ran to the window, not seeing him. Luffy then looked around and saw the table and shouted as food appeared on it. Food, and he began to shovel food into his mouth. The others began to eat, very hesitantly, and Vivi looked around. Somehow, the tension had disappeared when the Vice Admiral had. How strange, almost as if he wasn't there at all. Something's not right here, she thought and looked outside, from her balcony. She saw a man in a white Vice Admiral cloak walking away. Then he turned into a bird and flew away. She watched it fly away and tilted her head. That must have been no he turned Ed into a bird. She sighed and sat down to eat with the others. Reeb ish shah dest shoot evi, asib some Sanjas. Vivi, this is the best food ever, aside from Sanji's, Luffy shouted, with a mouthful of meat. She giggled and drank some mulled wine and ate some fruit, something Luffy purposely avoided. She smiled at everyone, then closed her eyes and began to think about that will be revealed later. The sand began to shift in the desert, as the wind picked up. The Vice Admiral was flying around Arabasta, keeping watch on the castle and the inhabitants. He looked upon the small cafe that was there and sighed, remembering a day in the past. Bleep bleep, bleep bleep, rang his den mushi. What is it? He answered, resting on a building. Have you eliminated the Straw Hats? Came the voice. Number. I have not, he replied, scratching his head. The people I saw were not the Straw Hats. They were just imposters, he said, and the receiver sighed. Well, Vice Admiral Mori, you must find the Straw Hats. It is your job and what you were made to do. Eliminate pirates we send you to kill, the receiver said, and then hung up. I hate when people say I was made to do something. He growled and looked around. He saw one of the Straw Hats, Sanji, walking around. Maybe I should have a little fun, he said, grinning, and he leapt in front of Sanji. Well, if it isn't the famous sea cook. Sanji, perhaps we can become more acquainted, he said, his hood covering his eyes. Sanji dropped his cigarette, and got into a battle stance. Morrisando snickered, and Sanji crouched down. I suppose you want to kill me and kill the rest? Growled Sanji, and Mori laughed. No, did you not hear what I said back in there? I would have if I wanted to. I want to test you, he said, and ran forward. Ippo Ru, shoulder, shouted Sanji, and he shot his foot at Mora's shoulder, and the Vice Admiral squinted. Jigo, leg, he shouted, and brought his foot up to Sanji's, preventing the attack. What? Shouted Sanji, and the Vice Admiral laughed. I have heard of your famous footwork, Sanji. You beat the CP9 with it. Now show me what you can truly do. Furinshi, stomach, shouted Sanji, bringing his foot to the Vice Admiral's stomach. Powatori nu, breast shoot, said the Vice Admiral. His foot met his and Sanji's eyes got small. Kori, neck, Saraisu shuto, slice shot. Sanji was flipped onto his back by Mora's attack. You aren't trying hard enough. Come on, you beat a CP9. Now beat me, I will kill your friends if you don't. He shouted, and Sanji growled and stood up. Baroshetto, he shouted, and pounded his foot into the Vice Admiral's face. This caused Mori to stagger back, holding his face. Diabaru Jambu, devil's leg. Sanji roared, and he began to spin rapidly. What is this? I have never seen this move, the Vice Admiral thought, and Sanji's right leg began to glow red. Ekusatora Ashi, premium quality mincemeat. He howled and began to kick, and Sanji kicked the air multiple times prior to impact, seeming to create a barrage of kicks that were hitting the Vice Admiral on his stomach, face, arms, and legs. He head off and kicked the Vice Admiral in the cheek with a horizontal kick, and sent him into the desert. Sanji, what is going on? Asked Vivi, popping her head down. She saw him bleeding, and she gasped, her hands to her mouth. The Vice Admiral was waiting for me, he panted, and limped back in quickly to warn the others that they had to get moving quickly. The Vice Admiral laid on his back, in a crater of sand. He was bleeding from his mouth, and he tasted it. So, I guess this is what beat the CP9. Interesting, he thought, and sunk into the sand and shot up as a snake. I will have to see about them. Maybe ISS should follow them, he hissed, and slithered to the ship and entered the ventilation system. As the moon rose over the deserts of Arabasta, a large figure moved through the sand, followed by a few others. The largest figure was covered in a large brown cloak that covered its entire body, while the others were covered in black. They moved quickly and quietly, the moon shining. "Oi, how much longer till we get there?" asked one of the figures, looking at the largest figure. The large figure looked at him. A section of a light brown wooden mask was revealed in the moonlight, the eye slit squinted. Much like a sharp, dual-ended teardrop, the mask had a ridged and blood-red scar that ran over the eye slit, as an amber eye peered out. "Not much further. We are given our orders to wait for a while anyway. There is supposed Wild Rouge bandits around these parts. Not only that, there are some high bounty pirates running around, one with a skilled marksman, a very skilled swordsman, and a cocky but powerful captain with a devil fruit power," said the figure, his voice deep and grumbling. The other figure nodded and they continued on their way, and saw another hooded figure just over a hill of sand. The two met and nodded before walking together towards a small camp. This camp had a great view of the castle, but was hidden from view, so the camp could see the castle. But the castle could not see the camp. The shadowed figures gathered near a fire that they made and sat down. "Listen, our captain wants to know if Project Fang is complete yet," asked a shorter man, a conductor's wand in his hand as he crossed his arms, looking up at the larger figure. They all nodded and the large figure cleared his throat. "Project Fang is nearing completion. Just a few more adjustments to the project should finish it. We are ready to initiate the plan when orders are given," the figure said, and the man holding the conductor's wand reached in his pocket and removed a piece of paper. "Orders are to set it in motion the moment it is complete. I was given command of it, and we need you and you," he pointed to the largest figure and another tall man who wore all black, "to go off on your way till he arrives," the man said, and they all nodded. As the moon was right over them, they still were discussing Project Fang and what needed to be done, and soon Hay put the fire out so no one, if anyone, would notice it. But that was too late. Already Vivi was walking to the light source as it went out. She noticed it right away and walked faster to its as someone peered over and spotted her. Guys, we need to get out of here. Someone is coming," shouted a hooded guy, and they all gasped and bolted, the larger guy apparently shaking his head. "Idiots," he slowly sunk into the sand, along with some other guys just as Vivi appeared. She saw no one in sight, everyone was hiding or gone. "I know I saw people here," she muttered and continued forward. Behind her a group of shadows loomed as some people approached, their swords out. Well guys, it seems we have a good catch today," laughed a bandit, his tongue hanging out. Vivi turned around as two of the bandits leapt towards her, both their swords out. As she closed her eyes and screamed, there was a clash of metal on metal, silence, then a soft violin tune. She opened her eyes and saw a man over her, wearing a brown cloak. On the back was a triangular mask pattern on it, with two eye slits, and a red mark running down the right eye. She gasped and then saw the bandits, who were behind the two clashing with the one cloaked figure, were looking at some musical notes floating around them. They watched as a quarter note entered their bodies and left out their backs. Nothing happened. They smirked and took one step forward, and suddenly they dropped their swords and grabbed their head in agony. They writhed and twisted in pain as a half note passed through them. Again they screamed and writhed, saying that their body was burning up. "Fools," came a soothing voice as the man with the conductor's wand appeared. He was waving the wand in the air as he walked up behind Vivi. He let out a chuckle and rose the wand, a whole note appearing above it. "Let's end this petty fight," he said, and slowly lowered it, and the whole note passed through the bandits, and as soon as it left their bodies, they were engulfed in an explosion. Vivi covered her mouth and watched as the bandits collapsed into the sand and the two other bandits were cut down. She looked up as they put their weapons away. The man who held the conductor's wand looked at the other and motioned for him to move, and they began to walk away. Vivi saw it. It was only for a second. It was on the conductor's cloak. She could never mistake that symbol anywhere. It was not a pirate skull, a marine symbol, or anything native to this land. It was a snow-white, oval pattern with a red X through it. She gasped. Nd fell back as the two sunk into the sand, vines dragging them in until they were no more. Next morning the Straw Hats walked to their ship, led by Vivi. "I wish you guys didn't have to go so soon. You just got here," she said, pouting slightly. Last night may have shaken her, but she was seeing off her friends and was more concerned about them than the events from last night. We would, but if an Vice Admiral is here, the Marines may soon follow, Robin said, and Vivi nodded. She helped them put their supplies on and saw them off. We will try to get back as soon as we can, shouted Luffy. That is a promise. Vivi nodded and they sailed off. Usopp was in the supplies room, checking off what they had. He heard a hiss somewhere and turned around. Who's there? He said, shakily. Nothing. He turned around and went back to marking. Soon a slithering came, scratching across the wooden floor. Hello? Usopp shouted. He turned around and saw a snake and he screamed. Ugh! Then there was an explosion in the supplies room and the smoke trailed through the vents. Usopp! Shouted Sanji and he rushed to the basement. He bashed open the door, and saw Usopp coughing. Usopp, what happened? He shouted waving the smoke. I am very sorry, he coughed. I dropped something into my gunpowder. He coughed more. Sanji sighed in relief. Be a bit more careful, idiot, Sanji said and walked upstairs. Usopp grinned evilly and snickered. Fool, he looked behind him and Usopp was tied up and tucked behind the boxes. The Vice Admiral walked forward, wearing Usopp's clothes and threw them at him. He then changed into his marine suit, adjusting his tie as he smirked at Usopp, dressing him back up. I'm not going to be so rude. Forgive me for doing this, good sir, he said, towering over the frightened pirate as he sneered. His teeth showing, he snickered and turned into a snake and slithered into the vents. He slithered around, and got to the girls' room. He peeked in and saw Robin's back to him, completely naked. So this is the devil woman? Such beauty so sexy yet very deadly, thought the Vice Admiral. He smirked and continued to gaze at Robin. Her slender body, her smooth skin, her near-perfect hips. Her long luscious black hair. He shook his head and turned into a mouse and looked up at her, as she brushed her hair. He chuckled and leapt out of the vent, dashing up the bedpost, landing on the edge. He stood up as she turned around and she jumped seeing him. She took no time to hesitate. She picked up a book and brought it down upon him. Wait, he shouted, T was slammed with the book and thrown into the wall. He shook on the ground, holding his head. Ow, he complained, rolling around as Robin walked forward. He looked up and shook his head as she crouched down. A talking mouse with no decency? Had you at least given warning that you were there I would have been less likely to hit you, she said, in a joking way. He sat up and rubbed his head. My deepest apologies are milady if I may, can I ask what your name is? He asked and looked at her. She smiled and nodded. Nico Robin, she said, and he nodded and stood up slowly, holding onto the wall. She picked him up and he sat down again and watched her. She placed him on her bed and began to get dressed and he looked away and peered around the room. He ran under the pillow as his den mushi rang. He sighed and answered it, and listened. This is Sengoku informing all Marine officers above captains that Morrisando has not responded for several days. If you happen to see him, have him contact HQ, right away. He shook his head and put it away and ran out to see Robin looking around. As he ran out, the door to the room opened and he skid to a stop as Nami walked in. He walked slowly and she caught him out of the corner of her eye and picked up a book. Oh God, not again, he sighed as she hurled it at him. Sanji was in the kitchen chopping up some onions, cucumbers, tomatoes, and lettuce for a salad and stew. He also got out some meat and began to chop it up and dice it, adding the vegetables to the stew before tossing the meat in a frying pan. The sizzle of the meat hitting the hot surface sent an aroma that made Sanji smile. He took out some spices and dashed a few of them on the meat and put them back, walking to the fridge to get out some milk, eggs, and butter. He got them and got a large bowl and whisk. This will be a good dinner: sand crab meat, desert lettuce, tomatoes and onions from North Blue. How some of these exist, I am not sure, but he poured milk into the bowl, cracked 2 eggs. Tossed in a bit of butter. I will make the best of it all. He looked at some fish and thought for a bit and cut them up as well, chopping up the bones into in powder and diced and chopped the head of the fish and added it to the milk, eggs and butter. He flipped up the whisk and caught it and gently, but quickly tired it, humming as he did so. He stopped when he heard yelling, running, and crashes. I wonder, Sanji thought, and not too long after that, the door burst open and Nami was standing there looking at the ground as a mouse bolted away from her and ran to Sanji. Dear God, make her stop, he squeaked and dodged another book. Sanji gently placed down the bowl and dried off his hands and sighed as the mouse got to his shoe. Nami, where did the mouse come from? What was it doing to make you want to harm such an innocent little? He was in the girls' room when Robin was naked. You bastard, shouted Sanji, punting the mouse into the wall opposite him. He hit the wall and slid down, groaning. Damn, his leg is powerful. This form has so many limitations. I need to at least get them to let their guard down. I might die if anything else. Say happens, thought the Vice Admiral, and he looked up and gasped, Sanji right over him. Wait, he shouted, and Sanji quirked a brow. You can talk? Murmured Sanji, and the mouse nodded quickly. Why yes sir, I very much can. Just let me live. I am a simple mouse. Well, a mouse with a very high IQ, but that is besides the point. I would very much appreciate it if I could stay aboard till we reach land. It can talk, Nami said, and Sanji looked at the mouse and he smiled. Well, as long as it stays out of the food, he said, and the Vice Admiral nodded, wiping his brow. He looked around, and walked outside on his two back legs. He pushed open the door, using all his might to move it, and walked around. His ears quivered as he heard the sounds of a violin and quickly looked around. It can't be, he thought, and scuttled to the edge of the ship to his right and looked around. Nothing. He ran to his left and looked around. Nothing. Who could that? He muttered and turned around. Brook's face right in front of him. Mouth open, the Vice Admiral screamed and nearly fell off the side and backed away. Who are you? Asked the Vice Admiral, and Brook stood up and removed his hat. Brook, he said, and the Vice Admiral got back up and Brook began to play his violin again. Brook-san? He said, and Brook looked at him. This must be Humming Brook. Once part of the Rumbar Pirate. That only wanted to make people happy with their music, or so my records tell me. He is an excellent swordsman, undead, a crack on his forehead, the Vice Admiral thought to himself, remembering T. He reports he read about the Straw Hats. A little mouse. Are you interested in music? Brook asked. Very much, yes, he said, and Brook smiled. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. He laughed slowly and began to play the violin once more. The Vice Admiral listened to the music, swaying with the notes. Brook stopped, then looked down at the mouse. There is a talking mouse, shouted Brook, and the Admiral shook his head and hid his face in his hand. The Vice Admiral looked around and then up at the sky as some birds flew overhead. Brook continued to play, and the Vice Admiral leapt from Brook to Luffy, and landed on his hat. So this is the famous Straw Hat Luffy. He doesn't look like much. Quite weak. His brainwave patterns are very low. A childlike education, fierce ambitions, strong willpower. He is more brute than brawn. But still, he is pretty skinny for a 300 million pirate. The Vice Admiral thought and examined him closely and then looked around as Robin walked towards the swing. She passed Zoro and she nodded and smiled at him, and Zoro nodded lazily. Honestly, I don't get what is going on. Let's find out about that man there, thought the Vice Admiral, and he felt someone watching him. He slowly turned to see Chopper looking at him, as he nibbled some bread. The two stared at each other and blinked for what seemed like hours. The Vice Admiral started, and Chopper dropped his bread, screamed, and waddled as fast as he could away, running to Frankie, who was just coming out from the bathroom. Frankie, 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 shouted Chopper and hid behind Frankie's leg, and he looked up. There's a talking mouse on Luffy's head. He whined, and Frankie looked at him and shook his head, walking to Luffy, eyeing the mouse. This mouse was talking? Asked Frankie, looking down at Chopper, his arms crossed. Yay, yay. Chop nodded, hiding more. Frankie squatted down and lifted his sunglasses and tilted his head. The Vice Admiral was staring at him, and quivering. Never before had he seen this man and, quite frankly, didn't want to die. He coughed, and Frankie started to reach towards him when Robin came up from behind Frankie. Oh, I see you have met our friend here, Frankie, said Robin, smiling at the Vice Admiral. He sighed in relief and ran to her. Frankie quirked a brow at her and pointed at him. He is our new friend? He asked, and Robin nodded, picking the Vice Admiral. He must have gotten on the ship in Arabasta, hidden in the vent for a while after sleeping. That's what we think, at least, Robin said, smiling at the mouse. He smiled back and looked at Chopper and Frankie. Well, a friend of Robin is a friend of ours, smiled Frankie, sticking out his hand, more his pointer finger than anything. The mouse looked at them and they smiled as he slowly shook it. They all smiled and went back to doing what they were doing, excluding Chopper, who was walking and talking with the mouse. So you are, the mouse started, and Chopper smiled, giggling, nibbling his bread. Tony Chopper, he said, and the Vice Admiral smiled and his stomach grumbled. He rubbed his stomach and a shadow loomed over him. He looked up to see Zoro, holding bread in his hand. Zoro peered down, only one eye visible, and he rose the bread, apparently to strike, and the Vice Admiral winced, but heard a soft ripping sound. He looked up and saw Zoro tearing his bread in half and giving it to him. "Hungry? Eat that up. I don't need it all," Zoro said, smiling, and he walked away. The Vice Admiral hungrily ate it and teared softly. These pirates, they were supposed to be cruel, evil, heartless, unforgiving. But what? They are giving me food and treating me as a friend. He sniffed and whipped his eyes and looked around. Chopper was smiling at him, and the Vice Admiral closed his eyes. "I must talk with Robin. Chopper, if you will please excuse me." He bowed and scuttled over to Robin. "Robin-san?" he asked, and Robin sat down and the Vice Admiral ran to her hand. "I was snooping in the Marines database just recently. Are you really the one to destroy 7 Marine warships?" he asked, and Robin's face got serious. "I am just curious, that is what they said, or could it be they were lying?" he said, and Robin's eyes got small. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell a mouse the Marines already have a bounty on my head, and nothing I say will change that," she said. And the Vice Admiral relaxed and listened to her story. "Well, it was 20 years ago, when I was living on Ohara," started Robin, "where the ancient tree of knowledge was, where books from the beginning of the human race were found," said the Vice Admiral, and Robin looked at him, almost waiting for more. "If you are waiting for me to say, there was the people, the devils of Ohara, you are sadly not going to hear it," he said, folding his hands. "You don't of course not. What Vice Admiral Sengoku did was terrible. I was on the boat on the time, and was horrified. I swam to the shore and tried to save some books, which I happened to save around 100 of them," he said, adjusting his glasses. "You saved over 100 books? How?" she asked, and the mouse waved his hand. "Later, I want to hear the rest," he said, and looked at her. "Oh well, I was made fun of and called a monster after eating the hana fruit. I had nowhere to be safe from prosecution, but then I went to the TREE of knowledge and became an archaeologist. I was happy at that, and then came about a Marine headquarters Vice Admiral Saul D. Jaguar. Saul D. Jaguar, the Vice Admiral said, and Robin nodded. "He was stranded with an injured leg and I helped him recover. Then the Buster Call," she clenched her fists. "They made the lie that I destroyed the ships when Saul destroyed them," she said, angrily. The Vice Admiral was shocked and mortified. His friend, partner, and co-worker, a gentleman, destroyed ships? That seemed wrong. And then, Saul was frozen by Admiral Kuzan, R.O., Bin said, and took another breath to continue, but the Vice Admiral put his paw up. He didn't want to believe it. No, he had to. Everything she said made sense. The warships, Saul's death, and the Buster Call, all were sound and correct. "That's enough," he said. He was shaken and angry. The place he was created in was a bunch of murderous liars and pinned it on an innocent girl. Robin looked at him and he put his hands together. He sighed and breathed deeply, looking at the sky. He spotted Frankie walking towards Luffy, and he started towards him, but he stopped and turned to Robin, bowing. "I am sorry about intruding upon you like that, Robin," he said, and scuttled away, just as Nami soon walked out and Robin stood up. "Something is not right," Nami said, and she led Robin to Usopp's factory. "Usopp," she said, and Usopp kicked one of the boxes down. The two looked and saw him tied up and gagged. "Oh my God," Nami said, and ran to untie him. "There is a Vice Admiral on the ship," he shouted, and the two drew back. Meanwhile, the Vice Admiral had just got done talking to Frankie and Chopper, still furious. He shook his head more and then spotted Brook, still playing in the shade of the tree. "What's your story, Brook-san? I have heard many bad things about you," he said, and Brook looked at him, continuing to play. "I am not a bad man. I am just misunderstood. I have a mission, and a promise to fulfill," he said. Playing more, the Vice Admiral was intrigued. What could he possibly have to do? And what would that be? The Vice Admiral asked. To get back to Laboon," he said. And the Vice Admiral tilted his head. "Laboon? Is that a lover? A hometown? Me and my friends were going to see him, when we were attacked by a bunch of pirates. We were poisoned and were determined to keep our promise. We played one last time and I recorded it, before we all died," and Brook gripped his violent. He shook and tears filled his eyes and dumbfounded the Vice Admiral. The hell was going on? Not only was he moved by all the stories, he was confused as to why and how a skeleton could produce tears. I am being ordered to kill these people? So far, I am not convinced, the Vice Admiral thought and ran over to Luffy. He was still sleeping, so he ran to the edge of the boat and sighed. Tough day, isn't it? Came a deep voice, and the Vice Admiral turned and saw Zoro sitting beside him. You are one of the first people not to attack or question me. 3 Swords, may I have your name? The Vice Admiral asked, and Zoro looked at him. Rananoa Zoro, he said, looking back at the sun, some birds flying by. The Vice Admiral smiled and sighed. What is your story? Why are you the way you are? Are you sure, Usopp? The Vice Admiral from Arabasta asked Nami, and Usopp nodded. Frankie, Sanji, and Chopper all came down with them, wanting to know what the commotion was all about. Why, yay. Then he turned into a snake and hid into the vents. So he turned into a snake, Chopper started slowly. And hid in the vents, Frankie muttered. And was sleeping until recently. Robin muttered, and Nami, Sanji, Frankie, and Chopper all shouted. The mouse, he just stood there, in content. When he opened his eyes quickly and turned around as a bunch of shadows loomed over him. Twa claws, he shouted and slashed at a butterfly, tearing it into 3. He breathed in and out, and D leapt down to the butterfly and placed his hands on it. It flew back up and flew away. Then, Goku walked up with Sango, Shippo, Inuyasha, Ed, Sakura, and Vital. Great, more pirates, he said, and scampered to the ledge. Vital went to the ledge and saw the mouse. Away, look at the mouse, she said, and picked him up. I prefer not to be picked up, thank you, he said, and Vital screamed. A talking mouse, she screamed, and dropped the Vice Admiral. Nor do I like being dropped either. Seriously, what is wrong with you people? He shouted, rubbing his head. 16 walked over and picked the Vice Admiral up and sat down on the ledge. And who are you? The Vice Admiral asked, and 16 smiled. I am Android 16, he said, in his monotone voice. An android? Please do explain, said the Vice Admiral, and he sat down and listened to 16 explain about the androids. Robin, Frankie, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, and Nami all were in Usopp's factory, discussing what to do. We could ambush him. Go out now and Saint. Right, muttered Usopp, and Sanji shook his head. You saw what happens if we attack him. He has logica powers, that's for sure. Sanji growled and lit his cigarette. Then what do we do? Asked Nami, shaking, and Frankie crossed his arms. Nothing, not till he slips. They sound very much like the pacifistas at the HQ, the Vice Admiral muttered, and then everyone gathered around him. Pacifista? Asked Vital. Yes, the pacifistas were created by the lead scientist, Vegapunk. He was the one who researched the sea gems, the material in the stone cuffs. Oh, the stone cuffs negates the devil fruit powers to nothing. He also researched Admiral Kizaru's devil fruit and designed the pacifista with his power, added to Kuma's speed and defense. Kuma was a human at one time, but he had some mechanical modifications to his body, making him a powerful opponent. The Vice Admiral took out a couple pieces of paper and laid them on the ground. I stole the design sheets so I could find their weak point. NTS and easily take control of Kuma and his army of pacifistas. Remember this, Kuma wears gloves and carries a Bible, otherwise it is a pacifista unit, he said, and he looked at 16. If you would like, I can modify you to be a pacifista. A much smaller version, of course, but a pacifista nevertheless, the Vice Admiral said, and 16 looked at him. Your memory, feelings, and everything will be the same, but you will be much stronger than before, he added, and 16 still looked skeptical. I am pretty powerful as it is right now. Why would I need to turn into one of those? He asked, and the mouse shrugged. Might not hurt to get stronger? 16 hesitated and shook his head. I am fine the way I am. Well, fine, he asked, and Frankie stood up. Would you like to take a nap? Frankie asked, and the Vice Admiral nodded. He was going to follow when he sighed. I need to tell you guys something though, he said, and everyone turned around. He began to glow and morphed into his Vice Admiral form. His cloak appeared and it fluttered in the wind. His shoulder pads were gleaming in the sunlight and the straw hats shrieked. Except Frankie, Usopp, Robin, Nami, Chopper, and Sanji, and waking Luffy. A Vice Admiral, he scoffed and looked up, his blue eyes glistening in the sun. He crossed his arms and leaned against the mast of the ship. Frankie casually took off his fleshy glove as Robin made an X with her arms. Nami was twirling the perfect Klima tactic, and Usopp taking out his slingshot. Chopper went into man-beast form, cracking his knuckles, and growled at the Vice Admiral. Luffy shook his head and looked around sleepily and yawned, standing up. He looked at the Vice Admiral and blinked a few times. "I must be sleeping still," muttered Luffy, and he went back to sleep, laying down in the grass. The Vice Admiral flipped some hair out of his face and looked up as Zoro appeared, his swords out and at the Vice Admiral's neck. "You crossed the line, Marine," muttered Zoro, and the Vice Admiral peered at Zoro out of the corner of his eye. "It's one thing to sneak up on our ship, but it's another that you deceived us and tricked us," Zoro growled and gripped his swords tightly. "So?" the Admiral said calmly, and Zoro looked at him. "Isn't that what Nami did? She tricked and deceived you guys to think she was your friend when she was working for who was it, Arlong?" he muttered, and Zoro growled as with everyone else. He stood up as Zoro pressed his swords to his neck. "You were at Shuru and Arabasta, were you not?" muttered Sanji, and the Vice Admiral smiled but then looked at the ground, squinting his eyes. "Can it be? I'm sure of it. These aquatic disturbances can only be caused by them. You let us live, twice. Why would someone like yourself, a Vice Admiral, let us, notorious criminals, escape with our lives?" asked Sanji, lighting his cigarette. The Vice Admiral smirked as he looked up slowly, the ship shaking. "Well, there's a reason I let you live," he said. And the water around them bubbled and shook the ship violently. Everyone gripped onto something and, from behind the ship, the water shot up, a large wave carrying the ship away as something rose from the water. The ship was tossed into the air and landed roughly in the water. It shook and spun as the water was still in a fury. "But that reason is my own." "What's going on?" shouted Robin, and Nami looked at the part of the ocean where the water towered and her eyes shrunk. Everyone shook their heads and looked up, gasping at the sight they saw. It was large, the size of a marine battleship, or so it seemed from where they stood. As the water calmed down and Sunny settled, everyone gazed upon a large battleship, coated in a bubble. Everyone shouted, except Luffy, Robin, and the Vice Admiral, who was smirking. The ship was ivy green, with a dark brown bow and stern. There was a flag perched upon the mainmast and the sails. It was a triangular symbol with 2 slits for eyes and a blood-red scar on the right eye. "Right on time," muttered the Vice Admiral, walking towards the edge of Sunny, everyone watching him. "Oi, who goes there?" he shouted to the ship, and no one responded. Then something appeared, and it was large. Very large. It was 10 feet tall, 9 feet wide. It stood on the stern of the ship and spoke in a deep echoing voice. "The damned pirates are the ones who go here. Who might you be?" it asked. And Luffy stood up. "Monkey D. Luffy, Morisindo Hidalgo Higora." The Vice Admiral never got to finish, as a thick, long vine shot from the figure and smashed into his stomach. He keeled over, clutching his stomach, and soon Sunny was lifted by vines from the water beneath it. What?" shouted everyone, and the ship was tossed into the air and everyone fell off, falling with the ship towards a small island. Luffy shot his arms out and wrapped around some people, inhaled, and filled his body with air, as Chopper ate a rumble ball and turned into his guard point. Sunny crashed into the forest, everyone else landing either in the forest or in the sand. Luffy crashed into the forest, holding Nami, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp as Chopper landed, Brook, Frankie and Robin on his back. Luffy and Chopper returned to normal, dazed and knocked out as everyone else got up. "You dare mock us?" snarled the figure in 9, including the figure. People jumped off the ship and landed on the island, standing in the sand. "It can't be," Robin gasped, looking at the 9, sweat forming on her brow. Nami looked at her in surprise. "You know them?" she asked, and Robin shook and nodded her head. "Not personally, but they are quite infamous," she said, and the 9 chuckled. "At least someone knows who we are," snickered a man who was in all black, had a large silver cross strapped to his back, had a Bible in one hand, and wore silver specs. His hair was white and long, as it went to his upper back. He snickered and adjusted his specs with one gloved finger. "That's deranged priest, Father Carson, with a 29 million bounty." Robin gasped as Father Carson snickered with the man next to him. The man who was next to Father Carson was a younger man, with a smock on. His hair was messy and brown with blotches of paint in it, and his eyes were gray, like his smock. He smiled, his teeth white, but with stains of black paint on them, as he rose up his paintbrush. He stood around 5 feet tall, and looked to be around his 30s. I will enjoy painting you all to be displayed as my trophies. He snickered and Robin took a step back. That's Philip Payne Proprietor, Clark. 30 million bounty. Robin continued to identify each person as they stepped forward. The next person was less of a person and more of a fishman. He stood 5 feet 3 inches tall, and had large blood-red crab claws on his arms. His skin was blood-red on the back, but a beige color in the front. He dug his 6 sword-like legs into the ground, and whipped his large scaly ridged tail. He had no smile on his face, but his eyes gazed at the people in front of him, mainly Robin. That must be Barntle, boiled lobster, Uma, said Robin, and Barntle growled and rapidly clicked his claws. I'm a crab, why doesn't anyone get this? He growled and roared. Carson and Philip broke out laughing and Barntle growled. What's so funny? He snapped and Carson laughed. You think you're a crab because you're crabby. You should know, lobsters have tails, crabs don't. But don't be sad, Barntle, laughed Philip. You just need to learn to be a little less shellfish than you normally are. The two burst out laughing again and Barntle clicked his claws. Damn it, he roared. The man next to Barntle put his hand on his shoulder and shook his head. Barntle huffed and calmed down. Do, in TB so steamed Banartle, muttered the man next to him and chuckled. He was an older fellow, older than the previous 3. He had graying skin, gray hair, and what appeared to be a suit. He wore all white, a white shirt, white tie, white dress suit, white dress pants, shoes and socks. He shifted the large gourd on his back and took a long inhale from his pipe he had. His eyes were green as he gazed upon Luffy as he slowly got up. The old man smiled and blew smoke from his mouth. Such youngsters getting into trouble these days. He chuckled and Robin identified him as Zelm, drunk, Charles. He stood 5 feet 9 inches and had a bounty of 69.3 million. You 4 need to settle down over there. This isn't playtime, snarled a shorter man than Charles, his arms crossed. He was fairly buff, wearing a torn t-shirt, only torn on the sleeves. He also wore cameo pants and black boots, giving him a drill instructor's appearance. He stood 5 feet 5 inches and had blonde, buzz-cut hair, and violet eyes. Across his knuckles something was written, but Robin knew instantly who it was. That's Love-Hate, Davison. He has a 170 million bounty, Robin said, and Davison cracked his neck to the left, then to the right. He had a rough face and a frown on it at all times. Whoa, you need to calm down sometimes, Davison-san, sighed another man, patting Davison on the shoulder. He had a black and red cape, black on the back, red in the front, an old-fashioned tuxedo, a red bow tie, white gloves, a top hat, and a wand with black in the center and 2 white ends. He twirled it and smiled. Who is that, Robin? Muttered Nami, and Robin shook her head. I don't know, she muttered. Oh, how rude of me, the man said, tap dancing a bit, before twirling and bowing, removing his top hat. I am Richard, Magical Magi, Morna, co-captain of the damned pirates. He cackled and tap danced more. Finally, the largest figure slid forward and gazed down at everyone. Robin gulped and looked up into its eyes. That's Simon Venedura, Lemek, muttered the vice admiral, walking forward, smiling. Simon grunted, shifting his body to face the vice admiral. He indeed was large, covered by what seemed to be vines. They formed 2 bell shapes at his shoulder and biceps, while 2 large tree trunk-sized arms protruded from the bells. The vines that held the mask were in the shape of a teardrop. Simon snickered and peered down at the vice admiral. So you are Morrison Doe, huh? Simon asked, and the vice admiral had already turned to talk to the straw hats. While you guys deal with them, I will go turn that man over there, he said, pointing to Android 16, into the Pacifista killer. He then turned, motioned 16 to follow him, and walked to Sunny. 16, however, did not follow. So, Mori shrugged and got onto the ship anyway. Oi, shouted Simon to the vice admiral, but was ignored. He snarled and turned, facing the straw hats. So who are all you? I have no time for amateurs like you, roared Simon, and everyone stood up. I am Nami, Nami said, twirling her klima tact. She stood facing Philip as he snickered. Usopp, stammered Usopp, facing Richard. Rorona Zoro, muttered Zoro, putting his sword in his mouth. Facing Barntle, Sanji, Sanji sighed, walking over to face Charles. Frankie, shouted Frankie, putting his forearms together, looking at Davison, who was less than amused. Brook, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, sang Brook, facing Father Carson. Monkey D. Luffy, Luffy said, facing Simon, cracking his knuckles. Robin, Chopper, Goku, Sakura, Inuyasha, Ed, stay back, he said, taking his hat off to let it hang around his neck. This is our fight. Are they really going to fight them? He thought and shook his head and drank some grog, looking around the ship. Outside, the Straw Hats lay on the ground. Beaten. Simon scoffed and shook his head. Honestly, we didn't even try. You all call yourself the Strafuts? He sighed and heard footsteps approaching. He turned and saw the Vice Admiral walk out. Humming, he leapt to the side as Simon brought one arm down, hitting the sand. The sand, where he hit, shot up in an explosion, dust covering him and the Straw Hats. The Vice Admiral smiled for a bit, but a vine shot out and wrapped around his stomach, and he gritted his teeth as the vine whipped down and brought him rocketing to the ground. He growled and smashed into the ground, the vine dragging him across the sand to the forest, trees and dirt tearing up as he and the vine hit them. The vine started to unwind, but Morrisondeau wrapped it around his foot and stood on his hands, spinning his legs and body around, dragging in the vine. Simon winced and was dragged forward, shooting towards Morrisondeau as he spun faster. Shit, Simon snarled, and Morrisondeau brought his heel to Simon's mask, pushing it into the vines, cracking it a bit before he was launched back, the vine still wrapped around his leg. Robin looked at him, seeing his leg caught in the vine as it quickly straightened out. His leg will be, she started, the image of his leg being torn off from the force of the vine retracing appearing in her mind. Sure enough, it happened. Morrisondeau roared in pain and agony as his leg was torn off, the vine taking it with it. Robin covered her mouth, shaking as Goku, Inuyasha, Ed, Sakura, Vash and Sango gasped, seeing the blood burst from his leg separating. Morrisondeau landed on the ground, gripping the spot where his missing limb was, and was rolling on his back and howling in pain. The Straw Hats gasping and shaking in terror, as the damned pirates too were in shock and horror before bursting into laughter. Simon smirked and landed, whipping his arm back and grabbing Morrisondeau's leg. Blood splattered across his front and back, and all over his arm. He snickered and then stopped quickly, looking at the blood on his body and the trail of blood that led to Morrisondeau. You might die here, kid, he said, and Morrisondeau, who was laying on the ground, gripping his mouth. He had one hand in the blood where his leg was. Luffy stood in his spot, his hat covering his face. The damned pirates laughed at Morrisondeau, and Davison walked over and stomped on his chest, smirking. You are worthless, old man. He sneered and stomped on him multiple times, and Luffy's fist shot out and punched Davison in the cheek. Simon grunted in surprise, and Davison was lifted off the ground and shot into the water by Luffy's fist. Luffy, Nami shouted, and Zoro whipped out his swords again and clashed with Barndle, who leapt at him, his claws clamped on Zoro's swords. You guys won't give up, snarled Barndle, and Zoro dragged his words horizontally and shot Barndle into the sand, sparks flying. Sanji shot his foot at Charles, who rose his leg to meet their key. CKS sending a shockwave through the sand. You are strong, old shit, Sanji said, blood staining his left side of his face as he lit another cigarette. Charles smiled and inhaled on his pipe and brug his free leg to Sanji's chest and closed his eyes. Thanks. He launched Sanji into the forest and dashed after him, taking a swig from the gourd. He was about to kick Sanji again, but Roshi appeared. Ed in front of Sanji, and Charles' foot met Roshi's palm. We hell now, chuckled Roshi, adjusting his shades. Charles quirked a brow and smiled. And who are you now? Asked Charles, and Roshi crouched down. The name's Roshi, Roshi replied, gripping Charles' foot. Charles sneered but then sweated a bit, his face worried. I can't move my leg. Don't you go forgetting my name now, youngster. Rosh. I snickered and jabbed his free palm forward, and it sent Charles flying through the air, tearing up the ground as he flew. Roshi stood up and looked at Sanji, who was looking at him, mouth open. Hehe, hope you don't mind, he said, his glasses glinting. But I'm going to help you in this here fight against this ruffian. Sanji gulped and nodded, standing up beside Roshi. Brook whipped out his sword and clashed with Father Carson, who took out a long silver sword, the hilt in the form of a cross. Brook jabbed, swung, slashed left, right, up, down, diagonal, horizontal, only to have Father Carson meet each attempt. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho, Brook laughed quietly, looking at Father Carson. You seem to be an expert swords fighter, Carson-sama. I fight in the name of my god, to rid the world of evil. Carson smiled and vanished and appeared behind Brook. He had his sword facing in front of him as, very slowly, a silver line started from where he was before, to where he was now. It passed right through Brook, and when it met the sword, Brook arched his back. A rush of silver light cut the air and cut right through Brook, tearing his coat and shirt up as he fell onto his back. "I mean," cackled Carson as he turned to look at Brook, only to have his cheek cut by Brooks's blade. Carson leapt back, blood dripping from his cut as Brook slowly got up, panting. "Why yo-ho yo-ho-ho-ho," laughed Brook, and the two shot at each other again. Carson rose his sword to attack again, but Trunks flew over and swung his sword to meet with Carson. What?" Carson shouted, and Brook shot forward and stabbed Carson in the stomach. Davison, who was laying in the water, slowly got up, his face red and bloody from Luffy's punch. "That little, I'm your opponent. Www, shouted Frankie, shooting his fist at Davison. He had little time to react, but punched Frankie's fist, knocking it away, before crossing his arms, his right fist facing his left and his left fist facing his right. "Soru, shave," he shouted, and vanished and appeared in front of Frankie, his fist touching Frankie's chest. Stammered Frankie as a trail of dust slowly started to follow Davison. It soon sped up, and when it reached him, Frankie keeled over. A rush of air from the belated impact from the punch hit him in the stomach. Davison smiled and rose his arm to strike again, but a wire wrapped around his arm and yanked him towards Sango. "The hell?" he shouted, and Sango took her boomerang and spun it around in one end, grabbed one end and swung it down on Davison. "Tekai, Iron Mass," shouted Davison, but the boomerang smashed him into the ground and dust shot up. He coughed up blood and uppercut Sango, only to be punched in the back by Frankie. Frankie shot his fist out and caught Sango in. D brought her beside him as he threw his fist at Davison, a clash of metal on metal sound ringing out. "Oi, that is no way to treat a lady," Frankie muttered, adjusting his sunglasses. Luffy looked at the blood-stained Simon and cracked his knuckles. Goku walked up beside him and couched down, getting in a fighting stance. "Luffy, we will help you. We know you said this was your fight, but we will help, and you can't stop us," muttered Goku, and Luffy nodded, looking at Simon. Nami looked around, and her shoulder was cut by a black blob. She whipped around in time to duck Philip's paintbrush. He looked down as she shot a lightning bolt at him. He vanished and appeared behind her, his paintbrush paint forming a crescent line. She gasped, and Inuyasha leapt in, cutting it. He was surprised to see it reform and shoot at him, cutting his chest. He yelled in pain as blood shot from the wound, and he crashed into Nami. Philip snickered and slashed again, hitting the sand as Inuyasha dragged Nami away. "You fools can't outrun me forever." He snickered and shot forward towards them. "And Nami," shouted Usopp, and a card cut his shoulder and stayed in the cut. Usopp yelped and reached for it, but it exploded, sending him crashing into the ground, his shoulder covered in blood. He looked up as Richard spun his wand in one hand, and in the other, shuffling a deck of cards with a glove that acted as his other hand. He smiled and shot 3 aces at Usopp, and they cut his cheek, chest, and arm before exploding again. Usopp writhed and sat up as 4 spade cards shot at him. He screamed, and Ed shot his sword arm at the 4 spades. Sparks flying as the cards met the metal. "Sparks," muttered Ed, slashing up. The 4 spades shot off in different directions, then zoomed back to Richard, who was smiling. "You will have to do better than that to face the county captain," he smirked, as ribbons shot at them. Robin crossed her arms and grabbed the advancing ribbons. "Der Fleur," she shouted, and Richard smiled more. "Oh Nico, Robin, you joining us too?" He chuckled and shot a 3 of clubs at her. "Lead star," shouted Usopp, the card getting shot by the lead star. The 3 all stood up and faced Richard as he took his hat off. "All right then," he cackled, tap dancing. "Let's see what you can do." Luffy and Goku stood facing Simon as he growled. Luffy took his hat off and placed it on a rock and faced Simon again, cracking his knuckles. "You two think you can take me?" He scoffed and shot forward just as Luffy and Goku shot at him. "We will beat you," roared Luffy, shooting his fist at Simon's. "Or die trying." Zolo crouched down, his swords out, and pointing at Barntle. Barntle clicked his claws and charged forward, leaping in the air as Zolo shot at him. Kani Fuku Guripu, Crab Vice Grip, shouted Barndle, shooting his claws at Zolo. Toragari, Tiger Hunt. Zolo growled and he put his swords behind his left side, then swung, with all his might, the two swords forward diagonally down to his front right side. The blades clashed with Barndle's claws, sparks flying as he dragged them across. The two were flung back into the sand and they both skid to a stop, shooting towards the other. Barndle squinted, and whipped his tail at Zolo, and a light blue tornado shot at him. Zolo grunted and slashed at it, but when his sword hit the tornado, sparks flew. His eye widened as he quickly stopped moving forward and slashed at it with his swords, forced backwards from its push. It's too fast, he thought, and, sure enough, the tornado made its way to him and cut his chest up. He yelled in pain as his shirt was torn to shreds in the front before he was thrown into the ground, the tornado vanishing. "You like that, Zolo? Kleckleckle, that's my tail for ya," cackled Barndle, shooting into the air and diving at Zolo, his right claw close and aimed for Zolo. Sumo Miyashi Kani no Tekuniku Bongo 47. Crab Technique number 47, Burning Claw. Shouted Barndle, his claw smashing Zolo in the chest, crushing him into the sand. Zolo roared and spat blood, his eyes white as Barndle thrust his fist deeper into Zolo's chest. He leapt off Zolo and cackled, walking forward to Zolo. "That was over quicker than the last fight, Zolo. Why don't you stand up and fight?" He stopped as Zolo skid past him, his swords pointing forward, his two swords in his hand, their blades FACED out and their tips were near each other as Barndle was lifted off his legs, sparks flying from the cut that was done. He landed in the water and writhed, his legs flailing in the air. "You runt," he growled and shot forward, slashing down with one claw, Zolo meeting it with his right hand and knocking it away with his left before spinning and cutting Barndle's chest again with the sword in his mouth. This continued for a while before Barndle head-butted Zolo away. Zolo skid back, his eyes closed from the pain, and when he opened them, Barndle was gone. Zolo looked around and looked down when the ground shook. Barndle shot up, cutting Zolo up his chest, blood raining down before his face was gripped by Barndle's claw. The two rose in the air and everyone looked at them as they soared high into the air. Norisundo winced and rose a hand as Luffy watched in horror. Barndle threw Zolo into the air, and rose his right claw and grinned. "Akai Kani Sum, Red Crab," Barndle growled and his claw engorged, glossing over as it turned ruby red. Zolo got to his level in the air after falling, and Barndle swung his claw down on his chest, roaring. "Hanmashiningu, Shining Hammer, closing parenthesis quote, Zolo," screamed Luffy as Zolo's grip on his swords loosened and his eyes got wide and white as he let go of the sword in his mouth, blood shooting from his chest and mouth. The sound of bones cracking from his chest as he was crushed from the claw before launched into the sand, the ground exploding, covering Zolo in the sandy smoke as his swords fell to the ground and sunk in. Barndle landed and his claw shrunk and returned to normal. He panted and held his claw, peering at it as a crack started to form on it. He chuckled and slowly walked forward to the smoke and saw Zolo laying there. He grabbed him by his neck and lifted him up, Zolo gripping onto a sword as he was lifted up. "You lose, Zolo," Barndle snickered, and Zolo slowly lifted up his sword and drew his one sword and sliced right through Barndle's claw, shattering the armor and cutting open his chest, shards of the armor flying around as Barndle let go of Zolo. He roared in pain and fell back and gripped his missing claw and open chest, blood dripping out. "Why, you little," he muttered and stood up, Zolo gasping for air. He walked over to him and growled and stood on his one claw and used his arm to hold him up as he pointed his sword-like legs at Zolo. "Prepare to die, Zolo," roared Barndle, and Zolo grabbed his swords and shakily got up to see Barndle shoot his legs at him. Brook slashed down at Father Carson and missed as Trunks also slashed at him, the two hitting the other's swords before being kicked away. They got up and shot forward again, meeting the father's silver sword. Brook jabbed forward and hit the silver sword's broadside. Trunks was able to cut Carson's shoulder and kick him back, sending Carson into the air. "You must repent your sins," he cackled and took out a few small keychain-sized silver crosses and threw them down at them. As they shot towards them, silver trails followed and the crosses zigzagged past and through Trunks and Brook, cutting them up. Brook roared and rapidly jabbed his sword at a few crosses that flew at him, sparks shooting out as he kept them back. "Brook," shouted Trunks, and the crosses impaled Brook, exploding and tossing him into the sand. Trunks threw a ball of ki at Carson and hit him in the chest, knocking him out of the air into a tree. Trunks dashed to Brook and helped him up as Carson dashed at them, taking out 2 swords. 2 sword-style dancing father, shouted Carson, and he spun on one foot, the other one in the air as he stood at a 90-degree angle, his arms straight out to the side. He spun rapidly and his swords cut through Trunks and Brook, cutting their clothes apart. Brook fell to the ground, his bones chipped and cracked as Trunks fell, his chest riddled with cuts and gashes. They slowly got up and Carson kicked Trunks in the chest and knocked him into a boulder that was nearby. Carson stomped on Trunks' chest and took the large cross off his back and pointed it at Trunks, the long end of it in his face. "Ah," Carson started, the end of the cross glowing, and Trunks' eyes shrunk and Carson cackled and shouted. "Me," he never finished. A gunshot rang out and the cross was hit near the top, causing it to rise from Trunks' face and make Carson stumble back. The end of the cross stopped glowing and Carson growled, looking around, seeing Vosh, holding his gun cross out. "Well, well, look who we have here. Another saint?" Lao. Ged Carson, and his shoulder was shot by the gun cross. He howled and held his shoulder, shooting a beam of white light at Vosh, missing barely, hitting a tree. The tree exploded in a white flame, and the smoke formed a cross before vanishing, the fire spreading as Vosh walked forward. The 2 aimed at the other and fired, dashing around, dodging the other's gunfire. Explosions littered the island along with white fire. Carson grinned and shot at Vosh, dashing as fast as he could, putting the cross upright. "Repent," he roared, and a thin form of the cross peeled off the larger cross and shot at Vosh. It passed through him, vanishing as Vosh stopped shooting. "What the," he muttered, and his head shot back, a cross-shaped cut appearing on his chest. Blood shot from it as he collapsed on his knees. Carson leapt over and brought his cross down on Vosh's head, a gong sound echoing from both the impact and the cross. Vosh coughed and fell to his side as Carson cackled insanely. "Amen." He laughed and Brook walked by him, limping. Trunks watched Brook in surprise, seeing Brook's sword on his shoulder. Still alive there, old bones?" sneered Carson, and Brook slowly rose his purple Heath and placed the tip of the sword in it and slowly started to sheath the sword. "Hinata Sancho," panted Brook, his sword almost sheathed. Carson rose his cross to strike and laughed. "You're finished, old bones." Yahazu Jiri, 3-verse humming. Arrow notch strike. Brook sheathed his sword, and when his sword clicked, Carson dropped his cross, a cut appearing across his chest that wound around his back 4 times. He fell forward, blood dripping out as he fell into the sand, his eyes white, mouth hung open. Brook panted and collapsed to his knees and dropped his cane as Trunks ran over to him. I think we won," panted Trunks, and they watched as Frankie flew past them into the water. "F Frankie San," shouted Brook, and Davison dashed after Frankie, smirking. He leapt in the air and swung his leg at Frankie, a light blue crescent shooting at him as he shouted. "Rankyaku, Rodan, Storm Kick, Dragon's Fang." The crescent shot down and Frankie rolled out of the way as it hit the water, exploding. "CCP-9, shouted Frankie, and Davison landed in front of him, scoffing. "XCP-9, he muttered and walked forward as Songo dashed at him. He looked out of the corner of his eye and sighed. Enkai, he muttered, and Songo hit him in the back of the head with her boomerang and dashed in front of him, spun around and placed the boomerang end on his throat and brought him crashing into the ground. He coughed and growled, throwing a punch at her, but Frankie blocked it. "I told you that's not a way to treat a woman." Frankie growled and punched Davison in the chest. Davison growled as Frankie punched his chest, jabbing the 2 in the gut, getting up, and kicking them both away. Frankie shot his arm and caught Songo and brought her to him, just as Davison shot another Rankyaku, Rodan, at her. Frankie landed in the water carrying her, and the 2 stood up. "I will take right," Songo whispered, and Frankie nodded, and the 2 dashed towards him. Frankie removed his fleshy glove and Songo spun her boomerang behind her, and Davison growled. He took a step forward and wires shot up and wrapped around his legs and arms as Songo yanked her hand up. He looked at them, struggling. "The hell?" he showed. Ted and Songo threw her boomerang at him as Frankie shot his fist. Songo then quickly lit the wire on fire, and the fire, boomerang and the metal fist shot at Davison, him unable to move. "Damn it," he shouted, and we was engulfed in an explosion when the fire hit him, tossing the boomerang away with Frankie's fist. "Yeah, wow, we got him," shouted Frankie, retracting his fist. Davison staggered back, and held his chest as smoke rose from it. He coughed up blood and gritted his teeth, walking out of the flames. He shot forward and his fist smashed into Frankie's stomach and sent him flying. Songola aped back but got her arm cut by Davison's Rodin. She winced and was punched in the gut by Davison as Frankie landed in the water. Oi Songo! Frankie shouted and Songo collapsed, gasping for air. Weapons left, shouted Frankie, shooting at Davison. Tenkai! Roared Davison, the bullets soaring at him. He growled and was thrown into the air by the explosions from the beans. He spun up right and Frankie shot after him, inhaling. Davison muttered and Frankie shot a burst of flames at him, and Davison winced and was hit in mid-air. The two kicked and punched at the other, blood raining down from them. Let me cool ya down. Yee-wow, shouted Frankie, drinking some cola. He had a pipe connect his two forearms together and he looked at Davison, who was wide-eyed. T the hell? Connector S. Muttered Frankie and he sneered as he gathered air into the pipe, his forearms expanding. Coup de, Frankie muttered, his forearms getting even bigger. Tenkai, you use that too often, Davison. Get a taste of this. Coup de vent, shouted Frankie, releasing the air. It hit Davison in the stomach and he coughed up blood, eyes rolling back, his body arching away from the blast as he was sent careening into the ground. He smashed into the sand, an explosion tearing up the ground as he sunk into the sand, bleeding from his mouth. Frankie landed in the sand, falling over as the impact cracked his legs. He winced and looked at Songo and panted, trying to reach her, before blacking out. As Frankie fell, Sanji and Charles ran at the other, both of them bloody and dirty. Sanji grunted and spun around, raising his foot towards Charles. Collier, neck, Sanji muttered and Charles took out a glass of sake, which Sanji's foot shattered, and sent him flying into a tree. Charles got up and wiped tea. He bled from his face and took a long swig from his gourd and inhaled on his pipe, blowing the smoke at Sanji. He inhaled the smoke and coughed, spinning rapidly and clearing it with his feet. While on his hands, Sanji spun faster and shot his feet at Charles, hitting him dead in the chest. But, to Sanji's surprise, his feet passed through and demolished the tree, Charles vanishing. The hell? Sanji shouted and was kneed in the head by Charles, who was above him. He snickered and landed, Sanji scrambling up. Can't keep up with an old man? Sneered Charles and was kicked at again, but he too RNED to smoke and kicked Sanji from his right. Sanji yelled in pain and rolled across the sand as Charles dashed forward. Sanji shot out his foot while spinning and Charles burst into smoke again and appeared above Sanji. Charles jabbed his foot into Sanji's ribs and snapped them, Sanji roaring in pain. You are slow kid, sneered Charles and someone tapped his shoulder. He turned his head and Roshi was behind him, his shirt off. Being extremely skinny, his ribs visible. Oh ho hey there youngster, chuckled Roshi and he placed his hands together and hummed as Charles watched him, trying not to laugh. What is this old coot doing? Thought Charles and Roshi balled his fists and shot his arms to his sides, both facing a diagonal angle in the air as his arms and upper body expanded to superhuman size. His muscles bulging from his body. Charles's eyes widened and Roshi skid 1 foot back, crouching down, his arm arched behind him. Now then, Roshi muttered and shot his leg forward and ked Charles off Sanji and punched him in the face, breaking his nose, blood shooting out as he was launched into the air. Sanji watched in awe and pain, slowly getting up, holding his side. Wah, Sanji started and Roshi looked at him. No time for questions, let's deal with that young whippersnapper, Roshi said and vanished, the sand exploding a bit. Charles opened his eyes and brought his leg weeping around to meet Roshi as he appeared in the air. The two kicked and punched at the other, Roshi obviously overpowering Charles. Now let's end this, you darn whippersnapper, Roshi yelled and put his arms to his side, as if he was holding a ball behind him. Came, Roshi said, his voice deep and echoing. As he said, came, his body was covered with a light blue outline, that pulsed. Haim, a light blue ball formed in his hands and shone bright like the sun. The hell is that? Charles shouted, and Roshi brought his arm sweeping to face Charles, the ball widening. Ha, roared Roshi and the ball vanished and a large light blue beam shot at Charles, engulfing him and hitting the water. Charles, who was engulfed in the blast, roared in pain and shot towards the water, crashing with the blast. Roshi slowly descended to the ground, the Kamehameha wave vanishing, only smoke and raging water left from the attack to Charles. He landed and looked at the water as Charles rose to the surface, his chest torn open and smoking. Hell, now I might have overdone that one, Roshi said, scratching his head. An explosion from behind them caused both Roshi and Sanji to turn around. Usopp, Robin, and Ed all were thrown into the air, as Richard twirled his wand and shuffled cards. You three are boring me. I am not even trying and you can't even hit me? He sighed and threw up some spades and the cards all flipped and straightened out, facing the three. He rose his hand and flicked his wrist at them. The cards shot towards them and Ed got up, transmutating his arm into a blade again. He roared and slashed at them, slashing at one, then another, and so on, keeping them all at bay as Usopp got up. He took out his slingshot and pulled it back, closing one eye. Gunpowder star, he shouted, and shot at one of the cards. It exploded, tiny bits of paper slowly fluttering to the ground as he aimed another. Richard walked forward and took off his hat as the cards were blown up and tossed the cards in the air, a pair of gloves coming out of the hat and shuffling them as he walked past. He looked at Ed and Usopp and put his hat in front of him, and let go as it hovered in mid-air. He tap-danced in place and spread his arms and legs as if he was doing a jumping jack. He rose his arms, as if lifting something heavy, or tipping something over, and 8 gloves shot out from the hat and grabbed Usopp's and Ed's arms and legs, holding them behind them as they collapsed. Richard smiled and spun his wand again, rising it up. "Good night, boys." He smirked and was about to bring his arm down, but 2 arms appeared on his shoulder, gripping his arm and yanking it back. There was a snap, some blood, then silence. Richard's eyes were shaking along with his body as his arm was torn off by Robin's. He roared and fell back, the blood staining the ground as he looked up at Robin. He growled and Robin walked forward slowly but stopped when he started to laugh. Quote, "Oh, this is good." Richard laughed and stood up. He let go of his bicep and instead grabbed the bloody end. He tap-danced again and pulled out his arm that was torn off. He laughed, his new arm bloody, but intact. Robin gasped and Richard cackled and whipped his arms at her, ribbons shooting out. She tried to dodge them, but they wrapped around her waist and straightened out. Richard grabbed them and rose her in the air, spinning her by rotating his arms and grabbing the other ribbon. He cackled and whipped them at the ground, Robin smashing into the sand, the ribbons letting her go. She panted and held her bleeding head, as Richard juggled some red, blue, yellow, and brown balls. He chuckled and danced around as Usopp ran to her. Richard squinted his eyes and chucked a red ball at Usopp, the ball bursting into flames and still going towards Usopp. Robin saw it and pointed to it, her hand bloody. "Usopp, watch out." Robin screamed and Usopp turned, but it was too late. The ball of fur, hit him in the side and passed through, exploding both sides of his body as it passed. Usopp gasped for air and fell to his side, smoke coming from his sides and mouth as the ball of flames vanished. "Oh, couldn't take the heat?" cackled Richard and threw the yellow one at Robin. She gasped as it burst into lightning and raced towards her, electricity licking the ground as it closed in on her. She closed her eyes and shielded her face as it was a few feet away. All she heard was the buzzing sound of electricity and the sound of scratching metal on metal. She opened one eye and saw Edward standing over her. His arm transmutated to a blade again. There was blue lighting traveling up the sword and clashing with the yellow lighting, sparks flying around. Richard shook his head and clenched his fist, the ball exploding. Smoke billowing out from the explosion. He opened one eye and Ed shot out of the smoke and brought his transmogrified arm back and drove his fist into Richard's face. "GG Gra!" Richard roared in pain as he was lifted off the ground. Ed thrust Richard into the air and landed on the ground as the smoke cleared. Robin looked at Usopp and reached for him, but Chopper got in between her and Usopp. He was growling and looking at Richard, his teeth bared. He took out a golden ball and tossed it into the air and bit down on it, crushing it to bits before swallowing it. "Rumble ball," he muttered, and he rapidly shot into his man-beast form, his muscles expanding to near superhuman size. He roared and shot off the ground, soaring towards Richard as he descended. Richard looked at Chopper, his face stained with blood, and he flipped upright and took some silver rings out from his coat and spread them in one hand so each one was showing. Chopper brought his right East back and Richard threw the rings at him, and the first ring expanded and passed over Chopper. The others all trapped him inside them as they shrunk. The rings pinned Chopper's arms and legs together. As Richard grabbed his bicep and rose his arm. Presto Chongo, you're going down, little man, shouted Richard, and he did an elbow drop, driving his elbow into Chopper's back with immense force. Chop! Arches his back and was launched into the ground, smashing into some trees as Richard slowly fell from the air. Usopp slowly got up, panting and shaking as he rose his slingshot to aim at Richard. He panted and closed one eye as he pulled back the sling. Hisatsu, he muttered, and Richard looked down at him, his brow quirked. What are you up to, long nose? I thought I killed you, Richard said, walking towards him. Usopp pulled the sling back and looked at Richard. Firebird Star, he shouted, releasing the sling, a fireball shooting at Richard, forming a phoenix. Richard's eyes shr. Unk, and the firebird hit him and exploded, a ring of flames shooting out upon the impact. Usopp panted and lowered his slingshot and looked at Robin. Oi, Robin, such an attack, came Richard's voice. And Usopp's head whipped to look at the flames. Seeing Richard walking out, he had a hole in his chest that was from the hit. Usopp's eyes shrunk and he fell back in horror, watching as the hole in Richard's chest was closed by a bunch of ribbons. He screamed as Richard took out some cards and rose them. Really can capture the audience, can't it? Perhaps put their emotions ablaze? Richard chuckled and walked forward still. It's over, long nose. He grinned and was about to throw one at Usopp, who was frozen in terror. Heavy gongu, heavy gong, shouted Chopper, punching Richard in the cheek. Richard dropped his cards and some teeth fell out of his mouth as he was punched. Chopper went into arm point and struck Richard again in the chest. He continued to hit Richard all over his body with his hoofs, pushing Richard backwards towards the ocean. Kokute Rosio, shouted Chopper, ramming his hoof into Richard's face, leaving a light pink imprint of his hoof on Richard's face. This sent Richard crashing into the ground and into the water, passing Charles. Chopper went back into heavy point and panted, going down on one knee. Chopper, shouted Usopp, and Chopper looked back at him but was hit by Richard's King of Spades. Chopper's shoulder got cut and his eyes got small as dozens of cuts sliced up his body, blood shooting out as each cut appeared. He roared in pain and flew back, crashing into Robin and Usopp, the three of them rolling into the trees. Richard walked on the water towards them, his face bloody, his eyes eager and a grin on his face. This will be interesting, he s. Aid, and his right hand burst into flames as he hunched over a bit, snickering. Nami and Inuyasha dodged the slashes from Philip, both of them out of breath and bloody. Philip sneered and rose his paintbrush in the air as Inuyasha landed. Omega Slash, Philip shouted and slashed the air, a large black crescent shooting towards Inuyasha. Kongo Soha, Diamond Shard Blast, shouted Inuyasha, sweeping his sword across, launching a silver crescent towards Philip's Omega Slash. The two, instead of passing through each other, clashed and sent a burst of air around, as Inuyasha and Philip's attacks struggled to overcome the other. It's over, kid, you are finished, shouted Philip as the Omega Slash started to engulf the Kongo Soha. Inuyasha growled and gripped his sword tighter and snarled when Omega Blast consumed Kongo Soha. Die, shouted Philip, but was taken aback as his Omega Slash was torn apart, Kongo Soha racing towards him. He crouched down and whipped some paint at it, the paint shattering as it touched it. Damn it, he shouted, and he was cut diagonally across the chest, his shoulder cut as well by Kongo Soha. He flew back as it passed through him, cutting his back as it exited before exploding. Inuyasha shot forward, his sword to his side, and Philip snarled and whipped his paintbrush and covered his arm in paint. He snarled and let it slowly cover his body as the ground shook. I am the second member of this crew to have another form, shouted Philip as he slowly was dragged into the paint that pooled at his feet. Inuyasha watched and gasped as a large spiral of paint shot out, slowly forming a long robe that had long torn parts at the end, giving the appearance of an octopus, only they moved like flames. The paint continued to spiral around, forming the rest of the body, as Inuyasha and Nami watched. Horrified, two arms shot out of the body, with long drooping sleeves. A hand shot out of the sleeve, holding a large paintbrush, the same color as the body, pitch black. Finally the head formed. It was a sphere, with antennae protruding from the top of the head. Snow White eye shot open, as it had the same flame effect as the body did. Vu Incinto de Kuhado, Vincent Darkheart, Philip said, his voice echoing. He rose his paintbrush and whipped it, red paint trailing from it. Inuyasha roared in pain as his stomach was cut by the paint. Behind him the trees were cut clean in two, crashing to the ground. Nami had ducked when he whipped his paintbrush, so it passed her and she looked up as Inuyasha fell. Philip, or Vincent, looked at her and slowly moved forward as she reached for her perfect clean attack. She grabbed it and looked up, Vincent's face in hers. She backed away as he chuckled, standing up. "Such imprudent fools, you will die just as he did," muttered Vincent, raising his brush, and Nami smirked. "Oh," she sneered, and Vincent looked behind him at a dark small cloud that was there. His eyes widened as lightning shot from the cloud to Nami's clean attack. Passing through his chest, he roared and arched his back, the lighting widening as the cloud shrunk. "Lightning lance," shouted Nami, and Vincent staggered back, smoke billowing from his chest and back. He growled and rose his paintbrush to strike her, but Inuyasha slashed at him and cut an antenna off. Vincent leapt back and Inuyasha shot at him, roaring. Vincent roared back and rapidly jabbed his arm with the paintbrush forward in every way he could, pellets of paint shooting towards Inuyasha, cutting his cheek. "Ink pelter," shouted Vincent, the hundreds of ink pellets zooming past Inuyasha, hitting the ground and blasting bark off the trees. Inuyasha quickly slashed and blocked all the pellets he could, still dashing forward. As Inuyasha got close enough, he crouched down, his sword above his head. "Windscar," he shouted and slashed down, and 4 yellow slashes shot at Vincent, cutting his stomach, shoulder to his side, and his chest, and his other shoulder. Inuyasha then punched Vincent in the chin, tossing him into the sand. "Shit," panted Vincent, slowly getting up. He growled and shot at Inuyasha, the two dueling. Vincent was sending crescents at Inuyasha, who was slashing back at them. Sparks were flying, as well as blood, as each one got a hit on the other. The two growled and leapt back, both raising their weapons. Vincent's body began to glow silver, as Inuyasha's began to glow a dark purple. "Mido, dark path," muttered Inuyasha, Tenseiga glowing too as Vincent growled. "Omega," growled Vincent, the ground shaking violently. "Crimson slash," Vincent roared, slashing down, a large, blood-red crescent shooting at Inuyasha as he slashed down with all his might. "Zanjutsuha, cutting moon wave," roared Inuyasha, a dark purple crescent shooting out, shattering Vincent's attack like glass. Vincent took a step back and the attack closed in. "And no," he roared, and it passed through his body with ease. He coughed up blood, and fell to his knees, the ink deteriorating from him as he returned to normal. He collapsed in the sand, dropping the paintbrush. Inuyasha and Nami both panted and sat down, but jumped as an explosion came from their right. They looked over as Luffy and Goku were tossed back into boulders. "Luffy," shouted Nami, and he got up with Goku, both of them panting. Simon snickered and shot his arms at them as they leapt towards him. "Gumo Gumo no Gatalingu," shouted Luffy, shooting a barrage of fists at Simon, only to have each fist met by Simon's right arm. Luffy clashed with the vines as Goku leapt around shooting ki at Simon. The ki did nothing, only hit the vines, explode, then nothing more. Simon laughed and shot his left arm at Goku, still fighting Luffy with his right arm. Goku punched Simon's arm, and was it away as another thick vine which smacked his cheek. Luffy kept punching the vines, gritting his teeth as he saw Goku hit away. He looked away for a second too long. Simon sucker punched him and backhanded him into Goku. "You two are the strongest of them all?" Simon laughed and Luffy shot his arms back. "Gumo Gumo no," Luffy growled, and Simon laughed louder and Luffy shot his arms forward, smashing Simon's stomach. He laughed even harder as Luffy's arms hit him and bounced off. "No use," Simon shouted, shooting a spiked vine at Luffy, impaling his shoulder. He roared in pain and Simon rose his arm to strike. "Be you, but I'm rubber," shouted Luffy, and Simon snickered and rose his arm higher. "Die, Straw Hat," he roared and swung down on Luffy. Goku appeared and rose his arms to stop it. When he blocked it, he sunk into the sand, a shockwave passing through the ground. Simon chuckled, but stopped as his vines illuminated a gold color, then a light blue. "The hell?" he muttered, and his arm was blown off, torn by Goku's Kamehameha wave. He roared and whipped the remains of his arm back as Luffy shot at Simon. He shot his leg into the air as Simon watched him, holding the smoking remains of his arm. "Gumo Gumo no," Luffy screamed, bringing his leg down on Simon's head. "Oh no, axe," Simon grunted, and he arched his back forward as Goku appeared to his side. He kicked Simon in the head, cracking the mask a bit more, sending him crashing across the ground. He neared the water and growled, shooting his left arm into the ground to anchor him, slowing him to a stop, right at the edge of the water. "So you two aren't that weak after all," Simon grunted, standing upright. His right arm slowly began to reform, the fines growing back in place. Luffy landed on the ground, his legs pumping blood into his body. He placed his fist on the ground, his legs more than shoulder length apart as steam rose from his body. "Gear second," shouted Luffy, looking up at Simon. Goku and Luffy cracked their knuckles and readied their attacks. Luffy rose his left arm up and aimed his palm at Simon. "Gumo Gumo no," muttered Luffy, and Goku brought his fist back, and it was surrounded by a golden ball. "Dragons," Goku muttered, as Simon growled. "Jet pistol," shouted Luffy, punching the air. A cloud appeared where he punched and another as it hit Simon in the stomach. "Fist," roared Goku, shooting forward, punching Simon in the chest. The two attacks hit the vines and tore some up. Simon keeled over and held himself up, panting and shaking, as Luffy and Goku readied again. He coughed and panted more, staggering to get up but fell down again, struggling to get up from the hit. Simon growled and stood up shakily, whipping his left arm, and a ball shot out, the size of the arm, with a long vine attached to it. "Nature's wrath," shouted Simon, spikes appearing on the ball. He began to spin it above him, Luffy and Goku shooting forward. "Bring it on, weaklings," roared Simon, shooting the spike ball at them. Goku kicked it away, sending into the water, allowing Luffy to shoot a jet pistol at Simon. He attempted to deflect it but his arm was hit away, and instead was hit by Luffy's jet pistol. Simon roared as it hit and whipped the spike ball at them again, hitting them both into the air. Simon cackled and rose his right arm, vines shooting out. The two punched at them, but only one hit them at a time. One hit Luffy in the shoulder and his arm went limp. "The hell?" shouted Luffy, being hit in the right leg, it too going limp. Goku was hit in the left arm and right leg as well, both going limp. "Pressure spike," shouted Simon and he laughed. Luffy shot his active arm back and shot it forward, hitting Simon in the mask, cracking it more than it was before. Simon growled and swatted Luffy's fist off his mask and yanked the two down, the spike ball rising in the air. "Luffy," shouted Nami, everyone looking at them. "Goku," shouted Trunks, panting. Luffy and Goku neared the ground and Simon laughed, bringing the spike ball down on them, letting the vines retract to him, freeing them. He smashed the spike ball into the ground and it exploded, cracks traveling from the sand to the forest. Explosions traveling inside them. Simon stood up and was punched out of the smoke, Luffy and Goku unharmed. The three roared and shot punches at the other, skidding back with each hit. Simon growled and was punched into the forest, but he brought Luffy and Goku with him as they soared across the ground. "You first," roared Simon, hurling them into the trees, landing on the ground to straighten himself upright. He spread his arms out to his sides, vines seeping into the ground as the ground shook. "Captain's going to use the final move," shouted a pirate on the ship crowded and cheering. "Go Simon-sama," shouted a woman, and Simon roared, raising his arms and crossing them. Out of the ground, a dozen spikes shot up, vines wrapping around them, trapping Goku and Luffy in them, like a web. They struggled and Simon panted, looking at them. "You fought valiantly but now I must end this. You will die here," shouted Simon and Nami watched in horror with everyone else of the Straw Hats. "Vine," muttered Simon, uncrossing his left arm, the vines straightening up on the outer right spikes, destroying the ones it was wrapped around. Morrisondeau watched, trembling, and roared at Simon. "Stop it, Simon." "Demolition," roared Simon and he uncrossed his right arm, destroying the left spikes and then the vines that were wrapped around Luffy and Goku, too, straightened out. "Luffy," screamed Nami, Robin, Usopp, Frankie, Brook, Zolo, Sanji, and Chopper. "Goku," shouted Roshi, Trunks, and the rest as blood shot in the air, screams of agony ringing out from the explosions. Simon panted, the trees around him collapsing in a cloud of dust, that slowly retracted his vines, all of them being blood-soaked. He shook his head, looking at the dust, looking at the blood as it trailed out in a large pool. "Fools," Simon muttered and turned to face Morrisondeau, who was watching in horror. Morrisondeau stammered, sitting up. He clenched his fists in the sand. "Luffy, BL." Ood rained down from the smoke as Simon moved towards Morrisondeau. Nami was covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she shook. Usopp was shaking, covering his ears. "And no Luffy," shouted Sanji, dropping his cigarette. Simon chuckled and punched Morrisando into the sand, retracting the vines. "You are weak, Morrisando," snickered Simon, towering over him. Morrisando growled and looked up, his hand in the trail of blood that Simon was standing in. "You dare disobey me? You are very stupid. Do you know how long it's been since we last saw each other?" growled Morrisando, looking up, his eyes full of rage. "It's been too long. You grew weak. I think it's time you were replaced," chuckled Simon, and he stopped, seeing Morrisando laughing hysterically. "You couldn't have possibly forgot, and you couldn't be this stupid," he said, raising his hand over the blood. Simon leapt in the air, growling, and Morrisando slammed his hand in the blood. The blood rapidly turned to chains and started to form towards Simon. Morrisando's leg slowly was formed back by the chains attaching to him, and he stood up, and the chains kept following Simon. What the hell, why are they still going?" shouted Simon, and Morrisando sneered. "You had the blood stained on you when you tore my leg off, remember?" yelled Morrisando, and the chains embedded themselves in Simon's vines. Morrisando grabbed the chains and slowly began to spin them, spinning Simon around in the air. "Human flail," roared Morrisando, whipping the chains at the ground. Simon plummeted towards the ground and smashed into the boulder, the ground exploding from the impact. The chains shot back into Morrisando's arm, and he stood up, looking at Barntle and Richard. Simon got back up and roared, shooting towards Morrisando, bashing High's arm into his face and sending him flying into a tree. Simon roared and stuck both of his arms out, and vines shot out, hitting Morrisando before returning and flying back at him. Morrisando grabbed the tree and smacked the vines away before placing his left hand on his elbow and quickly swiping his hand down his arm. His arm morphed into a large blade, as the vines shot back. "Executioner's slash," roared Morrisando, smashing down, cutting the vines into dozens of pieces. Simon slid back and roared in pain as a diagonal cut appeared on his chest, the vines tearing apart. "I told you to stop. Now you will pay for your disobedience," shouted Morrisando, and he dashed forward, hunched over as he brought his bladed arm back. Simon growled and shot one arm at him, only to have Morrisando dodge it, causing his fish to smash the ground. Morrisando leapt on the arm and cut it, sparks flying as the blade hit the thick arm, only to be punched away by Simon's free arm. "Die, Morrisando," roared Simon, swinging his arm down on Morrisando as he lay in the sand. "Weapons left," grunted out Frankie, hitting Simon in the mask, causing him to stagger back. Usopp slowly picked up his slingshot and fired at Simon, hitting his chest and arms, causing them to start on fire. "You will pay for what you have done to Luffy," shouted Usopp, and with that, Morrisando leapt up and slashed down Simon's body, directly in the middle. Simon grunted and gasped for air, staggering back before both of his arms smashed Morrisando on each side. "You will not beat me so easily," roared Simon, and Morrisando fell to his knees, panting. "Who is that fighting the captain?" someone said to the woman holding wanted posters. She found one and dropped the rest as she quivered and shook in fear. It can't be," she shouted, and, down below, Simon roared and created an even larger spike ball than before. "Nature's fury," he roared, and Morrisando growled and his arm enlarged to a gigantic chained fist. "Giganto mortar," shouted Morrisando, and the two attacks shot at each other. When they collided, the entire island, and the boat included, was engulfed in a dome of white light. When the dome popped, air burst from the center, where the two attacks met, and tore up the trees, rocks, and nearly tipped the boat over. The wind was so powerful, it even began to move the clouds and the island itself. The winds died down and the light vanished as dust covered the island. Simon and Morrisando were standing, facing the other, silent. Then Simon grunted and fell forward, landing in the sand with a thunderous thud. Morrisando coughed up blood, his shoulder and chest exposed from the attack, blood soaking his clothes. Barntle and Richard slowly got up, panting and facing Morrisando. "You defeated our captain. There is only one person who could do that, and you can't beat him," shouted Barntle, shooting forward, blood oozing from his wounds as he charged at Morrisando. He sighed and staggered forward, towards the advancing Barntle, who had a free claw. "I will finish you myself," snarled Barntle, and he shoved his claw at Morrisando, doing a sort of battle cry. It was a quick movement, Morrisondeau rose his arm and swept it across the air, shattering Barntle's claw into tiny shards, and it cut through his chest and back, armor and blood spraying out and over the sand. Barntle collapsed in the sand, face first, as Richard dashed forward. "You are going to deal with me now," Richard said, taking out his wand. Morrisondeau crouched down, coughing up blood and staggering as he did, crossing his arms. They turned red as his cape fluttered. Ed in the wind that seemed to emanate from Morrisondeau. "Look, what is going on?" shouted a guy on the ship, pointing at the ring that was forming in the sand as the wind blew. "Betrayers slash," roared Morrisondeau, vanishing in a burst of air, shooting past Richard in a blur. He stopped outside the ring, dust shooting past him, his arms facing outward now. Richard arched his back, an X appearing on his chest, shining red. The ground, too, exploded in an X formation as Morrisondeau stood up. Look," shouted the woman, and they all gasped, the dust clearing. In the sand was a large circle, with a blood-red X through it. The same mark on Richard's chest. It can't be, that really can't be," shouted another man, and Morrisondeau stood up, turning to look at them out of the corner of his eye. "It's, blank, underscore, blank. Impel down, blank, underscore, blank." Ace sat in his cell, and Magellan, with an escort of Impel Down guards, marched down the steps. Magellan was a large man, about 3 times the height of a normal human. He had a face that resembles a mandrill, with very sharp teeth and a thick beard. His fingers closely resembled those of the blue gorillas, a type of monster that guarded Impel Down. He wore bat wings and horn-like ornaments on his head, the latter of which he can pull out and use as weapons. Underneath those horns, he had short black twin-tail-styled hair. Overall, Magellan resembled a devil. While most guards wore a white-colored uniform, Magellan wore a black-colored suit with a red shirt underneath. His suit featured more buttons than those of his subordinates. Draped over his right shoulder was a piece of rope, and he too wore what appears to be the standard cap of Impel Down workers. He peered down at Ace, Ace not looking back. "Portgas D. Ace," muttered Magellan, but his sentence was interrupted as his Den Mushi started to bleep. He growled and picked up the receiver. "Hello," he said, his voice grumbling. "Warden Magellan, this is Sengoku," came Sengoku's voice. Magellan quirked brow, and peered at Ace. "We are bringing Portgas D. Ace up. Just know, we have bigger issues. We cannot contact Vice Admiral Morrisondeau." The guards and Magellan gasped, and Ace's head shot up, his eyes wide. "We last had word of him in Arabasta tracking down the Straw Hat Pirates. We haven't been able to contact him since then. Fear the worst," Sengoku continued, and Magellan gulped and shook his head. "And what does this have to do with me?" grumbled Magellan, scratching his head. "We need you to be as careful as you can with Ace. While Morrisondeau may be a vice admiral, his past still looms over him as a threat to us. I have already issued a bounty on his head for him alive. Be careful." "A bounty on a vice admiral?" owned Ace and Magellan, and Ace looked up. "How high of a bounty?" Magellan asked, and Sengoku was silent. "Well, we thought the bounty that he acquired seemed appropriate, seeing as he is a precious experimentation. We placed his bounty at blank, underscore, blank. Moby Dick, blank, underscore, blank." "Pops," shouted a pirate, dashing to Whitebeard, holding a wanted poster. The pirate collapsed, panting in front of Whitebeard. What is it?" grumbled Whitebeard, hidden in the shadow of the clouds. The pirate took the wanted poster and slammed it on the ground. Everyone around gasped, and Whitebeard's eyes widened as the light shone on the paper. "Could that be?" muttered a large tanned man, standing next to a shorter blonde-haired man. "No mistake, Mutt," read the man with blonde hair as they looked at the poster. "I would know that cheeky smile anywhere," chuckled Whitebeard, laughing heartily, looking down at the picture of Morrisondeau. "Gararararara," he laughed, and everyone laughed with him as the sun shone on them. Blank, underscore, blank. Arabasta, blank, underscore, blank. Vivi was walking around the streets of the city, greeting everyone and smiling. A man came running up to her, holding a stack of wanted posters, and she tilted her head. She took one and he ran off, giving them to other people, posting them on walls. She looked at it and covered her mouth and dashed back to the castle. "I have seen this before," she thought, and dashed up the stairs. "I saw this the night that I was saved by those guys. But why were they here? What could someone of this stature be doing this far from the New World? Blank, underscore, blank." Marine Ford, blank, underscore, blank. Vegapunk sighed and held up the wanted poster. Gazing at the picture. You know I don't blame you for what you've done. After all, it's your choice. Let's see where this takes us, shall we, Morrisondo? He leaned back and sipped some tea, closing his eyes and crossing his legs. Blank, underscore, blank. Impel down, blank, underscore, blank. Magellan was shaking, his eyes small, as with everyone around him, including some prisoners. What did you say? Muttered Magellan, and Sengoku sighed and repeated himself. Vice Admiral Morrisondo's bounty is 1 billion belly. Normally we would think such a bounty on anyone, including military operatives, would be too high. But we must get him back. You know how dangerous he is, how powerful he is, and what we have done with him. If we don't get him back, we will have no choice but to execute him. Magellan, you have to be very careful. Morrisondo was not fully upgraded to his military chip, and he is still a criminal at heart. Be warned. Magellan shook his head and Crocodile peered out, his eyes quivering. 1 billion? He thought, and he saw Ace get taken out of his cell as Magellan continued to talk to Sengoku. Crocodile grumbled and closed his eyes just for a second, when all of a sudden, as Ace was led upstairs, with Magellan starting to follow, the air around them screeched and the pressure started to increase. Eve, Ryan was brought to their knees as they looked behind them, the air near Crocodile's cell cracking and turning black and red. The hell is that? Shouted Magellan, and the air shattered, a black ABSTR. Act wave of energy surrounded by a red outline shot out, tearing up the ground as it shot at Magellan. He stood up as the air started to crack more. The black energy hit Magellan and passed through him, cutting him in half. Had it not been for him in his poisoned form, he would have been killed, but the damage he took was still enough to knock him out. He collapsed and crashed on the ground, eyes WH. ITE as the stairs exploded from the attack. Crocodile growled and stood up, his handcuffs shattering as well. I don't know what's going on, he muttered, and he shot out of his cell, shooing up the Saint Airs as the air began to separate them from the other side of the level. But I will not stay any longer. He growled, and he was hit with his cigars and clothes as he flew up the stairs. He growled and D removed them from his face, and his coat hit him, sending him and his clothes into the hole, along with some other prisoners and some guards. Magellan shouted a guard, and just as soon as it started, it stopped. The pressure decreased rapidly and everyone panted, looking around. What was that? Shouted a guard, and Magellan slowly got up, coughing. He growled and looked around, parts of the cells missing, along with the prisoners. Who all escaped? He shouted, and a guard jumped. Well, sir, it's hard to say. They got sucked into that thing. He shouted, and Magellan looked up, seeing Ace. He sighed and stood up. Clean this up later. Let's get him to the ship before something like that happens again, muttered Magellan, and they all quickly walked up the stairs. Blank, underscore, blank. Thousand Sunny, blank, underscore, blank. Vice Admiral Morrisondo, and Captain of the Betrayed Pirates, shouted the woman, and everyone screamed as he turned to face them. He has a bounty that's the highest in the world. Why is he a pirate? No, why is he a vice admiral? He is wanted alive, not dead. What the hell? Shouted another member, and Morrisondo panted, staggering forward as blood poured out from his shoulder. Simon groaned and attempted to get up, but Morrisondo stood over him as the mask reappeared on the other side of Simon's body. Morrisondo looked at him and held his bleeding shoulder. You haven't told the new people of my double job? Panted Morrisondo, and Simon grunted. Simon took in a deep breath and exhaled. Forgive me, Captain. I had not informed them of you. I feared if I did the government would come after you while you were undercover, he muttered, and the Straw Hats watched in awe. Wait, you said, Captain, Robin said, and Simon stood up slowly, staggering a bit. Your point? He muttered, and she gulped. Well, aren't you the captain of the damned pirates? I am, but, and he is the captain of the betrayed pirates. Get to the point, Simon started, and Morrisondo rose a hand. Simon grumbled and stopped as Morrisondo walked forward, staggering. It is true, I am the captain of the betrayed pirates, but I am also the lead commander of the damned, the betrayed and the punished pirates. I am the captain of the 1st Division, Simon the 2nd, and Tortuga is the captain of the 3rd. But overall, I all the commander or captain of the group. If that is the word you so wish to use. He panted, chuckling very softly, looking at Davison, Charles, and Carson. They all got up, covered in blood and panting, wincing, and groaning in pain. It's good to see you again, Philip, Davison, Charles, muttered Morrisondeau, looking at Barnville and Richard. It's good to be back, Captain. We have missed you, said Davison, standing up. For a man of his nature, tears in his eyes was a very surprising thing. He was crying silently, smiling as Morrisondeau walked up to the three. You idiots, I missed you too, he panted, and the four hugged, groaning in pain as they hugged the other. Would you like to hear about Project Fang, sir? Muttered Davison, and Morrisondeau shook his head. He patted them on their shoulders, causing them both to wince. Morrisondeau coughed more blood up, swaying a bit before he looked up at the ship. Is there a Dr. Mendar Kevlin on the ship? He shouted, and there was silence. Then there was a clunk, followed by a whirring. Then another clunk. A man appeared, standing on the edge of the ship. He jumped down and landed in the water. What was that? Muttered Robin, looking over, her vision slow. WLY blurring as the figure walked out of the water. You needed me, Morrisondeau-san? Came a groggy, eager voice. Robin blacked out and her head rested in the sand, as did the rest of the Straw Hats, and the defeat Nami was the last one, with the least amount of injuries, but still took a lot of damage. She listened before passing out, hearing, "Deal with the Straw Hats and their friends. No, come with me, Simon, you too. Everyone else, bring up the Straw Hats and get them into the medical quarters. We need to see what became of Luffy and Goku." After the Straw Hats were all put in the medical quarter, under critical conditions, the doctors worked for hours, cleaning their wounds, stitching any severe wounds, bandaging them, and putting them on their own beds, to rest. Nami was the first to wake, rubbing her eyes, wincing and grabbing her shoulder. She looked around the room, biting her lip. It was a large room. It had windows that looked out on the sea, 8 beds, 6 of which were occupied, and 8 sinks. The floor was tiled, black and white, with a glossy coating. The bed she was laying in had white sheets, white pillows, white mattress, and even a white bed frame, which was bolted to the ground. She looked up at the ceiling and sighed, seeing the domed gray paint looking back at her. The room was around 100 feet long and 50 feet wide. Nami rubbed her eyes again, looking at the sink, which had a mirror above it. She was about to get out to wash her face and comb her hair. Gakakaka, came a small laughter, and Nami looked around, seeing a little boy. She blinked and rubbed her eyes again, and he smiled a big cheeky grin. He was only 2 feet tall and had brown hair and green eyes. He was wearing white shorts and a green and white striped shirt. Good morning, miss. I will alert them that you have woken. He giggled and ran to a black den mushi. Oi, oi, orange-haired lady woke up. He sang and giggled as Nami slowly got up, but someone put a hand on her shoulder to keep her down. She looked at a middle-aged woman with short brown hair. She smiled, wearing a pink nurse's uniform, holding a clipboard. She stood roughly around 5 feet tall exactly, having a fairly skinny figure. Please lie down, Nami-san, you must eat and rest. Captain's orders. She smiled and stood up, walking to the boy, taking the den mushi out of his hands. Devon, go play with Rachel, won't you? You need to stop messing around on these things, scolded the woman, and Devon pouted and skipped out, waving to Nami. Bye, lady. Sorry about that, Charles. Devon was just getting a little excited, she said, scratching her head. No problem, Mary-san. Devon is a good kid, he did nothing wrong. But he did say that the redhead was awake. I will bring up the food right away. Anything she want? Came the voice of Charles, and Mary looked at Nami, her eyes blue, smiling. Anything you want, dearie? Asked Mary, and Nami smiled. Just some soup and tangerines would be nice, she started, and Charles chuckled. Not going to eat much? Bah, I will make you the best darn breakfast you ever had. Zehikik. He laughed and hung up. Nami froze a bit hearing the laugh, and the man they met at Loungetown appeared in her mind. Could that be? She shook her head and smiled at Mary before she laid down, looking at the ceiling. She closed her eyes and fell asleep, a slight breeze blowing in through the windows. Oi, sleepy head, wake up, perhaps breakfast was too soon, muttered Charles, standing beside Nami. She opened her eyes and blinked a few times, and Charles smiled, wearing a chef hat and an arm in a cast bandage over his eye, and over his entire body. He laughed and walked to a trolley he had and picked up a tray to give to her. On it was some pancakes, tangerines, bacon, sausage, and an omelet. He grinned and put the food on a tray attached to the bed and moved it so it was on her lap. She looked at it and then at him, as he checked on the others. You are Zelm Charles. He bowed, yelping in pain, and stood up. Our last encounter was not the best, So I made you all a special breakfast. It is the least I could do, he said, and she counted the number of meals. On the trolley 1 2 3 4 5 6 she stayed silent, only seeing 6, and looked up at Charles. There are only 6, what about the others? She asked, looking around. We had put the others in another medical quarter. Don't worry about it. What about Luffy and Goku? Asked Nami, and Charles got silent. He grumbled and gave her the newspaper and walked away to look at the others. She already knew why he didn't speak. She saw what happened. Vine, muttered Simon, uncrossing his left arm, the vine straightening up on the outer right spikes, destroying the ones it was wrapped around. Stop it, Simon. Demolition, roared Simon, and he uncrossed his right arm, destroying the left spikes, and then the vines that were wrapped around Luffy and Goku, too, straightened out. Luffy, screamed Nami, Robin, Usopp, Frankie, Brook, Zolo, Sanji, and Chopper. Goku, shouted Roshi, Trunks, and the rest as blood shot in the air, screams of agony ringing out from the explosions. Simon panted, the trees around him collapsing in a cloud of dust, that slowly retracted his vines, all of them being blood-soaked. He shook his head, looking at the dust, looking at the blood as it trailed out in a large pool. Nami's eyes began to tear as she slowly put her hand to her mouth, her tears streaming over her hand and down her face, landing on the tray. Luffy, she thought, crying silently. She closed her eyes, the tears streaming faster. He was her friend. He saved her village from Arlong when she told him to leave. He didn't, and instead defeated the terror that had killed her adoptive mother, and practically enslaved the village. But he was more than her friend, that's how she felt, at least. Nami? Came a soft voice, and Nami looked up, seeing Chopper. He was sitting up in his bed, looking at her. Slowly each of the Straw Hats stirred and woke. Good morning, you all. I advise you to all rest still. I got you all something to eat. Charles started, but was interrupted by Sanji. There is only 6 meals there, excluding Nami's, muttered Sanji, looking at the room. They all realized it at once. Where is Luffy? In the other medical quarter, another nurse was checking up on Al, Inuyasha, Trunks, Roshi, Tien, Xiaosu, Yamcha, Vital, 16, 17, and 18. While only Al and Inuyasha were injured, the others had 2 passed out from the pirates' injections. They were all under medical care, but only under minor situations. They were eating their meals that Charles prepared for them, reading books and talking while they waited for Al and Inuyasha to wake. Tien looked at the woman that was checking on Inuyasha, who was hooked up to a mechanical ventilator. Excuse me, miss, he started, and she looked at him. But do you know what happened to our friend Goku? He asked. And she lowered her head and quickly walked out of the room, closing the door. Tien sat back, his eyes shaking. Everyone else already knew the answer too. They had also seen what happened. They didn't. They hid their faces with their hands, tears flowing down their faces. Was the only one not in tears. He stood up, and slowly walked to the door, but someone put their hand on his shoulder. He looked behind him and saw a large mechanical eye looking at him, zooming in and out, twisting and turning. A man walked into the room and everyone looked up, looking into the face of Dr. Mendar Kevlin. I hope everyone is feeling better, physically. His right eye was mechanical, with a retractable metal part that seemed to go from the head with a diagonal curve to the eye. The eye itself as an interlocking silver telescoping module. It had a red lens with crosshairs and tick marks. It constantly zoomed in and out, a bright red dot darting around the room. He smiled, his regular gray eye blinking again. He stood up, standing 6 feet tall. No hair, for his scalp was a metal dome with screws attached to it. His right arm was stitched in the middle, and on the lower half, near the hand, were dozens of little rectangles, all lined up equally up and down the arm. On the upper half, there was some circles that were only near the shoulder. His arm, while mechanical, was skin-colored, like himself. His left arm, however, was not all human-like. The bicep was a metal plate with a handle on it and a few keyholes. His wrist was a metal collar-like object, with a few centimeter-long domes. They constantly were spinning for a few seconds, then stopping. He smiled and opened the door and took a step forward, a clunk sounding. He had a peg leg, starting at the kneecap, and a mechanical foot. It had no toes and resembled a cowboy boot more than anything. He chuckled and nurses came in to check on them. I will be back later, I have to check on something, he said, turning out of the room. The hallways were all 25 feet wide and, depending on which way you looked, all different lengths. He walked down the hallway, scratching his head and past a male wearing green, nodding. He pulled a switch and Kevlin slowly descended into the ground on a circular platform. Where he stood before was closed up by another platform, forming from fang-shaped tiles. His slowly went down, his way only illuminated once a few yards by a cluster of 4 light blue lights. I wonder if there has been any changes, he thought as the platform reached the end, blending back into the ground like it was never there. He began walking forward down an even larger, one-way hallway. This hallway was larger than the last, being about 50 feet now. This one seemed to never end as they walked down it, passing a few light blue lamps. How can it be that you two are still alive? Kevlin asked, looking at the large tank. The tank had a diameter of 5 feet and was 8 feet tall, 7 of that water. The other 1 foot was the metal top and bottom. The tubes that connected to it were pumping and draining fluids from the tank. Morrisondeau walked into the Straw Hats' hospital quarters, to see them all crying. He was going to ask, but he already knew why. Guys, if you would like to I could, he muttered, and Nami, in tears, was apparently enraged by him and ran over, sobbing, and punched him in the face. He skid back and held his nose, Nami sobbing. You could have saved Luffy. He is dead now, she screamed, and Morrisondeau hung his head. He opened the door and motioned them to follow. I want you to see the ship, he said. Walking outside. Ship? This is a ship? Nami sniffled, walking with Morrisondeau, very hesitantly. He nodded, the wind blowing around. They all looked out in awe, standing on a hill, with a 5-degree angle. At the bottom was a lake and a village, kids running around and playing. One of the boys looked up and pointed to Morrisondeau. Look, it's Mori. The kids all ran to him and hugged his legs as he laughed and ruffled their hair. A short blonde-haired boy with brown eyes looked at him and Morrisondeau saluted him, the boys saluting back. What do you have to report, Mori? He said, and Morrisondeau and Kevlin both saluted again. I have to report that there is trouble going on in the forest near the sweets farm. Morrisondeau said, the kids gasping. It seems there are some monsters eating candy. They are not leaving any for the kids. He said, the kids screaming. The Straw Hats looked at them, giggling and chuckling softly. But, we do have good news, said Kevlin, and they looked at him. We saved some for you guys. And he took some candy out of the compartment in his chest. The kids cheered and took some. A middle-aged woman walking over, her hair brown and graying. Come kids, it's supper, she said, and looked at Morrisondeau, smiling softly. Thank you, Mori, you really make these kids' days. They missed you while you were gone, she said, and hugged him. Well, I missed them too. And tell them Thursday's puppet show has a special visitor from the Vegetable Kingdom, he said, and the woman nodded, giggling, walking to the village. Tea they all yours? Nami asked, looking at him. What? No, I don't have kids, said Morrisondeau, blushing. Kevlin laughed and Morrisondeau growled. Oh come on, Mori, you have to have some. Shut up, I don't, he yelled, and Kevlin laughed more. I'm kidding partially. That is one of the many villages on the ship. That one down there is Shikum. It is the only one that is closest to the lake. There is a park over there, near the center, and the main pirate-based area is at the edge of the forest. Kevlin said, and they gazed at it. The ship itself is quite long, about a half nautical mile, he said, and they make noises of disbelief. The two walked forward, smiling. Well, let's go. We need to give you proper introductions to the crew, said Morrisondeau, smiling as they started to walk down the path. As they walked down the path, Morrisondeau looked up into the sky, the sunlight hitting his face. I am sorry about what happened to Luffy, everyone. You have to understand why I couldn't do anything. He gripped his leg, the one that was torn off. If you knew, you would understand. At least I hope you would. Birds flew over the Straw Hats' heads, chirping at them as they walked down the trail in the forest. Morrisondeau was leading them, followed by Kevlin. They all followed, still in sorrow and depression, yet they tired to keep it to a low, as to seem strong. They passed a little pond with a waterfall with it, watchy little animals playing in the water and looking at Morrisondeau. He waved to them and they squeaked and waved back, running around in the water. They passed by many tall luscious trees, bearing some fruits. This is one of my 3 ships, Morrisondeau said, looking back, smiling. They looked around, picking the fruit off. They continued on their way and Frankie walked up next to him. You built this, I assume? Asked Frankie, raising his sunglasses. Morrisondeau smiled and nodded. Yes sir, I did. Took very long, surprised no one noticed it. He laughed and continued forward. It is one of the 3 largest island ships. Top one is Thriller Bark, then my ship, then this one. Morisindo said and took a fruit off the tree and eating it. He smiled as they continued forward, passing by another lake, and crossing a bridge that connected one side to the other. So why exactly did you put an island on a ship? Robin asked, looking around, smiling softly. Well, this is Simon's home island plus a few others that were under the threat of destruction, Morisindo said, looking back. They started going down a hill, the brush thickening as they went down. They pushed the bushes out of their faces, and when they got to the bottom of the hill, the Straw Hats gasped at the sight. They had stepped into a large town. The ground was a smooth gray stone, with little cracks. There was a large fountain in the center of the town with a large statue of Simon upon it, in his vine form. Morisindo smiled and took a deep breath in and sighed. This is the ship's main town, Rose Thorn, he said, and they smiled, looking at all the buildings and stalls. The buildings were a light gray color with bricks. They had all open windows and people walking around talking and laughing. They all noticed Morisindo as he walked forward, and they all greeted him, cheering. He smiled and waved to them all, women going up to him, giving him fruits and telling him how much their kids missed him. He laughed and took the fruit, telling the kids he will tell them all of his tales when Thursday comes, and to make sure they bring lots of fruit for the hike. As the Straw Hats walked towards the large stone temple-shaped building, they began to notice exotic and strange foods, ones obviously not native to North or West Blue. Excuse me, but what are those fish? Sanji asked, looking at a large fish that had rainbow scales. The color changed with each angle you saw it at, shining a brilliant display. Those are rainbow prism fish. They are a very rare species in the Grand Line, but we have a few hundred of them. We have all sorts of endangered creatures upon the ship, knowing that people can be cruel. What we do is we put them in an environment where they can survive if put back into the wild, and simulate events that allow them to eat. We make sure they have a healthy population before we start to harvest them. Such animals you would see here are rainbow prism fish, origami fruit, and the rare green gorilla, Morisindo said, walking forward, and they looked at him. Green gorilla? Asked Usopp, and Morisindo nodded, pointing forward. Ahead of them were large creatures with light green cloaks with dark green fur. The yellow skull mark on the face was white on the skull nose, and light green on the eyes, and appeared to have yellow flat somewhat cubed hands and feet. They were carrying large axes, waving at the people as they walked forward. Morisindo approached one, and they all stopped and looked at him. It's good to see you again, Morisindo said, and they made a monkey noise in response, jumping up and down. He waved to them and told them later he would explain his adventures to them all if they make sure to not cause trouble. They nodded and continued on their way, as the Straw Hats were led to the temple. What were those? Stammered Nami, shaking. Morisindo chuckled, opening the door to the temple. They are distant relatives to the blue gorilla. Though they look the same, the green gorillas are more rare and quite fearsome. But since we have shown them that we are peaceful, they have come to be allies with us and even to join us. He smiled and opened the door, and music LDB heard from the door beyond the stairs. The room was lit by torches, and Morisindo led them down the stairs and opened the door wide. The music stopped and the room got silent. Morisindo grinned and snickered. Oh, so when I get here you don't want to party? Why would we party with someone who thinks he can parade around as a pirate when he works for the government? Shouted a man wearing a white shirt and black pants. The room was silent, and then it burst into laughter and the music started up again. They all cheered at him and some got up to greet him. Good to see you, Captain. You must tell us of your adventures. Mori, came a male's voice from the crowd. The crowd parted, and a man with red hair, red eyes, and a light red scar on his right eye. He was wearing a striped green and white shirt and gray pants, smoking a cigar. His hair was short and stuck out in the front as he looked down at Morisindo. He stood roughly around 6 feet tall and was fairly well built. I see you. Made the news, he said, and took out a sheet of paper and slammed it on the table. It was his wanted poster, reading 1 billion belly. They grinned and all cheered and drank their grog, dancing and singing. You finally are considered a pirate? The man said, puffing out a cloud of smoke. Morisindo shook his head. Not yet. Hopefully when we can initiate Project Fang, I can make my impact on the world, but you need to keep a low profile, Simon, Morisindo said, looking up. The Straw Hats gasped and growled, taking their weapons out and facing Simon. He looked at them, and all the other pirates stood up, taking their weapons out. You, snarled Zolo, taking out all 3 of his swords. Simon sighed and closed his eyes. Zolo, you all, I am sorry. What I did was wrong, I know that. But understand I was doing it because. Because why? Shouted Zolo, tears flowing down his face. He held one sword tip to Simon's neck, the sword shaking. Because we were fighting you for attacking our ship and tearing off his leg. What good is in that? You savagely attacked us and murdered our captain and friend. Zolo shouted, Simon lowering his head. You can say that you are just doing a pirate's thing, attacking other pirates. But I think that you are adding insult to Luffy's death by showing us all pity. Shouted Zolo, and Morisindo placed his hand on his sword. Zolo, nothing I can say can fix this. It's my fault for not stopping my subordinate from attacking. I wish I could do something, but I am trying to do something. You just have to wait a little longer. Then I will show you what is going on. Morisindo said, and Zolo dropped his swords, falling to his knees. The rest of the Straw Hats did the same, all of them crying. Simon sighed and tapped Morisindo's shoulder. I know this is a bad time, but we must discuss our plans. No, not here. I am not in the mood. However, Captain, came Richard's voice, twirling his wand. Marcus and Tortuga both want us to meet at Arabasta. It's the only safe spot, Richard said. Sitting on the table, he nodded and drank a mug down quickly. Why? Came Robin's voice, and Morisindo looked down. Why are you like this? She shouted, and Morisindo quirked a brow. Explain yourself, Nico. Robin, you're an admiral. Vice, he corrected her. You are a man of justice and the opposite force of the pirates. Yet here you are, the captain of a pirate group. Why? She shouted, and Morisindo sat down, sighing. If it's my past you wish to learn about, then I will tell you what I can. He sighed, and everyone looked at him. Sir, it's all right, but they deserve to know this. He looked up at them, his blue eyes quivering. It all started roughly around 18 years ago when I was 5 years old. There was a small island on the edge of the Grand Line, home of some Marines. It was a Marine base commanded by one woman, who led them all in battle against pirates and sea kings, Charlene Morgana. She was the Marines' hand-to-hand expert from South Blue. The small island was inhabited by only 100 people, half of them Marines. The island was buildings built upon bedrock. The buildings were not tall, only 1 to 2 stories high. There was one empty side they used for docking and for the kids to play in, and in that space there were trees and grass, moved there from distant land. The Marine base was visited once a week by a transport ship. Giving them supplies they ordered out of a catalog. The time was around 7:14 p.m. and there were people smiling and talking. Mori-kun, it's dinner, and down the stairs ran 5-year-old Morisindo. He smiled at the woman who called his name. She had long silver hair that fell to the middle of her back, and gray eyes. Her skin was smooth and she had a very slender figure. Her bust was above average size and she had very long legs and average-sized arms, standing around 6 or so feet. She smiled and helped the boy to his chair, a plate of fish on the table. He smiled and took his glass of apple juice and drank it. The woman sat down, crossing her left leg over her right, smiling at the boy. She was wearing gray short shorts, exposing her slender legs, and a shirt that exposed her midriff and some of her stomach. The shirt was white and had the Marine symbol on the back. There was a knock on the door and the woman looked at the door. Come in, she said, her voice soft and sweet. The door opened and a man walked in, tan from the sun. He had blonde hair and green eyes, smiling at the woman. He was wearing the standard Marine uniform, saluting her. Charlene-sama, we must know what you wish to do about the bonfire tonight. Shall we have Sea King meat? He asked, and Charlene looked at Morisindo. Don't ask me, ask the food director. She smiled, pointing at Morisindo. The man nodded and saluted him, kneeling down. Well, sir, what should we have? Sea King meat? Yay, make it like you always do, Tom-san. He smiled, and Tom laughed, standing up. We'll do Lilman, he said, and he walked out. Charlene smiled, eating her food and watching Morisindo. So how was your day, son? It was good, mommy. I played with Kristen, he said, smiling. Oh, and how is she? Good. Kristen is still being shy around me. She needs to play more. Well, maybe you can ask her to come to the bonfire with us and bring some of our special meal of. Charlene didn't get to finish her sentence as the house began to shake. She stood up and looked outside, seeing a large ship approaching with a pirate flag. She gasped at it, her eyes shrinking. It can't be, she said, and Morisindo looked at her. Stay here, Mori. Mommy will be right back, she said, closing the door. She dashed to the other Marines that began to form and they watched as the ship docked. What is going on? She asked and Tom shrugged. Looking up, they waited for a bit and then a figure appeared on top of the ship. Greetings Marines, bashahahaha, came a loud deep voice, and from the ship jumped a dozen or so people. They all landed one after another, one knee on the ground and one fist in front of them, the other arm behind their back. In the center landed a large figure, laughing. As the dust cleared, the Marines gasped, staring at a bunch of fishmen. They snickered and stood up, taking their swords out. The only ones that didn't were the three largest figures. One of them is a light pink fishman, who had 8 tentacles that protruded from his waist. They wiggled and moved around as he looked at the Marines, baring his sharp teeth. He was wearing a dark blue vest and a gold necklace, having short black hair. He stood around 7 feet tall and had 5-foot-long tentacles. The second figure was 5 feet 3 inches tall, and had large blood-red crab claws on his arms. His skin was blood-red on the back, but a beige color in the front. He dug his 6 sword-like legs into the ground, and whipped his large scaly ridged tail. He had no smile on his face, not his eyes gazed at the people in front of him. Barntle clicked his claws and snorted, steam shooting from his nose. And the final figure to not draw a weapon was the tallest, 8-foot-tall great white shark. He had pale skin, tree trunk-sized arms and legs, and a very buff upper body and buff lower body. He had a large fin on his back that was angled down, protruding from his long mangy black hair, resembling that of Arlong's. He was wearing no shirt, but baggy gray pants held up by a large red bandana. He laughed, his teeth shining in the sun as his black eyes gazed upon them all. You all are Marines? Faye, this will be easy, he said, and a Marine shot at him, hitting his chest. The bullet hit him shattered, turning to dust as sparks fell. The great white sneered and Barntle looked at him. You are Ochura Zamkin, aren't you? Said Charlene E. standing forward. Ochura laughed heartily and smiled at her. Of course I am, and that is Barntle Uma and this is Lechka Shin. The three sneered and laughed. I will make my demand simple. Just surrender this island to us and become our slaves, or die here and have all you own be destroyed before your puny human eyes. He laughed and the citizens murmured, looking at him. Then, Charlene stood up and Ochura sneered. What say you? I say, fuck off, she said, and Ochura growled and backhanded her into the crowd. That will teach you to backtalk me. Bye. TCH, snarled Ochura, and he looked around, hearing a distant yelling. The hell is that? What the hell is that? He kept saying, the yelling getting louder. Then, out of the crowd, a blur leapt over everyone and shot at Ochura. He took a step back, and he was kicked in the head, his teeth smashing together, shattering. He roared with his mouth closed, blood shooting from his broken teeth as he was kicked into the ground. The blur vanished and appeared in front of Ochura, and Morisindo stood there, his fists balled. The fuck was that? Is that? Ochura growled, looking at him, slowly getting up. Morisindo punched Ochura right in his left eye, and blood shot from the punch. Grah, that little shit, he roared and swung his right foot at Morisindo and kicked him into a house, destroying the door. Mori, screamed Charlene, and Ochura got up, his left eye bloody. Kill them all, he roared, and the fishmen shot at the Marines. Ochura growled and started towards the house Morisindo was in, his fists balled. Every step he took shook the ground and he snarled and looked in the house, leaning over. Snarling Link, Ochura looked behind him and saw his fishmen in the air, blood splatterin'. The ground as Charlene rapidly moved her arms. He growled and turned around and Charlene gripped the chains she had and they landed on the ground. She faced him. You leave my son alone, she screamed and shot forward, the chains following her. Ochura punched her into the air and her chains landed on the ground as she flew up. He grabbed one, stepped on it, and grabbed the other, wrapping it around his arm. He wrapped the other chain around his leg, securing it, and he looked up as she started to fall. You will learn to respect us. This is now our island, he roared, jerking his leg back and whipping his arm in an arc. Charlene was yanked down and she watched as Akira opened his mouth and bit down on her body, his teeth perfectly closing as her legs and upper body hung from his mouth. She screamed loudly and Ochura laughed and spat her out, watching her land in the grass, and he tossed her chains at her, her blood on his mouth, clothes, and staining the ground. He turned around and more. Isindo shot out and punched him in the chest, knocking back Ochura. You little shit, I will teach you to go against me. You may be the son of a demon, but I will not allow you to beat me. He roared, and Morisindo looked at him. Son of a demon? He asked, and was punched in the cheek, landing against the house. Charlene tried to get up, wincing. Don't tell him, she shouted, and Ochura snickered. Well, I will now that you told me not to. He grabbed Morisindo around the neck and rose him into the air, snickering and watching Morisindo struggle. Your father, he is a demon. The government wants him dead. He is a very powerful and influential person, he is. He never finished. There was an explosion from behind them, and a fishman was hit down by a fist of molten lava. You lied, shouted Ochura, looking up as a Kainu landed on the bedrock, a marine ship behind him. You said that if I got the boy you would let us go free. A Kainu walked forward, his right arm starting to bubble and drip lava. What use would that be? Letting slaves go. We are not about to let that happen, a Kainu said, and Ochura backed away. He looked at Morisindo and growled. Kid, this is not going to make sense now. It doesn't make sense to me either. We were sent here to kill everyone but you. I don't know why, but since they went against our deal, I think we should do the same. He roared and tossed the kid into the air. A Kainu growled and shot after him, but Ochura punched him into the ground. He roared in pain, his arm burning, covered in lava. I detest humans, you lie. You betray people all the time. Doesn't feel good now, does it? Ochura roared. Morisindo soared into the air and landed onto a ship that was nearby. A man walked to him and saw a Kainu fighting Ochura. So you are son that they sent to get, he muttered and looked down at Morisindo, knocked out. He picked him up and led him inside, sailing away. Morisindo sighed, taking a swig of rum from a bottle. The Straw Hats watched him, interested now. So you were the son of a marine? And your father was, started Robin, and Sanji butted in. A worthless man for abandoning a mother and child. He was going to light a cigarette, but Morisindo stood up. He swung his arm back and brought it to a low sweeping arch to Sanji's face, drilling his fist into Sanji's nose, launching him into the wall. You will not speak ill of my father, he roared, fist bloody, face full of rage. Sanji got up holding his nose and blood dripped from his hand. You deserve that one, Sanji, muttered Zolo, his eyes closed. Sanji looked at Morisindo and bowed his head. I am sorry, I just thought you would have felt the same. Of course not. Yes, he abandoned me and my mother, but still, he muttered, his fist shaking. Please, will you come with me to learn my past? Or would you prefer to leave? They all smiled and stood up. Let's go, they shouted and cheered. He laughed and the music resumed and the Straw Hats walked out, waving and smiling, closing the door. They are holding up pretty well, but they cannot hide it from me. I know the pain they feel, but they must let the pain out. Let it out, everyone. It will make it all better. Outside, the Straw Hats resumed their crying that they had started before. Someone was going to visit them, but Morisindo stopped them. Let them be. They must be alone for a while. He looked at the door and lowered his head, closing his eyes. Morisindo woke up a few hours later, his head bandaged. He was on a ship and the sun was shining in his face. He looked around and a shadow loomed over him. He turned around and looked up, gasping at the man behind him. You are, he stammered, backing away as the man smiled. You know of me, he said, smiling more. You are, Morisindo stammered, hitting the edge of the boat. Monkey D. Dragon, he shouted, and Dragon chuckled, standing up, dressed in a long green cloak. He had spiky black hair with a widow's peak hairstyle, and what seemed to resemble dark red tribal tattoos on the left side of his face. On his face he had no eyebrows but had some stubble on his chin. Dragon walked to a chair on the ship and smiled, sitting down as some revolutionaries came out. Morisindo looked at them all and panicked, trying to get further away. Our revolutionaries? He shouted, and they looked at him. A kid knows of us? He's not just any kid. A Kainu was after him. No doubt because of his father's bloodline. He is a very dangerous man, he is, Dragon said, leaning back. Morisindo stood up, clenching his fists, stomping forward. Don't you dare make fun of my father, he growled, his steps shaking the ship. Everyone started to panic but Dragon. He simply laughed and looked at him. Make fun of him? Of course not, my good boy. Your father is a dangerous man to the world government. To us, he is God sent. We have had his help with many operations and jobs involving the overthrowing of the world government. Why would you overthrow the government? They swear to protect everyone. They fight bloodthirsty pirates and protect the innocent. Morisindo shouted, Dragon smiling still. Do they? Do you know of the demons of Ohara? When the world government used the Buster Call upon the island? Of course, that was a great triumph for you. They were killed because they could read. What? Ohara was attacked because its scholars were able to read the poneglyphs and decipher information about the Void Century. They were not evil, they could read about the past. Dragon said, and Morisindo staggered back, his body shaking. And no, everything they do, they blame it on people they deem unsafe. Many of them are innocent. They allow nobles to keep slaves. Take people away from their families to keep them as slaves to the celestial dragons. Dragon said, and Morisindo held his head, shaking it. And no, you're wrong, he shouted and sobbed, his head on the ground. I based my life on them. I wanted to be an admiral like them, so I could save people. He sobbed louder and Dragon stood up, walking to him. You still can save people, just allow us to help you. Will you listen to us? He asked, and Morisindo looked up, tears flowing down his face, dripping on his hands. I will save people no matter what, he shouted, and Dragon smiled and put out his hand. Well said, blank, underscore, blank. Morisindo stood on the stern of the ship, his cape fluttering in the wind. He was wearing his normal admiral uniform, smoking a cigar. He rarely smoked them, but he did on that rare occasion. As the ship sailed forward, Simon stood next to him, also smoking a cigar. So Captain, what will we do when we get there? He asked and peered at Morisindo, puffing a cloud of smoke out. Morisindo crossed his arms, closing his eyes. We will free the island of Ochura's control, given that he is still there. And we will free my mother. She is the one I am wanting to save, but I will save everyone else that lives upon that island. Simon nodded and the ship sailed forward, the water parting and crashing against the ship's hull. The straw hats were in their own quarters that Morisindo gave them, leaving them be to do as they wished upon the ship, telling everyone to leave them be if they need no help or were alone. Barndle scuttled over to Morisindo, holding a map. Morisindo chuckled and Barndle clicked his claws. No need for that map, my good man, we are almost there. Huh, we are? Of course, we have been travelin'. Gee, that general direction since we got the straw hats, Simon said, his cigar dropping ashes that blew away in the wind. So what will we do when we get there? I am not in the mood to see my boss again, grumbled Barndle, clicking his claws more slowly. We will defeat him if he still lives. I am surprised you escaped and joined us. You will have to tell us why though, you never told that. Moriso, NDO said, and the three walked away to suit up for battle. On the island near the Grand Line, a fishman dashed towards a large stone building that contained the symbol of the Akan pirates. Captain, Captain, he shouted, tripping on his way in. Ochura turned around and quirked a brow, sitting at a table with Charlene. What is it? He asked, leaning back on his chair. A pirate ship approaches. Then go destroy it. We can't, he shouted, and Ochura growled. And why not? Because it's the size of two giants. Ochura's eyes shrunk and Charlene sipped her tea, shaking her head. What do we do? Asked the fishman, but Ochura was staring behind him. Charlene looked up as well and dropped her tea, shaking. That can't be, she whispered, looking at the flag. Ochura stood up and the whole island shook as the half-a-mile-long, quarter-of-a-mile-tall ship raged towards them. Morisindo, Simon, Barndle, Charles, Richard, Philip, Davison, and Father Carson all stood on the bow of the ship. Ochura of the Akan pirates, I am calling you out, Morisindo shouted, raising his fist. Ochura staggered back, and his eyes widened. That voice, it can't be, they said he was dead. Charlene sat there, shaking and holding her head. I am calling you out. You terrorized this island before, you struck Charlene Morgana, and you separated a boy from his mother. You will pay for these crimes. Carson, why don't you help him repent his sins? Shouted Morisindo, and Father Carson whipped the large silver cross off his back, spinning it above his head, his glasses glinting. Started Carson, aiming the cross at the building, the end of the cross shining. Mean, he roared and fired it, a beam of light hitting the Akan building and destroying one wing of it. Rubble rye, Ned down, and smoke rose as the pirates leapt off the ship, facing the Marines that stood there. You will stop right there, shouted a large tanned man. He had a scar on his face, and an eye patch over one eye, and blonde hair. You are trespassing on Marine property. You will all be executed here, he shouted, taking a sword out. "Oh, you really going to execute me?" Morisindo said, walking up to the man. He put on a wicked grin and snickered. "The food director Tom-san?" Ochura punched a large chunk of the building that flew at him and Charlene, shattering it to tiny bits as he turned to face the ship. Lechka moved to his side, as did a large eelman hybrid. His long deep green tail slithered on the ground as he took out a long sword with a jagged blade. "What do we do, sir?" he asked, putting the back end of the sword on his shoulder, tapping it as Ochura growled, his eyes small. "We have no choice but to fight. He is not going to reason with us," Ochura muttered, and behind him came a puffer fishman, standing 4 feet tall, and had sand-colored skin. He had a light brown back and spikes covering his entire body. He was wearing sandals and a Hawaiian shirt and shorts. He was carrying a large iron fish-shaped club, tapping his shoulder with it. "So who do I get?" he asked T.S. King, as a large killer whale man walked next to him, crossing his legs. His face was littered with scars, along with his chest. His arms were just a bit smaller than Ochura's and he stood shorter than him. He was wearing black pants with a black belt and no shoes and sneered, watching Simon as he began glow green. Simon clapped his hands together and air started to spin around him in a tornado. It began to expand as a dark shadow started to grow within it. "I get the green one," he said, his voice deep and echoing as the tornado burst. The air billowing past everyone, exposing Simon, covered in vines and the mask glinting in the sun. From his left came a mermaid, with her tail still intact. He was holding a red trident and was twirling it, smiling. She was a tall mermaid, standing 6 feet tall. She had a blue scaled tail and was wearing a mini jacket and tee. Her hair was purple and her eyes were too. She smiled, staring at Richard, licking her lips. "I call the magician Mufflan," she said, giggling. Mufflan, the killer whale, sneered. "Why is that, Rebella?" Rebella flipped her hair out of her face and planted the trident on the ground, showing her fangs. "'Cause I need a meal." "You guys need to calm down," a turtle said, wearing sunglasses. He was carrying 2 black boxing gloves, twirling them. He had a dark green shell, dark green skin, and no hair. He put the gloves on and bashed them together. "We need to protect the island. We know who he is, but we don't know the severity of his anger. We must be careful," Ochura said, and he cracked his knuckles. The 7 stood in the gateway as Charlene watched them, but soon some Marines rushed to her to get her away to safety. "But," she stammered, wanting to watch, but was brought away to a hiding spot. They watched as Morisindo walked to Tom and put his hand on his shoulder. Though they saw Morisindo, they had no clue who he was. They just thought he was a pirate, all except Ochura and Charlene. "So, you will fight us?" Ochura asked, walking forward. Morisindo frowned, counting 6 people. "I guess we don't really have a choice, now do we?" muttered Ochura, and Morisindo sneered. Mufflan faced Simon, Rebella faced Richard, the puffer fish, Belm, faced Carson. The eel, Slick, faced Barndle. Lechka stood beside Ochura as they faced Morisindo. The rest of the damned pirates backed off as the 6 faced each other. "We will take back this island and run you out of here," Morisindo roared, and he shot at Ochura, only to Lechka punch him into the Akan pirate base. Ochura laughed and leapt in after him, arching his fist back. "Fishman Karate number 46, crushing airwave," Ochura shouted, jabbing his palm at Morisindo, shooting a burst of air at him. Morisindo got on his hands and did a double back flip, shooting a chained fist at Ochura. It was blocked and knocked away as Ochura ran down the chains, kneeing Morisindo in the face, launching him towards the Akan pirate base doors. "Mori-san," shouted Barndle, shooting his claw at Slick, meeting his jagged sword. Slick and him clashed, sparks flying as each one attacked the other. Barndle nicked Slick in the cheek and in return got his shoulder cut. The 2 skid back and growled. Barndle shot forward, the ground tearing up from his legs as Slick slithered forward, putting his sword behind his back. The 2 growled and roared, swinging their weapons at the other. "Red hammer, static strike," roared Slick, and his sword hit Barndle's claw. A burst of air and electricity shot around. The 2 growled and leapt out of the way as Simon shot past them, crashing into a building, Mufflan dashing after him. "Watch where you stand, Barndle," shouted Simon, pushing a boulder off him. He shot a barrage of vines towards Mufflan, missing each time as Mufflan flipped in and out of them, dodging each vine. Simon growled and Mufflan punched him in the stomach, sending a shockwave towards a building. Simon grabbed Mufflan's arm with both his vine hands and spun him around, hurling him into the ground, then shot his fist at Mufflan, hitting him in the chest. "Gee Gra, you pack a punch, Venetora," smiled Mufflan, panting and wiping the blood from his mouth. The two stood, arms ready to strike. Both roared and shot forward, thrusting their arms at the other. Pulses of air shot out as they hit each other, hitting the other's shoulder, chest, side, or completely missing. They continued this, growling, air shooting around. Mufflan brought his right leg to kick Simon in the chest, spinning in the air as Simon skid back. Mufflan smirked and drilled his body, spinning rapidly, into Simon's chest, pushing him to a building, hurling him towards it. Simon stopped himself and shot his arm at Mufflan, who smacked it into the air. The arm shot high into the air and Mufflan dashed forward, his fin slapping the stone as Simon grabbed his shoulder and brought his arm down, smashing Mufflan into the bedrock. Barely cracking it, Rebella was slashing and jabbing at Richard, missing as he hit her trident away with his cards that were in between his fingers. She was licking her lips, speeding up, starting to push Richard back as they continued to duel, sparks flying around. "You will make a good meal," she purred, raising her trident and slashing down. But, as Richard was going to smack it away, she jabbed forward, piercing his chest. She licked her lips, leaning forward to bite his neck, but when she did, he popped like a balloon. "What?" she shouted, and her cheek was cut by a card, as it passed by her and hit ground, sticking in the bedrock. She whipped around and saw Richard on a house, shuffling cards. "You might be a woman," he said, and Rebella shot at him, hissing, her eyes full of hunger. Richard vanished and appeared on another roof as she landed on the one he was on. "You might be a mermaid," he muttered and vanished, the roof he was on destroyed as Rebella smashed her trident on it. She looked around and he appeared right in front of her. "But you must pay for the crime of enslaving this island." She was going to speak, but Richard punched her with his right fist and elbowed her with his left arm at the same time, his right on top of his left, shooting her across the roofs, tiles raining down. She dug her trident into the roof to stop herself, but Richard kneed her into the house, causing it to collapse in on itself. "You dirty human, you will pay," she screamed and shot up, cutting Richard's chest with her trident. Carson and Belm jumped at each other, swinging their weapons. The cross and the club clashed, a loud, sharp gong sound coming from the impact. They were thrust back, both of them skidding on the ground, panting. Carson stood up, laughing, his glasses glinting in the light as Belm ran forward, his sandals clattering on the ground. Belm leapt in the air, the club arched behind him. "This is good, take your anger out on me," shouted Carson, and he leapt back as the cub hit the ground, bouncing up to hit him in the chest. "There is no anger towards you, Kelpling. I am just doing my duty towards my captain and to this island," calmly said Belm, and Carson landed, holding his chest, still standing. He was panting and growling, spinning his cross. "You dare insult our captain by uttering such nonsense?" he roared and dashed forward, holding the long end of the cross, putting it behind his back as he leapt in the air. "Aye," he roared, swinging down on Belm. Belm rose his hand lazily and stopped it, air busting from the impact. Carson gasped and the club bashed him in the side and sent him flying. "You seem to hold anger against me, Kelpling. Why is that?" Belm asked, resting the club on his shoulder as Carson got up. He panted, placing the cross on the ground and standing up. He took out a Bible and opened it, flipping through the pages. Belm quirked a brow and Carson looked up and dropped the Bible, TW. Silver blades dropping from his sleeves, and 2 long blades shot out from his shoes as he shot forward, the ground sparking from the blades. Carson got on his hands and swung his right leg at Belm in a large sweep, meeting the club. He spun himself with his hands, the blades flat on the ground as he whipped his left leg at Belm, hitting the club again. He began to spin himself rapidly, swinging and jabbing his legs at Belm. Hitting the club, he grabbed the blades off the ground, brought his legs towards him, his feet touching the ground as he thrust himself up, somersaulting in the air. He jabbed his left and right legs at the club, randomly jabbing each one, before flipping forward, bringing both blades to hit the club, pushing Belm into the ground. Such skills, what is he, thought Belm, swinging his club, meeting Carson's right leg blade. He growled and Carson slashed at him with his left leg, only to have his blade hit one of the spikes on Belm's body and fall on his back. What the hell, shouted Carson, and Belm rose his club up, smashing it down upon Carson's stomach, crushing the ground below it. Carson coughed up blood, his body arching away from the blow. Morisindo slowly got up, panting and blood dripping down from his head as Ochura walked towards him with Lechka. The two looked at him and grunted. "Is there no way to talk you out of fighting?" asked Ochura, and Morisindo looked up, growling. He shot at him and punched him in the chest, causing Ochura to skid back against the wall. Morisindo whipped his mouth and Lechka shot a tentacle at him, missing and crushing the table that was there. The room they were in was fairly large. It was around 25 feet by 25 feet, with polished wooden tables and chairs. The tables had nice white plates and cups on them with silverware. The table was crushed and the plates and glasses fell to the floor, shattering. Morisindo grabbed the tentacle and threw Lechka into the wall Ochura was in, sending them into the library. The two got up and growled, looking at Morisindo, who was throwing his cape off to the side. He was wearing a white dress shirt, pants, shoes, and a red tie. His normal clothes as a vice admiral. "Part of the Navy, just like your mother," snorted Ochura, and he stopped from laughing. "Wait a moment, he was wearing a cloak with a pirate symbol on it. He is a captain of a pirate group but is part of the Marines? What has he been doing all this time?" Ochura thought, and Lechka shot forward, shooting his tentacles at Morisindo in a flurry. Each tentacle was jabbing Morisindo in every part of the body, slowly skidding him back. "Give it up," shouted Lechka, and Morisindo whipped two strands of chains from his sleeves, one up and the other down. Ochura's eyes widened, and Morisindo whipped them at Lechka, the chains wrapping around the tentacles. "Eat stone, you damned fish," roared Morisindo, spinning Lechka in the air, throwing him into a window, watching him crash into the ground, skidding past the gate. The chains broke off and Morisindo fell back, and Ochura sighed. "So he is just like his mother in that way?" thought Ochura, and he took a step forward and Morisindo appeared, his fist in his stomach. Ochura coughed up some blood, shooting into the library, destroying shelves as he flew back. Morisindo crossed his arms in front of his body, forming an X as the dust around him spun. "Shupo," he said, and vanished, the dust shooting towards Ochura. He squinted his eyes and brought up his fist, swinging down, hitting Morisindo in the back. "Fish eagle eye," he roared, the library windows shattering. Dust shooting out. Morisindo tumbled out of the dust, Ochura's palm facing the door. Fishman Karate number 71, Water Pulse. The dust parted as if a ring passed through them. As the walls exploded in a ring, the dust shot towards Morisindo, slowly getting smaller and faster as he got up. It passed through him and he arched his back, the main hall exploding. Silverware and shattered glass flying out. "You are strong, but you will not beat me. You may be older now, but you are just as ignorant as you were when you were a kid," Ochura said, walking out, looking at Morisindo, panting on the ground. "No, I will kill you, Ochura," Morisindo roared, and punched him in the chin, sending him through the ceiling, crashing through 3 floors, landing on a balcony floor. He coughed and got up shakily, Morisindo appearing above him. The two threw a punch at the other, and Ochura kicked Morisindo in the back, flipping upright and karate chopping the air. A slash of water shot at Morisindo and hit him in the stomach, and he bent over, holding his stomach as he fell to the ground. "It's over, Morisindo," muttered Ochura, and he turned away, but a chain wrapped around his arms and chest, pinning them together. "The hell?" shouted Ochura, and Morisindo shot up, kneeing him in back of the head, flipping above him, and landing on his hands. He spun around, kicking Ochura in the face before knocking him back. Ochura growled and roared, the building shaking as he flexed his muscles, the chains shattering. "What the?" Morisindo shouted, and he was punched in the face, flying back into a support beam, destroying it. Ochura vanished and appeared above him, kneeing him in the chest. "You will not make it out alive," he shouted, and Morisindo grabbed his leg and clenched it tightly as Ochura stomped on him. You can never stop me from getting my village back from you," Morisindo gasped out, still holding Ochura's leg. Ochura quirked a row and pushed his foot harder down on Morisindo's chest. "The hell you talking about? Taking your village?" Ochura frowned at him, closing his eyes. "I told you I would tell you what was going on if you ever came back," he muttered, and Morisindo crushed Ochura's ankle, causing him to fall back, roaring in pain. "I know exactly what happened. You worked with the Marines to kill us all," Morisindo roared and punched Ochura in the mouth. Ochura bit down and his sharp teeth passed through hand and blood shot out. Morisundo roared in pain and Ochura hurled him into the air, holding his ankle, blood dripping from his mouth. Morisundo landed on the ground, coughing blood up and panting as Lechka moved towards him. "You need to be exterminated, pirate," muttered Lechka, and he prepared his tentacles for another flurry attack. Morisundo got up slowly, panting, and he spread his legs shoulder-length apart and put his arms at a 90-degree angle, his fists facing Lechka. "What trick are you going to pull? I am not going to go easy on you. This is the end, pirate scum." Lechka roared and shot his tentacles at Morisundo, and he looked up, his arms slowly engorging as the tentacles shot at him. "Infinite chain gun." Morisundo roared and his arms exploded into dozens of chains. Ochura was laying on the ground, his eyes closed in pain, not able to notice the events going on. The chains all shot at the tentacles, hitting one after the other. The Lechka and Morisundo continued to shoot their flurry of tentacles and chains, neither one able to hit the other. Morisundo growled and skid back, the tentacles slowly overpowering him. "This is it, you will be killed here," Lechka said, and he went faster, and Morisundo growled and was punched into the wall, the tentacles hitting every bit of his body, pushing him deeper into the stone wall. He crashed through it, rubble clattering around as he rolled onto the pavement. Lechka slithered out, his arms crossed. "You are weak. You call yourself a pirate? I guess I should just finish you off here," he said, and his eyes widened as Morisundo appeared behind him, his right arm in the shape of a large executioner's axe head and out to his side. "Executioner's slash," he muttered, and Lechka's chest was cut open, blood shooting out, his eyes white. Lechka wobbled around and fell on his side, blood dripping from the wound as Morisundo got up and his arm turned back to normal. He turned to watch his crew fight, his face stained with blood on the right. He watched Carson and Belm duke out, sitting panting, growling as Carson was punched in the gut. "You are foolish, father. You cannot beat me. Just give up," Belm said, smashing Carson into the ground, hitting his face like a golf ball, vanishing and bashing him into the ground again, his club bloody. Arson shakily got up and started to laugh insanely, facing Belm, his glasses bent and shattered. He was missing some teeth, and he was limping, but still laughing. "God has smiled upon me," he cackled, and Belm sighed, shooting forward. Carson reached to his collar and Morisundo's eyes widened. "Is he really going to?" he muttered, and Carson yanked the white collar off, and laughed as Belm swung at him. "Aye," shouted Carson, his body covered in a light from the clouds. Belm skid to a stop and watched as Carson slowly was lifted into the air, still laughing. His body began to shake and bubble as he crouched over. His normal priest uniform burst into flame but was quickly replaced. His shoes burst into flames and was replaced with a long boot that seemed to go to the middle of his tights. They were snow white and sparkled as the light shone on them. His shoulders had large shoulder plates on them. They were in the form of a small arch, like a parenthesis, but it grew on the bottom, split into two. And one went on the bottom, the other on the top. They had sharp edges, and the parts closest to the head rose up a bit and stretched around to connect the two plates behind the head, forming a collar. The front, however, was still plain, exposing Carson's scar-riddled chest. The plates continued to grow, forming a cuirass, only it was backwards and was only attached to the pads. They, too, were snow white and glittering as Carson laughed more. His wrists were covered with a black gauntlet that went to the middle of his arm and had a large fang from at the end closest to the elbow. The fang turned gold, as did the top of the gauntlet and the bottom. The shoulder plates and the cuirass started to have a golden outline that thickened to a border. Some of the gold on the shoulder plates shone white and expanded, covering half of Carson's slowly increasing biceps. His hair began to grow longer, some of it covering his right eye and raising up a little in the front. Around his Saint formed a long white cloak that was long in the back, and average in the front and sides. "The hell are you?" shouted Belm, and Carson laughed more as an amber belt formed around his waist and a gall den arrow with an arch on the top formed for the buckle. It was large, about a foot long and white in the middle. The belt secured itself as Carson slowly grew taller, his back bubbling. His chest was pulsing and growing, as was the rest of his body. He roared and laughed, and his chest expanded 2 times what it was before, and his arms did the same, with the legs. His back burst into flames and 2 snow-white angel wings shot out, curling to cover his body as his laugh got deeper and more sane. The wings were at least 3 feet long and was 3 feet tall with a 50-degree angle. As the wing got closer to the end, it got smaller. The ends of the wings were sharp feathers, and they glinted as they battered the air. Carson rose one arm and light shot down from the sky, forming chains around his body. And a long silver and gold sword in his hand. The sword was long and thin, being 3 feet tall but only 2 inches wide. The hilt was rounded, but the circle was facing the holder instead of the sky. The circle passed through Carson's hand but no blood came from it as it shone white. 2 long spikes shot from the base of the sword and at the bottom of the handle, forming a long silver and gold crossblade. What are you?" screamed Belm as Carson rose the sword, white flames engulfing the blade. "I am God's heavenly fallen angel," he roared, slashing down with one hand, but grabbing it with 2 as the tip hit the ground. Belm arched his back, blood shooting out, the spikes shattering on his body. "Samyaza!" Carson roared and Belm fell on his chest, the club banging on the ground, ringing as it rolled. Carson panted and the light slowly faded, his body returning to normal as the spotlight from the heavens closed. When the light was completely gone he dropped to the ground, and fell to his side. Eyes white and blood oozing from his mouth. Morrisondeau panted and his gaze slowly turned to Richard, who was dancing on the ground, dodging all the jabs and slashes of the trident. He was shuffling cards and tossing them in the air as he dodged the trident. He caught them and slashed the ace of spades down, clashing with the trident. "Malady, it's time to end this." He smiled and she sneered and spun the trident. "I do agree," she screamed and slashed down, barely hitting Richard's hat. He leapt back and was hit by some water darts. He growled, his clothes tearing up as it hit him and brought him to his knees. The citizens were watching in horror as Rebella was hurling the dozens and dozens of water darts. Richard's clothes were slowly being torn up, blood splattering from the cuts and wounds as the darts hit. He looked up and Rebella shot down, hurling the trident at Richard, getting him in the neck, and smashing into the ground. "Richard!" shouted Morrisondeau and Rebella landed on Richard, frowning as the dust cleared, showing that Richard was all right, his neck in between 2 of the prongs. "You are getting annoying," she shouted and brought a fist back and Richard thrust his palm up. Her fist hitting it, her body writhed and shook as her hair started to smoke and frizz up. Richard kicked her and pulled the trident up and spun it in his hands, a yellow ball forming on the prongs. Morrisondeau growled and snorted, "You little shit, always trying to be like him," and Richard grabbed it with both his hands and slashed it in the air, appearing to cut the air itself. "You always try to be Whitebeard," sighed Morrisondeau and the cut air folded and curled up into a ball and turned yellow, electricity shooting out. Rebella got up and Richard aimed the trident at her and the ball and hurled the trident at it, piercing the ball. The 2 shot at her, electricity shooting out as it closed in on her. "No!" she screamed and the trident pierced her stomach, chest and near her neck. Electricity and blood shooting out as she was electrocuted. She writhed and thrashed around before falling on her tail, her back hitting the ground. Richard panted and fell to his knee, holding his chest as blood dripped out. An explosion caused both Morrisondeau and Richard to turn around to see Simon and Mufflan fighting. "Go Simon!" shouted Richard and Morrisondeau looked at him. His eyes got small as a shadow engulfed him. He turned around and was kicked in the cheek, shooting towards the balcony level of the base by Ochura, who was panting. "We aren't done," he roared and shot up as Mufflan punched Simon in the chest several dozen times. "You are finished, Vine Man," roared Mufflan and Simon pointed up, a large spike ball above him. "Nature's wrath," Simon roared, the SP. Ike ball smashing down and crushing Mufflan, and some bedrock. He panted and looked around, slowly turning back to his human form. "Where is Morrisondeau?" he asked and his question was answered as he heard Morrisondeau roar in pain from the base. He looked up and gasped, seeing Morrisondeau in Ochura's mouth, blood pooling out. "Just like your mother," Ochura muttered, crouching down and shooting up, hurling Morrisondeau into the air. A stream of blood pouring from the bite wounds into Ochura's mouth. He was laughing then stopped, his eyes wide. "Just like your mother," he said and Morrisondeau clapped his hands on the blood. The blood changing into chains, and impeding half of one on the roof Ochura's mouth. He panicked and yanked at it, only to yelp in pain from pulling. Morrisondeau took the chain with his right hand and yanked it harshly, watching as Ochura shot up, roaring in pain. "Not again," he roared and Morrisondeau began to somersault in the air, causing Ochura to shoot up faster. "I will not let you keep your reign on this island, Ochura," You caused me so much pain when I was a kid, making me watch as you nearly killed my mother, and to make it better, you made me leave the island by throwing me. Morisindo roared and Ochura growled, eyes wide. You idiot, I told you I would explain everything, screamed Ochura, and Morisindo glared at him. Nothing you can say can change the past. You ruined my life. Morisindo roared and tugged the chains even harder. No, I cannot lose like this again. He roared and got closer to Morisindo. Charlene spun in the air, as if cartwheeling on the ground, pulling Ochura into the air, the chains wrapping around her hands and feet as she spun. Ochura roared and shot up, the chains in his mouth yanking painfully. You will never take this island from us, Charlene shouted, and everyone cheered, Akainu below her and Ochura. Do it, Charlene. Finish him off, Akainu said, crossing his arms, and Charlene nodded. She looked at Ochura, who was panicking. Please, don't, he told us to. I know, Charlene said, and the chains wrapped around her were flung behind her, and she brought the heel of her right foot to Ochura's head and she swiped her hand, cutting the chains as she launched Ochura towards the ground. Akainu watched and quirked a brow, then took a step back, but it was too late. Ochura smashed right into him and the two crashed into the bedrock, smoke billowing towards the sky. Morisindo growled and cut the chains early, and Ochura was right below him. What now, kid? He said, sneering. Morisindo looked in at him, crossed his arms and vanished. Shupo, he said, and appeared right on top of Ochura, his knee in his chest. Ochura arches his back away from the hit, and the two shot down towards the ground before Morisindo kicked him off. Infinite chain gun, he roared, and his arms burst into chains and he began to punch Ochura with the chains, sending him into the base. The chains were yanked and Morisindo shot in after Ochura, the two crashing on the last standing table, crushed it, and the building shook and floor by floor, collapsed. Ochura-sama, the citizens shouted with the fishmen as they watched. Barntle and Slick watched too, and covered their faces as a huge burst of dust shot by, crushing the walls of the base and shattering some windows. Simon growled and was thrown into the air by the dust, as were many others, including the citizens. Chains shot out and wrapped around the people flying around, and Charlene flew out and safely placed them on the ground, taking the chains to whip at the dust, hitting large chunks of rocks as they shot forward. A large chunk was launched from the dust and it shot towards a house that was not hit so far, and Charlene gasped. My house, she said, and Simon landed in front of it and stuck his arms out, grabbing the chunk and digging his feet into the ground, skidding back, blood coming from his feet as he growled, trying to stop the chunk from hitting the house. Barntle, Charles, Carson, Richard, and Davison all shot out to help him, all of them slowing it down as it closed in. Tenkai, shouted Tom, and he stood behind them and rose his hands, the chunk hitting him too. Finally the large chunk was stopped and it crashed on the ground, allowing the ones who stopped it to fall down and pant. Why did you protect a house when so many others have been destroyed? Panted Tom, and Simon looked at him. That house, it's the home of our captain, he panted, and they all looked at the building that had collapsed and blacked out. Charlene watched as the Marines went to arrest them, but she stopped them and jumped as Mendar Kevlin walked past her. My such destruction and injuries, he said, clicking his fingers together. This time he had clawed fingers on one hand, simultaneously clicking each one to his palm. He turned to Charlene and bowed, looking at her as more pirates came off the ship. Let us deal with the injured and the ruins. We didn't mean to cause this much damage, he said, and didn't give Charlene time to say no, as he went off, looking for people that were injured. The other pirates ran around, checking on people and taking the broken rubble and placing it in a series of carts that they had taken out. One pirate waved at the ship and a porthole opened and out came a long series of railroads. They landed on the ground and secure. Ed to it as the carts were pushed up the rails and into the ship, another porthole opening and another rail coming out, next to the other one. This one had carts pushed out, carrying wood and stone. What is going on? Charlene shouted, confused, and she sat down as the pirates began to rebuild the homes, give food and water to the injured, and brought blankets, medicine, and pillows for the seriously injured. Lay them all out. I must see if any operations need to be done, Kevlin said, and Morisindo, Ochura, Lechka, Rebella, Melkin, Richard, Simon, Carson, Slick, and Barntle were laid down. Each was put to sleep, if they weren't already out cold, and Kevlin began to bandage them up, stitch them up, remove rubble, clean cuts, check their organs, and patch them up. He didn't start on Carson, Morrisondoe, Ochura, and Bell until later, since they were the most injured. He did quick work on the others and started with Morrisondoe and Ochura. He adjusted his right eye and the red turned black, and the pupil turned to a line and it moved up and down the eye, scanning Ochura and Morrisondoe to locate the broken bones. A female was standing next to him, wearing pink like the others, and her hair was short and green. She was holding a clipboard and pen, writing down the injuries and medication given to the injured. Looks like 5 broken ribs on Ochura, a fractured spine, a severed ankle bone. A slight fracture to the skull, and on Mori-sama 2 fractions on the spine, several shattered ribs, also a fractured skull and a broken arm. He looked at the woman, who was writing them down. What would we use in this situation? Carla? Asked Kevlin, and she meeped. Well, perhaps we can use some bone morphological proteins to help mend the lower and upper bones, not including the spine and ribs, she stammered and looked at Kevlin, who was waiting for more. And what else? What about the spine and ribs? And the skull? Well, what about an injection of calcium and the SK-Go? He stammered, and Kevlin took out the calcium and the SK-Go from his chest compartment, and he put them into 2 holes in his left arm and closed them, his pointer finger retracting in and a syringe coming out, with a silvery liquid in it. Am I right? She stammered, and Kevlin looked at her. When you are a doctor, you need not to question if it is right, if you think it is. You must trust yourself, unless you are given notes about things not to use. He smiled and injected the SK-Go into Morrisondoe and Ochura. Why are we healing the fishmen? Asked Carla, still shaking. Kevlin sighed and his eye turned back to red, the pupil returning. Well, I have orders from the captain that every enemy we fight like this we mend them but put in some drug to keep them from having full strength so we can question them. He looked at Carla and stood up, going to check on the others, and Carla went back on the ship to check on the Straw Hats, running up the rails to the ship. A large door slid open on the bow of the ship, and a long, wide, but a not very steep slope slid out and landed on the ground, clanging loudly. She ran behind them as they walked out, and Kevlin stood up and clicked his fingers to his palm, squinting. What brings you guys out here? He asked, and Zolo looked at him. We heard a commotion out here but couldn't find the way out. It's impossible to find the exit, he said, and Sanji lit a cigarette. No, we couldn't get out because you were leading us. He sighed, and Zolo growled. You want to go, Curly Eye? Zolo shouted, and Sanji snarled. Bring it on, Mosshead. Kevlin sighed and looked up at the ship. I don't think we have checked on Straw Hat in a while, he muttered. But suddenly the ship began to shake. The Straw Hats looked at it, backing away slowly. What is going on? Screamed Brook, huddling with Chopper and Usopp. Everyone watched it as it shook more, and a pirate ran out, yelling. Kevlin, what is that? Kevlin shouted, and the pirate was going to say something, but a large explosion occurred, sending dust and trees into the air, along with stone and chunks of metal. Kevlin's eyes widened, and Morrisondoe limped over to him. Kevlin, he stammered, and looked at the ship, seeing shards of glass and water raining down from the dust. He had no clue what exploded at first, but he figured out what did, and his eyes widened when he saw a large bent and battered 1-foot tall and 5-foot diameter disc flying up. He closed his eyes and fell to one knee, the Straw Hats looking at him. What is that? Shouted Nami, and Morrisondoe looked up, and clenched his hands to a fist, and Nami looked up, and saw something fluttering down. Zolo, Sanji, Brook, Robin, Frankie, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami gasped and quivered at what they saw. No, nah, Mi stammered and reached up to grab Luffy's hat, tearing. Luffy, she whispered, and fell to her knees. The rest of the Straw Hats began to tear up but looked up when they heard a groaning. The hell? Shouted Kevlin, and, from the ship's main door on the front of the ship, smoke billowed out. And from the smoke came a very skinny figure, walking very slowly. This can't be, Kevlin stammered, and another explosion followed suit. The same contents flying down, and more smoke billowing out. Then another figure walked out as Ed, Inuyasha, Trunks, Roshi, Tien, Xiaosu, Yamcha, Vidal, 16, 17, and 18 flew out. Ed and Inuyasha being carried by 16. What is going on? We had to escape the hospital because of an explosion that nearly tore our room apart. Shouted Roshi, and he looked up to see the 2 figures in the smoke. His eyes widened and started to tear up. It can't be, he whispered, and the 2 figures took in a deep breath and shouted only one thing, and one thing only. Meat. More. Isando and Kevlin staggered back as Luffy and Goku appeared from the smoke, skinny, pale, but breathing. "I am possible. They have regained consciousness and have the strength to move," Kevlin shouted, and Morrisando looked around. "Don't just stand there. Go get them meat. Now," he yelled, and the pirates all jumped and rushed inside to start cooking food for the two men. Morrisando staggered more in. D coughed up blood before Kevlin looked at him. "Sir, you have to go lie down. You are not in any condition to move," Kevlin said, holding him up. Morrisando looked around and took a deep breath. "Mother, I am here to get you." And with that he fell forward, his eyes white and blood trickling down his mouth. Kevlin tried to catch him, but, instead, Morrisando was caught by Charlene. She held him in her arms, his head resting on her shoulder. "I got you. There are no words to describe my happiness," she whispered, holding him closer. Kevlin smiled a bit and peered over at Simon, who just woke up. "How are you feeling, Simon?" asked Kevlin, clanking over to him. Simon looked up, smirking a bit. "Like I was hit by a whale." He laughed a bit and winced as Kevlin stuck a needle in his arm and injected something. "What is that, Doc?" Simon asked, massaging the shot wound. Kevlin placed the needle in his arm compartment with other used needles, and it began to shake and spin, undergoing a cleaning process. It was a drug to speed up the bone restructuring process. At those words, Chopper was beside Kevlin in an instant. "You are a doctor?" asked Chopper, fascinated by Kevlin. When he faced Chopper, his mechanical eye zoomed in upon Chopper and turned purple, with a vertical and horizontal line. Chopper fell back screaming in fright as the lines moved up and down, left and right. "Buffo." Rhea's circle blinked and locked onto him. "You are a devil fruit user, no?" asked Kevlin, the circle getting bigger. Chopper nervously nodded his head. "Fascinating. I have not seen this ability before. It looks like you can do all things a human can do. But what's this? A bounty of 50? You must not be powerful or that much of a threat," Chopper growled and jumped up. "I took out a CP9. I am strong," Chopper shouted, and Kevlin's human eye widened. "Oh, so that was you guys? We have you to thank then. The CP9 were suspecting Mori of being a spy and would have his title revoked. We thank you," Kevlin said, and he bowed. Chopper blushed and shook his head. "Idiot, I don't like compliments." "Bastard," he giggled while saying this, confusing Kevlin, but he went with it. Frankie walked over to Kevlin and peered at him from his shades. "A cyborg?" asked Frankie, and Kevlin nodded. "A long time ago I was in a dangerous battle that took most of my body away. I built my body back up with metal bones, metal skin, grog, wine, water, steam-powered mechanics, and many hidden fun scientifically needed additions. Maybe later I can show you." "How about you?" asked Kevlin, and Frankie began to explain about himself. Meanwhile, everyone else was watching Luffy and Goku consume every bit of food that got within their arm's length, which for Luffy meant no bounds. They consumed dish after dish, no break at all. Soon they had consumed 10 pounds of food, then 20, 30, 50, 100. They never stopped. All the food was disappearing out of the storage. After they finished, they stood back up and shook. Their arms expanded and their color returned to their original form. Their legs followed, chest, neck, and faces. They threw their arms in the air and roared, shaking the ground. Simon got up and walked over to them, turning into his vine form, so he could properly apologize to them. But the moment his mask formed and the two spotted him, it was faster than anyone could imagine. Simon keeled over, both their fists in his stomach. He gasped for air and was launched back, soaring into the air, the two following him. "Luffy," shouted Nami, happy to see him all right. Luffy pumped BL, oozed through his body and steam burst from his body. "Gear second," he shouted and vanished, the ground exploding where he stood. Simon's head shot back as Luffy punched him. He shot his arms back and shot them forward, hitting his stomach. A burst of air blasting around. "Gomu Gomu no Jet Bazooka." He vanished and appeared behind Simon as he began to fall and shot his arms up, tiny explosions occurring when they hit Simon. "Jet Gatling Gun." He vanished once again and appeared beside Simon and shot his leg up as far as he could. "Luffy," shouted Zolo, Sanji, Robin, Usopp, Nami, Brook, Chopper, and Frankie as his foot stopped. "Jet." Luffy's eyes shrunk in rage. "Axe." His foot rocketed down and smashed into Simon's stomach, cracking sounds coming from his chest, causing Simon to roar in pain. His ribs are cracking and his spine is becoming more fractured. "We have to stop him." Goku punched Simon into the air, sending him soaring. He vanished and appeared far above Simon before he shot down and placed his palms on Simon's chest. A blue light shone through. "Goku, no!" shouted Roshi as the light shone brighter. Kamehameha, his hair burst golden and a golden aura surrounded him as his eyes turned green. "Goku, stop!" shouted everyone else, the light reaching its max brightness. "Ha!" Goku's voice echoed as Simon was engulfed in a light blue beam of light. The beam shot towards the ground and plunged into the stone, causing it to bubble up in many spots, light blue smaller beams of light shining through. The ground shook violently as explosion sounds were heard. Everyone began to panic and scream as the ground exploded from the bubbles. "Goku, that's enough!" shouted Morisundo, and Goku kept going, roaring louder. He descended closer to the ground, continuing his attack, till his feet were touching the ground. "Goku, stop!" shouted Luffy, punching Goku. That caused Goku to stop, the Kamehameha wave vanishing. Simon was laying on the ground, a large hole through his chest, blood pouring out. "Simon!" shouted Morisundo, running over. Simon slowly reverted, panting and pale. "Hold in there, Kevlin, quick!" shouted Morisundo, and everyone but the Marines gathered around. "There is nothing we can do, sir," said Kevlin, examining the wound. "All we can do is wait for Tortuga to arrive with your ship." "Maybe he can fix him," Kevlin said, and Chopper looked at Kevlin. "What do you mean? If you're a doctor and you can't fix him, then why can this Tortuga do this?" asked Chopped, and Kevlin looked at him. "He has a power that can bring him back. It is quite risky. We'll need a willing soul or two to bring him back," said Kevlin. Morisundo stood up and clenched his fist. "Bring him on board. Everyone else go inside your homes. My men will go around and help you rebuild as much as we can. We will leave as soon as possible. There is a storm approaching. You might want to stay a few more days," said Charlene, looking at him. "Why, you aren't coming with me? You are a pirate," she muttered, and he grinned. "More of a cure for this sick world. A man who wants to see justice for the good, the weak, the giving, the sick, the dying, the dreamers. I fight for the citizens. I will serve them till death. I am no pirate. First, am no marine. I am no revolutionary. I am my own man, with my own dreams," shouted Morisundo, and his crew slowly got up one by one. "We will aid any pirate crew, marine ship, revolutionary, that has their eyes set to the stars, the ones who want to see justice the way it should be. No lies, no deception." Luffy watched him and panted. Everyone had their eyes on him. "I aim to take down the current world government and establish a new world order. To save the world from the plague that infects it today. Pirates, revolutionaries, marines. They will all be free of corruption. And only one will become the king. The man to protect the seas under his own power. The man who controls the sea. The pirate king, the fleet admiral, the revolutionary leaders. They will all protect each other from the evil that lays here." The ground began to shake as a soft violin song began to play. Everyone turned to the water where two large areas were bubbling and shaking. "I am Morisundo Hidalgo Higurati. I am the light to end the darkness." And he threw his fist in the air, and two ships burst from the water, one the same size as the one they rode into the island, but the second one towering over that one. I am the fire that warms the cold, the rain that waters the ground to bear new life. I am a soldier of the people. I am leader of a band of rejected and outcast people who wish to save the world the way I do. We are visionaries, the betrayed, members of society that were betrayed by loved ones, the punished, the members of Societe, why that were punished for being alive and believing in peace throughout the seven seas, and the damned, members of society that were damned for their parents' pasts, their lifestyle and their upbringing. We fight for the common man and seek to overthrow the disgusting plague that exists. Slavery, corruption, war, we seek to end it. From the top of each ship jumped one guy. The two men landed on the ground and walked over to Morisundo. Crossing their arms, Robin gasped as she saw them. "That is Tortuga Onigari present, Captain," said the man in all black. "And I will die before I let the world down. And as God, my crew, and my enemies as my witness, I will succeed," Morisundo roared, as he was joined by the man in black. He was the same height as Morisundo, wearing black armor. The armor was spiked at many spots and donned a black-backed cape with a dark green on the inside. He wore a mask that had an upside-down neon green star on it that occasionally illuminated then faded. He too K out a black pole off his back and tapped it to the ground, and green flames traveled up it, turning it to black bones for the handle, and a black skull on the tip with a blood-red and sickly green meat. Tall scythe that protruding from the bones and skull. Is he a necromancer? Yes, very much so, Morisindo said, and he held his chest. We have used his otherworldly powers to resurrect many people, at the cost of some of our own. My heart aches for every soul I have to give up, but we will not let it go to waste. The second man walked up to Morisindo and bowed to him. We have arrived as soon as we detected a loss. Tortuga saw the tides rejoice at the loss of yet another devil fruit user, as it does every time. The man spoke and looked at Morisindo. He was wearing a white cape, a black tuxedo, and had a long, light brown conductor's stick in his hand, while holding a large music book. He had blue eyes, short blonde hair, that was parted in the front. The two shook hands and smiled, turning to face Tortuga, who was covered in a transparent green flame. I reanimate you, Simon Ventura Lemick. Your name has been called. I demand your soul find its way to its old body and come to me. The time for your death is not yet. The command of the Vineman is not to end until the time uttered at your birth. So now, I call upon you, Simon Lemick, Tortuga shouted, his voice demonic, deep, and echoing. The sky began to darken and spin around as lightning struck around the island. Now all I need is 2 souls willing to give themselves to the harbinger of darkness, death. He looked at the man in white and nodded. The man in white took out a keyboard and began to play it, playing an upbeat tune. Morisindo put his hand on his face. Don't do this now, he muttered, and Tortuga began to dance around Simon's body. Move your dead bones, shouted Tortuga, dancing more to the music. Everyone was confused, but Brooke, Luffy, and the pirates. Brooke and Luffy danced together as the music played, and Morisindo groaned. And I thought we talked about this. No singing and dancing while resurrecting someone, he growled, watching Tortuga wiggle around. Charlene walked up next to him, her arms under her bust, crossed. So he is your friend? She asked, looking at him. Morisindo nodded. You have the weirdest friends, my son, she said, and he scowled as Luffy, Brooke, and Tortuga began to do the can-can. A lightning bolt shot down and struck 2 people who were beside Tortuga, and they slowly began to disintegrate. What the hell? Shouted Luffy, and Tortuga looked at him. Those 2 must have offered themselves to resurrect Tortuga. He sang and rose a long dark green bony finger into the air. Now, spirit of Simon. A lightning bolt struck Simon's body. Move your dead bow. Don't finish that, shouted Simon, kicking Tortuga's legs. Tortuga wobbled and flailed around before falling on his face. Simon stood up, a scar on his chest from where Goku's Kamehameha wave had first penetrated. He staggered back, and Morisindo shot forward to catch him, smiling. At least you are back, old friend. You're very lucky to be back, plus you missed a speech by me, he said, and Simon grinned. I am lucky, he smiled and looked up. I missed your speech. I couldn't be any luckier. He laughed, and Morisindo kicked him into the crowd. Jerk, he shouted. The man in white caught Simon and helped him stand before walking over to Morisindo. Sir, we do have to speak about Project Fang. The operation cannot start without your command. Morisindo waved his hand and sighed. You guys just like when I do paperwork. I will discuss it when we reach Arabasta. He peered at Luffy, who was looking for his crew in the crowd. He saw Nami dash forward and punch him in the back of the head. Ow, Nami, what was that, foe? He started, but Nami kissed him and hugged him tightly. Sanji, Zolo, Chopper, Brooke, and Frankie all gasped and staggered back, while Robin chuckled and smiled. Morisindo grinned, and looked back at the crowd and crossed his arm. I am going to be honest, people. We have a long way back to Arabasta, and without luck, we might have to use the marine battleship. We don't want to get caught, do we? He smirked, and his crew shook their heads. He turned to face Goku, Roshi, 16, 17, 18, Yamcha, Tien, Chiatsu, Future Trunks, and Vital. You guys all lost your friends and family, did you not? Takuma, he asked, and they all nodded, looking away. You guys go look for them. We need to split up, but I will want you to meet us at Arabasta. Goku stepped forward. But we have no idea where to go, he said, and everyone nodded. Morisindo reached in his pocket and took out an eternal pose. Take this. I want you to go where the red dial points to. Describe it here. Are you sure? Goku asked, and Morisindo nodded. We know where to go. But we will be expecting you. So, Go now, meet us back when you get all your family and friends back. Goku nodded and the 10 of them blasted off into the air and disappeared into the distance. Morisundo looked back at the crowd and smiled. Let's go to Arabasta, he said. The rest of the crew shouted and cheered with him as they began to board the ship. But as they began to get on, a crackling, static sound sounded from above. Morisundo looked up to see a black and red outlined oval appearing in the air. Getsuga, an echoing voice said. Oh, what now? He shouted and the oval shattered, a wave of energy zigzagging down towards him. Tenshio, blank, underscore, blank. Ace walked to the ship, escorted by Magellan, who was nervously looking around. Not really sure what he was looking for, but seeing as there was a Marine on the loose who had a past entwined with Ace and Whitebeard, there was much to be feared. He got to the ship and looked at it, seeing Kuma, Mihawk, and Boa Hancock standing there, on the ship with the Marine soldiers. We were sent here to guard the ship and make sure Ace isn't broken out by anyone. We heard about Morisundo, so Sengoku assigned us to stay on the ship, Mihawk said, and Kuma nodded, Hancock watching Ace. Luffy-kun, she muttered as Ace passed her. Ace looked at her and his eyes widened as she smiled softly. Winking, make sure you watch out for him. We have to be very careful around him, Magellan said, and a shadowy figure slipped into the prison while no one was watching. The ship sailed away as Ace was placed in the chair and chained up. Ace Luffy will save you. We know this, Hancock thought and looked to the sky and sighed softly. Blank, underscore, blank. The black blast of energy struck Morisundo on his palms, screeching and sparking as the two combated for supremacy. What the hell is going on? Shouted Morisundo, the energy getting darker and wider. How should we know? Exclamation mark quote. Shouted Kevlin and Tortuga looked at the attack and staggered back, seeing Morisundo straining. Whatever it is, it's going to take out Mori, he shouted and, sure enough, the attack sliced right through Mori, cutting him straight down his body, hitting the ground. His eyes went white, blood sprayed out from the wound as he began to fall. Mori, shouted Simon and Tortuga, running forward. Mori's body illuminated to a blinding yellow and tiny particles began to shoot far from the attack and reform his body, bright yellow chains slowly reforming his body. What the hell? The Straw Hats shouted, remembering Kizaru. Mori proceeded to fall on the ground, eyes still white. The attack struck the ground and it happened. The air around the attack seemed to crack. Glowing black and red and whispering sounded out, whispers of 1,000 voices of curiosity. Kevlin examined it and his human eye widened. Everyone on the ship, everyone, go now, the space around here is fluctuating. He shouted and everyone ran to the ship, except Simon, who was carrying Mori. What does that mean? He shouted and Kevlin looked at him. Time and space are breaking. The walls are splitting between this world and another. How can you tell? The readings can calculate a dimensional rift in this world and many others. In a matter of moments they will merge. We need to get the hell out of here. We are in the eye of the storm. He shouted and they both ran to the ships. They barely got on when the water began to violently thrash and crash against the island and the ship. Hold on to something, shouted Kevlin and everyone held onto the ship as there was a whirring sound. That started out loud then got soft. The waves stopped moving. The wind stopped blowing. The clouds stopped in their place. All was frozen. Then, the crack exploded, shattering the air, tearing the ground apart across the whole world, expanding it to unremarkable proportions. The ships were barely holding on, but the blast of air overcame the ship's weight and they were hurled into the air, everyone holding for dear life. Trees broke from the ground and soared towards a home, the family inside screaming. 2 green blurs shot at it and broke it in half and threw them into the water. The 2 green gorillas grabbed the family to hold them down, as the other gorillas did the same, holding on for dear life. The entire world was engulfed in a transparent sphere, shaking and expanding slowly. The ships crashed onto the water before flying high into the air, a typhoon starting from the bursts of air and violent waters. The entire world was facing earthquakes the likes the world had never seen, nor experienced before. Cities were flooded, homes destroyed, islands were swallowed by the seas again. It seemed to go on for hours, maybe days. It was not clear how long it was since the rip occurred. Time had no meaning at the occurrence of the black energy. Space was distorted and was reshaping the world into many different worlds in one. Why was this happening? It was unsure. All they knew was that the world felt like it was ending. And then, it stopped. It was silent at first. Everyone was sprawled out across the ground or hanging, limp, off the ship. The ship was on its side on a patch of land with mountains surrounding it. After a while, a slight breeze washed over everyone, the sea of grass waving with the wind. Morrisondeau was the first to get up. He staggered up, his body still reconstructing the wound that had been dealt to him earlier. His eyes widened as he staggered forward. What he saw was unreal. It was a small town with old buildings, cars, and what looked like flying cars. The town was not just old buildings though, they were ruined ones, domes, and huts built out of sticks. Others were normal square-like buildings but with odd symbols on the sides. Where were they? What was going on? It was unsure what was going on, but whatever it wasn't good. There were people walking around the village, going about their day as normal. He slowly approached the town, looking around as people stared at him. He wouldn't blame them for looking at him, he was still bleeding a bit. Chains pulling his shoulder to his torso. He staggered through the streets, seeing weird alien-like humans, cowboy-looking people, normal people he was used to. Some were dressed like the people who were with Naruto before, and some who were in black clothes with swords. What was going on? Where were they? What happened? What is this place? He muttered to himself. Then, he heard people mutter and saw people pointing at the sky, and he saw what they saw. A paw print. He ran as best as he could to where it was going to land, pushing people out of the way. When the paw landed, a shockwave shot around, causing people to fall over, stands to crumble, and cars to tip over. Mori covered his face from the blast and staggered towards the paw print hole as people muttered, staring at him. After a while, Pan awoke and saw him, struggling to get up and reaching towards him, grabbing his shoulders as Mori started to bend forward. It was a grab that would normally not hurt Mori, given that he was made of metal, but for some reason, it hurt. He felt the plates of his shoulder straining under pressure. He struggled away from her, his shoulders dented quite considerably. He stared at his shoulders and touched them, hand shaking. No doubt, his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. His metal shoulders were dented with a handprint. This cannot be, he said, looking at Pan. Whatever happened, you are stronger than you were before. What exactly happened? He muttered, standing up straight, looking around. It didn't seem real. It was like worlds were just thrown together, and everyone, except for him and Pan, were not confused. Soon, everyone from the ship began to get up, looking around. "Oi, Mori, what the hell is going on?" shouted Simon, looking around as Kevlin got up. "I don't know, Simon, but we have to get moving. I have a bad feeling about all of this," Mori said, walking towards the ship, staggering a bit. Kevlin's eye was going mad, zooming in and out, glowing, taking pictures, scanning, and all that it could do, while his human eye quivered in horror and excitement. "I don't believe it. It would seem our world was merged with several other worlds. What a find. What could have happened? I should figure out what happened," he said, looking around. "Not now, Kevlin. We need to get moving now," Mori shouted, looking at the ship. The green gorillas were trying to move the ship, but it was way too big for them. Their efforts were useless. "Move back," he shouted to the gorillas and extended his arms, his cape fluttering around, in a wind that seemed to only affect him. "What is he doing?" asked Robin, scratching her head. Simon grunted and crossed his arms. "Just watch," he said as the ship began to shake a bit. Mori rotated, his hands so his palms were facing the sky, and spread his legs shoulder-width apart. As he did this, he lowered his arms, looking as though he was about to pick something up that was heavy. "He has an OT used this ability very much. We have to make sure he doesn't hurt himself doing it," Simon muttered as the ship began to shake even more. Mori began to stand up straight as the ship rose off the ground with him rising, his body shaking a bit from the amount of concentration and strain his body was going through. Everyone watched as he began to raise the ship off the ground, all in awe. This was not exclusive to the people on the ship. Anyone who had clear view of the ship from the town was seeing it, and they were awestruck. Mori strained more, his face turning a bit red from the strain of the power he was using. The ship was getting higher and higher off the ground, and slowly began to turn upright. Kevlin was watching him, scanning his body, staying silent while Mori worked. "If he doesn't get the ship into the water soon, he will exhaust his body and it will give up on him," he muttered as Mori moved his hands again to a position of pushing something. And that's exactly what he was doing. With his power, he pushed the gigantic ship towards the water, his wound opening up, blood pouring out. His arms even started to crack, the metal plating receiving too much pressure. As the ship slowly glided over the ground towards the water, Luffy's hat flew off as a large gust of wind blew past them. It soared in the air and Luffy turned, shouting something, but the wind was quite loud, so no one heard him. He shot his arms and caught it, barely getting it as the wind continued to blow. As it returned to him, he saw the Vivre card that Ace had given him and it was burning. Luffy watched it, holding it tightly as the ship continued towards the water. Suddenly, and almost conveniently, someone was shouting, handing out newspapers around, and a faint sound of "Portgas D. Ace" was heard. How convenient. Luffy shot his arms out, grabbing one of the papers from a random person, causing them to run in fear. He brought his arms back and his eyes widened, the paper shaking a bit as he read the title. Portgas D. Ace, captured. Portgas D. Ace was captured a week ago by one of the current warlords, Blackbeard. He was sent to Impel Down and remained there until the day of his execution. But on that day, an incident occurred. Information about the incident is being withheld from the public, but all that is known is that Ace was sent to the HQ on the day he was to be sent to his execution as planned. Escorted by 3 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock, and Dracula Mahawk. Though, with the recent incident, the execution was delayed a few days later so they could get everything in order. For more information, read page E4. Luffy was shaking. He was reading it but didn't believe it. His brother captured? This couldn't be true. Ace was strong, stronger than anyone he had ever faced. Nami, seeing him shaking, walked over, and was going to ask what was wrong, but read the title herself. She gasped and covered her mouth as the ship slowly lowered into the water, Mori making grunting sounds as he did. Nami, what's wrong? Asked Usopp, turning to her, and she gulped a bit and read the paper out loud. Portgas D. Ace captured and to be executed, she said, and every pirate turned to face her. A look of shock on their face. It was silent. That was not usually bad, but the grunting had stopped. Charlene, who had been hiding in the crowd, looked at her son, who was standing there, holding his ship in the air. Mori, she said quietly, and he began to shake, gritting his teeth. The ship was shaking with him as he clenched his hands, letting it drop into the water with a loud, thunderous crash. The water rose high into the air, towering over them. He was shaking, fists clenched tightly. The water crashed onto the grass and rushed over them, but the wave was not strong enough to knock anyone over. Just caused them to stagger back. Every devil fruit user collapsed, panting and struggling to move, seeing as it was seawater. All but Mori. He was shaking, attempting to keep his body standing, despite his strength draining. New plan, he gasped out, staggering as he turned to face everyone. His eyes were full of anger and determination, with some sorrow hidden underneath. Luffy, you will take Sunny and go to where Ace's Tortuga you will go with as well. I still have to get Project Fang going. We are going to start it up now, he grunted, panting. Kevlin looked at him, scanning his body as Barntle scurried forward with Marcus. But sir, there are still things that we have to get done. We have to. I don't care, roared Mori, snarling. He was breathing heavily, shaking more. Ace is captured and I will not allow him to be killed. He stood up and turned around to face the ship and stormed to it, his crew following him, determination with each step. Pan, you have to gather everyone and get them to Arabasta, now. You seem to have just landed, so that would mean everyone else is landing soon too. But Pan started, and Mori looked down at her. Now is not the time to argue. My friend is about to be killed, and you will have to go alone. I am sorry. He began to board the ship, as Ochura, the great white fishman they had fought before, stepped out, holding his head. Mori stopped, snarling. I see your wounds have finally healed up, Ochura. He snarled, looking at him. The two looked at each other and, before Ochura said something, he noticed Charlene shaking her head. He stayed silent and went into the ship and disappeared into the shadows. They all piled into the ship as Mori was flipping switches and pulling levers, letting Thousand Sunny out of his ship. Luffy and his crew got on it as Pan shot off into the distance, looking up at Mori as he looked down at them. Make sure you get your brother, Luffy. Make sure you don't die before we get there. We will give you the entire strength of the damned, the betrayed, and the punished pirates. You have my word. The two nodded and set sail, determined to get to their goal. Luffy was to head to get Ace. Pan was to gather the Z fighters, and Mori was to get Project Fang. Everything was going along a new path. Blank. Meanwhile God, was crossing its arms, shaking its head. While I still can't see you, I will make the events that should have happened, happen. I have put these worlds together. Let these people meet now. It's me to see where the abnormality is, God muttered, sighing. Blank, underscore, blank. The large ship tore through the waves, moving quite quickly as it headed towards Arabasta. Mori was standing on the front of the ship, arms crossed, his cape fluttering in the wind. Simon was talking with Marcus about Project Fang, while everyone else was preparing for the battle that would commence once they got their project started. Barntle was polishing his armor and sharpening his legs, as they were dulled down from the fight against Zolo before. Father Carson was putting on some new crow SSES and sharpening his cross-like swords and his shoe swords. Mori isn't happy at all, muttered Carson, looking at their captain, who was facing the sea, cape fluttering in the wind. Charlene was standing with them, helping everyone fix up the cannons and load their guns with special bullets to take on devil fruit users. Why is he so angry? I mean, Ace is a pirate, and I know Mori really isn't a pirate, but why? She asked, looking at Simon, who was doing curls with weights. He looked up, his red hair in his face. During the years that he was gone, he was trained by the Marines and sent out after they modified him each time to take on pirates. He'd be gone for ages, and he often recruited us to join him to make a change. He looked at her, putting the weights down, and stood up. Soon, he went to take on Whitebeard and was not seen for a long time after that. Later he returned and spoke of every crew member on there, especially Ace, who he got along with quite well. The two sparred quite often, he said, Simon said, stretching a bit. Charlene looked at her son, crossing her arms as the ship continued to move. At the speed they were going, Arabasta would be reached in a few hours. Apart from the fact that they weren't even that far from them, they had the ship using every means of movement on it working. Blank, underscore, blank. Arabasta, blank, underscore, blank. Vivi was sitting in her room, reading a book as Terracotta brushed her hair. You enjoying the book I got you, Vivi-chan? She said, peering over her shoulder. Vivi nodded and flipped the page. It was a peaceful day. She hadn't seen those figures since they saved her, but she was not worrying too much about it until screams were heard outside. She stood up and rushed to the window with Terracotta, expecting to see bandits or pirates, or what she saw was not anything she ever expected. A gigantic ship slowly approached the docks. A ship that towered over the buildings. People were running in terror from the ship, the waves crashing harshly against the water, damaging buildings, crushing ships. She was in shock. What could a ship of that size want with them? And more importantly, who owned it? Palace guards ran to the docks, weapons out and ready as Vivi ran to the entrance. Pell was standing there. He looked up at her and shook his head. Stay here, princess. We can't have you going out there with all of this trouble. Pell was a rather tall man, and had a purple line under each eye that ran down the sides of his face. He wore a long white robe with brown, star-like motifs on it and a matching hat. He carried around his sword on his right hip. He was standing in the entranceway and watched Vivi as she ran to him. What is going on? She asked, looking up at him. He shook his head and looked out and took out binoculars, watching the ship. He saw some movement on it and followed it as it leapt off the ship. Mori's cape fluttered furiously as he descended the ship, arms arched a bit beside him. He landed on the ground, cracking the hard ground beneath him, dust blowing across the dock and to the two guards standing nearby. Who are you? What are you doing here? They asked, but Mori ignored them, walking forward. They attempted to intercept him, but he rose his hands, making a circle with his pointer fingers and his thumbs on both hands. He continued to walk forward and growled. Tobu Shigen, flying finger gun, he muttered, and flicked his fingers. Batch, prick, two white blurs shot from his fingertips and hit the two guards. They both keeled over, holding their now bleeding wounds. More guards, seeing this, charged to meet him as the rest of his crew was disembarking. Mori took out a gray dendenmushi and took the receiver off and held it to his mouth. To everyone on the ship, we need everyone to prepare to get off the ship when we reach a designated island. The island is under our protection and you will all be safe. The ship is going to Marineford and I do not expect it to make it back. When Project Fang is loaded onto the ship, we will be heading out. Please prepare for departure, he said, his voice echoing from the ship. Simon landed on the ground, cracking it as well, beside Marcus, Barntle, Charlene, Ochura, and Richard. Mori put the dendenmushi away and pocketed it, looking back at the six. Deal with them, Richard. We need to get this plan going. And get it going now, Mori said, continuing his walk towards the desert. Pell saw everything that had happened and took out his sword and went to meet him at the edge of the desert. Vivi following behind. Regardless of what was aid, Richard took off his hat and some ribbons shot out of it, wrapping around the guards, cards flying out to knock their weapons out of their hands. We are in a hurry. Why don't you keep yourselves out of our way? Richard said, looking up at them. Mori was about to get to the desert, when Pell met him, sword in hand. Stop right there, he shouted, snarling. You attacked our guards and that makes you an enemy of the kingdom. Mori snarled and kept moving, Barntle moving a bit faster. I will deal with him, he grumbled, clacking his claws together. Pell growled and took a stance as Mori walked past him, snarling. The rest followed him, unaware that Vivi was following them. Sir, what exactly is Ochura doing here? Isn't he the enemy? Asked Marcus, twirling his conductor's stick. Obviously not, since his mother is alive, wouldn't you agree? Ochura said, looking at him. They continued into the desert, far from the city, Vivi still following them. Wondering what these people were doing, then the one in the vice admiral's cape stopped and looked around. This it? Mori asked, looking at Marcus, and he nodded. Then get it open. It's time we get this going. Mori commanded, looking at his ship, which was still visible though they were far from the city. Barntle looked at Pell, who had his blade still out at him. Why are you people here? Asked Pell, shifting a bit. Barntle clacked his claws more. We are here to get our other ship, Barntle replied, moving a bit. Pell lowered his blade a bit, quirking a brow. Other ship? In the desert? He questioned before raising his blade again. You can't mean, of course, that's our ship, and our secret weapon against the world government. The sands shifted on the surface of a metallic door and some sand fell into the darkness below as the doors opened, some smoke rising from it. Vivi watched closely and hid, meeping as Charlene looked in her general direction. You can come out now, darling. You aren't in any trouble with us, she said, smiling, beckoning her. Vivi sighed and came out of hiding, the doors opening more, the sound of rushing water being heard. What exactly are you guys doing here? She asked, shakily walking towards them. Mori turned to her, arms still crossed. Getting a weapon that will be used against the world government, he said, and Vivi stopped. But why? Because of what they did to me. What they are doing constantly. What they did before, Mori responded, turning to the now open doors. He peered down and smiled. It looks like you have fixed it up quite well, he said, Simon looking down at it. We had to spend a lot of time studying it before doing anything. It was a pain in the ass, but we believe it will work. Mori chuckled and turned to them. All right, everyone. Here is the plan. I want everyone but Simon and my mother to go back to the ship and get the bottom open and get it ready for the ship. You adapted it to underwater, I hope? He asked, and Simon shook his head. Well, then open the free side and get it to the spot we had set up for it. We will move it out right away. But we can't let it be seen. Move the ship into position. Got it? He ordered, and everyone nodded and went off to do what they were ordered to do. Morrisondo, Simon, and Charlene all leapt into the hole, disappearing from sight. Vivi ran to the hole and peered down and gasped, covering her mouth. There's no way, she whispered, her eyes quivering. The end.